Welcome to Chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random World Championship presented by Brave. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today, my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, this has been a great tournament thus far. Now we're down to 4 contestants vying for that World Championship crown.
We are indeed, Robert. I think it's important not to overanalyze this at the outset. Has this tournament been wildly entertaining? Has every single hour counted? Has it kept us on the edge of our seats? The answer is an unequivocal yes, yes, and yes. And I don't see any reason that today is going to be an exception to the rule.
No, but the rules are a bit confusing to some who are not familiar with Fischer Random Chess. So why don't we remind everybody what this variant is like? Because in Fischer Random, the pieces start in one of 960 positions, and that's why it's called Chess 960 as well. And black and white start in the same setup. All standard rules apply, but Danya, that's about kind of all, sometimes, the similarities between chess and Fischer Random, because a queen can be in the corner, a bishop can be in the other corner. Things get hectic.
Things get chaotic. There's total anarchy on the board in most cases. The pieces, they do move the same way. They look the same way. The kings even castle the same way. Some top grandmasters could use a little refresher course on that one. We're not going to name any names, though. But the rules are the same. The pieces move the same way. Do not forget that when there's total chaos going on the board.
Say it ain't so. Don't forget where your castle goes. But here we are in the semifinals.
Smooth.
Wesley So is not one of our 4 players who made it. That's surprising because he was the previous world champion in Fischer Random. I guess he still is for at least 2 more days, but his title is no longer going to be his. And the format for these semifinals, it's different than the group stage. And we will see a 4-player single elimination knockout. Those 4 players, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, and Hikaru Nakamura. And each game is 4 matches, the first to 2.5 wins. So, Danya, same old, 2 different starting positions. I really like this format and the time control.
It's simple, it's elegant, and if you're late to the party, the time control could strike you as a little bit unusual, but the point is that it prevents wild time scrambles. It's a 25+0 game, but after 30 moves, a 5-second increment comes into effect, and the players receive an additional 5 extra minutes. This prevents anything crazy from happening. I think it's an elegant time control, and I think the 4-game match format is simple, and it caters to some wildly exciting chess.
It really does. And wild and exciting chess. I think these days you think about a player, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is at the top of the list, and he's at the top of his Group A. He absolutely obliterated the field. I mean, he locked up a spot here in the semis very early on, and look who else was in his group, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley So. So he just slaughtered a very impressive slate of opponents. But on the other side, in Group B, Danya, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, arguably the 2 biggest names in chess.
Yeah, it was a tale of 2 groups. On the left, in Group A, slaughtered, I think, is the best possible word to describe what Nodirbek Abdusattorov did to his competition. He lost only 1 match, and it was the final meaningless match against Wesley So when he had already clinched not just qualification, but the top spot in his group as he opened up a wild gap between himself and Jan Nepomniachtchi. It was an amazing display, and Magnus and Hikaru, no real surprises there. They went neck and neck with each other, but against Fedoseev and Bluebaum, they demonstrated their class, and Hikaru demonstrated his clutch. I can't wait for their potential matchup.
Well, I'm sure all players are excited for the semifinals. I think Nodirbek in particular is going to be upset the group stages come to an end because now he has to venture into the other group, and he will be playing Hikaru Nakamura. So we have the most popular chess content creator out there, I should say streamer. I guess there's an argument made for other YouTube sensations like Gotham Chess and others. But in the other side of things, we have the previous World Chess Championship. And it could have been once more, if not for Magnus Carlsen abdicating the throne. But Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, that is as mouth-watering a matchup as you could possibly ask for.
It most certainly is. Listen, I said I can't wait for Hikaru and Magnus's potential matchup. This is as far from a given as it gets. Jan Nepomniachtchi is hungry. He has a chip on his shoulder when he's playing Magnus. And as we saw in the Madrid candidates, when Jan has a chip on his shoulder, when he's got that fire under himself, we saw that in the RCC as well, he is a force to be reckoned with, as is, of course, Nodirbek. The reason I'm particularly excited for Nodirbek against Hikaru is that they have played in the RCC many times. Robert, they have gone back and forth. Their games have been neck and neck. And I think that this match is going to be as entertaining as ever. Nodirbek, I mean, you just cannot shower him with enough praise. The kid is absolutely unbelievable.
He is a world rapid champion. He is an Olympiad champion. He is the bright present and, of course, future of chess. And let's bring the spotlight on some of these players. I mean, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he won his group in astounding fashion. He made his way through the qualifiers, and he just looked mighty impressive the whole way through. And I mean, what can you say about this kid? He's a teenager still, and yet
18.
he is lighting the world of chess ablaze.
Where was I at 18? I think I was preparing for my math test and, struggling to get up at 6:30 in the morning. Where's Nodirbek at 18? He is playing the world champion. He is playing Hikaru Nakamura. He is winning Olympiads, receiving cars and apartments. And he's doing it with such class and modesty. And I think that's the greatest thing about these young chess prodigies. They are so easy to root for, both stylistically, both on the board, and of course, how maturely they comport themselves off the board as well. I'm becoming a big Nodirbek fan. He's going to go so far in chess.
He will.
And he went far in this tournament.
He did, and Wesley So was the only player who could take him down in a mini match. And Hikaru Nakamura will have to hope that his prep work, and when I say prep, I mean like 10 minutes once the position is revealed. He and Wesley So were often talking about what strategies to employ. He'll need to learn something from Wesley in order to take down Nodirbek. But on the other side of things is Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, the strongest player in chess history to many fans out there. And well, Magnus had a great event, only losing to Hikaru Nakamura in round 2. He split the other match against Hikaru and won the others. So Magnus Carlsen, he's proven that he's not just a force on the regular chess set. When Fischer Random, when pieces are all scrambled, he can also do his work there.
And Magnus himself will be the first to admit that his form in this tournament was, by his standards, subpar. And this is just a vintage Magnus performance in that he made some blunders, he made some uncharacteristic mistakes. His allowing stalemate against Vladimir Fedoseev comes to mind. He blundered a rook in one move against Hikaru Nakamura, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? He is in the knockouts one way or the other. Magnus Carlsen has yet again demonstrated his class and consistency, even in the face of an uncharacteristic number of blunders. But he is going to have to clean up his play if he wants to defeat a hungry Jan Nepomniachtchi today.
Yes, and Jan Nepomniachtchi made blunders himself throughout the group stage. And for Magnus, why is he the winner of his group? He lost head-to-head to Hikaru Nakamura, but he had more points overall. So the same amount of match points, they both ended up with, for Hikaru, 4 match wins, 2 ties. For Magnus, he was able to beat everybody else not named Hikaru, whereas Hikaru drew against Fedoseev twice. So actually, I think I did that wrong. So Hikaru had 3 match ties, and 3 match victories. But we are here in the semifinals. Magnus seated, waiting for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Jan is one of the quickest players on the planet, but perhaps not the quickest to a seat.
And Magnus isn't the quickest to a seat either, but there he comes, sitting down first, opening up the water as Jan settles down, adjusts his suit, pushes his chair in. And you could just tell that tension. It's that vintage tension that comes before the finals of a knockout chess tournament. All of the spectators gathered in that beautiful playing hall at the Hotel Natura as Jan adjusts the white pieces. Okay, seatbelts fastened.
Oh, I'm locking myself into this chair here. I'm very excited. Jan Nepomniachtchi no longer wearing a t-shirt. I know much has been made about that on social media, but these two have sat across the board from each other more than anybody on the planet in the last year. They played a world championship match. They're well prepared for each other stylistically, but not in this variant. You cannot prepare for somebody outside of the about dozen or so minutes between the position being revealed and seeing the board. And I see Hikaru Nakamura. He is making his way to the stage and his game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
And your point about the lack of preparation cannot be overstated enough. Mistakes happen on move 1 in Fischer Random. They happen on move 2, on move 3. The players are thinking on their feet from the very beginning of the game. And that lends the game such incredible additional entertainment value where you just see the craziest things happen. And you look at the move counter and it's something like move 7 or move 8. You have time pressure often by move 10. So, when I say seatbelts fastened, I mean seatbelts fastened. We are in for a wild ride in both of these matches.
And Hikaru Nakamura doing his best Levon Aronian impression. That is
Yeah.
quite the shirt that Hikaru has on, and Nodirbek going with the solid black shirt.
Look
And
at
this,
that. Yeah.
yeah, I guess he
Jan's the
gets,
one with the boring suit. Okay.
which is a bit surprising. But the players well dressed, ready for the semifinals. The action should get underway shortly. And Magnus, right? He had some uncharacteristic mistakes. He blundered at full rook against Hikaru Nakamura against Fedoseev. He blundered an exchange, still was able to draw that game. So he will not be able to make these mistakes. He cannot afford to do so against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now, Jan was not great in the group stage.
No.
I'm sure by his own admission, he was under his own expectations, but he made it here. And in any game, in any match, Jan Nepomniachtchi as dangerous as they come.
Yeah, and his time management is great. His tactical vision obviously needs no introduction. That is a pretty cute
So
scene there.
cute.
That's adorable. And
Oh.
this is too cute. The games are underway. But you're absolutely right. Jan is going to have to clean up his play with a wide smile on his face as the gong sounds and the game kicks off.
Yes, and
Or not.
not yet. I think
Not
there's
quite
still
yet.
some announcements being made. And look at that. There's a knight in the corner for both. And, well, the position is hard to see now. That it's just Magnus's face. But that guy is calculating
What's
what
wrong
he
with
should
just
do.
Magnus's face?
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. Especially when his hair becomes the size of the entire planet and into the solar system. I'm sure you saw all those memes that chess.com was putting out. But that's neither here nor there because the games have liftoff. I believe there's F4 there, and there's a rook on F1. So I'd love to get the positions up so we can explain what the dynamics are to the fans.
The bird defense, I always like it when they actually play the first moves of a real chess opening, but the ideas behind the Fischer random moves are entirely different. As we see the players blitzing out their first couple of moves, we have pawns on G4 and F4 already, Robert, some flank action as neither side really touching their center pawns.
When I see pawns in F4 and G4 in two moves, I think of the quickest checkmate available in a standard game of chess. So this is not that. There's a bishop on E1, not a king, and there was no queen to deliver that diagonal checkmate that you see in some beginner games. But Danya, the bishop's in the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner, but those bishops are particularly happy slicing across the length of the board.
Yeah, and openings in Fischer Random, the way that I like to describe them is that they're all about priorities. Your pieces are awkwardly sometimes arranged, and you cannot open everything up at once. You're going to have to keep some pieces confined. So the real question you want to answer, which pieces do you want to open up first? And which pieces do you want to participate as effectively as possible in the opening? I think we have our answer here. Both sides focused entirely on their king side, opening up their bishops. And of course, the queen on G1 kind of nicely placed both from a defensive and an attacking standpoint. And our first trade is a pawn trade on F4. What do you make of that?
It's interesting because at first glance, I like White's active rook on F4 compared to a more passive rook on F8 that has no moves. But I'm also looking down the G file. There are open lines now, and so the move F5 comes to mind to exploit a pin. I see you indicating that, but then you might be walking into a pin of your own. So the players might be walking on pins and needles soon.
Literally. And what's hilarious is that after F5, White can slide the queen over to F1, shifting the pin from the G file, as you said, over to the F file. So Black has to be very careful what he wishes for here in the early going on the king side. Maybe H5 is a slightly more prudent way to chip away at White's G4 pawn, but it's not quite effective. White can play H3. I'm not worried about White losing the G4 pawn.
No, but I'm worried about those knights on A8 and C8 and A1 and C1, right? Are those knights going to B and D files? But that's a bit awkward because, now your knights are just in front of your pawns. Typically, we want our knights behind pawns. That way, they're both staring into the center. For example, a pawn on D4 and a knight on D3 will take control of more squares. So it's just hard to get a feel for the position. That's why Abdusattorov, Nodirbek, taking quite an extensive think already. So he is, of course, unfamiliar with the position and just trying to figure it out on the fly.
And I think it's safe to say that both sides, if they castle, will castle queen side. I mean, the king side is now essentially wide open for the rest of the game. But one thing that both sides have to be careful about is a C pawn landing on C5. If that happens, not only is one knight restricted, but actually both knights are entirely restricted. So that's another thing that both sides have to keep in mind. And I think Nodirbek, once again, is trying to determine his priorities. Should he get his knight out to b6? Knight ab6 looks like a reasonable move to me. Or does he continue engaging Hikaru on the king side with f5 or h5 or bishop e5, something to that effect?
H5, I think, was played. We can see the board on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, and that
Okay.
looks like a pawn on H5. So, and a quick response, bishop to F2 for Hikaru, and a bishop on F2 that eyes the A7 pawn. So if we could just throw those moves on the board just for a second down there. Oh,
There
and
it
here
is.
they come. The A7 pawn is targeted. Don't sleep on that. So many people miss that, especially online when they play Fischer Random. But here it's kind of obvious. It was Hikaru's last move.
And it's not just the a7 pawn that falls, is what you're saying. Let's say black plays the nonchalant h takes g4. After bishop takes a7, knight takes a7, queen takes a7, all of a sudden black is experiencing massive problems with his entire king side. If you slide the rook over, the bishop jumps into b7. If you slide the king over, there is still the tactic bishop takes b7 and queen takes a8. You can see the eval bar not entirely decided, but I don't think Hikaru's in the mood to allow his entire queen side to get decimated this early.
Yeah, no, this is what Hikaru is aiming for. Nodirbek says e5, striking in the center, closing down that bishop on h8.
I'm in Nodirbek, by the way. Apologize for that.
Yeah, no, all good. But does that give up a7? Like, the rook on b8 is also hanging. So I feel like that's too risky. And even if it somehow works out, that's not a good idea for Hikaru. Because just to show that variation here, after bishop a7, e takes f4, bishop takes b8, like that bishop might survive. And wow, the eval bar is still hovering towards the center. Now it's saying black is better. Yeah, how could black not be better? There's a bishop on b8 that really won't get out, at least not easily. But as you're indicating, the b7 pawn also tender. This is the wackiness of Fischer Random.
But Hikaru likes to play more consistently, more quietly in the opening. I think this is contrary to his style, and this is right up Nodirbek's alley. I think Nodirbek's strategy, insofar as you can formulate a strategy in Fischer Random, is to make the position chaotic. And we saw him, Robert, pulling out objectively lost positions left and right. He did it twice against Jan Nepomniachtchi. When the position gets complicated, he is so tricky from a tactical perspective. But tricky from a tactical perspective, those are perfect words to fit Hikaru as well. With that being said, I think that he's going to move the rook, and I think his main decision is where he wants to shift it to. A4, maybe you can even consider moving it up to f5 and giving up the g4 pawn. There's also a check on h4. Lots of candidate moves here in the early going.
Wow, bishop h4 check is one of those moves you completely miss and you lose the game on the spot. Now,
yeah,
the king has nowhere to go. You do have the move f6 to save the day, or knight to e7 can jump out there. But this rook is in some trouble for Hikaru, because if he goes rook a4, as you mentioned, then the knight comes out to b6 from a8, attacking that rook. And all of a sudden, black's pieces come to life. The g4 pawn still is tender. And I'm actually liking the way this game has started for Nodirbek. We're, what, 4 moves in? And I already prefer black's position.
You called it. Originally, when the rook came out to f4, I thought that was an unequivocally good thing for white. But now Nodirbek is sitting pretty on f8, kind of watching the show. And guess what? Bishop takes a7 actually might be the only way to get an objectively unbalanced position. It seems that no matter where white puts his rook, there's a knight that will attack it, or there's a pawn that's going to slide forward 2 squares, or you lose the g-pawn. And bishop h4 check is not that effective, Robert, because of this move, f6. Yes, you're closing down black's bishop, but once again, the rook has no good spots, and now black's queen is opened up and controlling the c4 square.
Yeah, this is not a good look out of the opening for Hikaru, and he seems bothered, right? His body language right now, he's resting his head on his hand. Normally, when he's happy, he's looking at the stars and looking at the ceiling, pulling a Beth Harmon before Beth Harmon even did that. But Hikaru does not look particularly thrilled. And Nodirbek, on the other hand, he just glanced up at Hikaru. I don't want to read too much into body language. I say that and continue to talk about it. But Nodirbek, he seems confident. He's looking sharp. And he's played the best Fischer Random of anybody. Hikaru probably might have an argument for himself, beating Magnus Carlsen head-to-head. But Nodirbek, he's been unbelievable.
Yeah, this is already a difficult position 4 moves in, as you're saying. I mentioned the move counter. You know, when do you get a situation like this in classical chess after 4 moves? Absolutely never. So Hikaru is going to have to adjust on the fly to this new set of challenges. And I think he's going to have to embrace the chaos and take that pawn on a7. And then we are in for an absolute barn burner of a game. And no, he's gone rook b4. Then
Okay,
rook
so the
b4.
but this is just awkward, right? Even though the whole starting position is abnormal or atypical in knight a to b6, I really like that move. Just start developing, and then you have this rook on b4, rook on b1 that's not doing anything. It feels like white's pieces are a bit misplaced in the early going, and black, if you just look at the board, has an extra pawn towards the center. White has h2 and g4, black has h5 and f7. So if this g pawn a g4 pawn goes out the way, then black will have f5 as a follow-up. And I really like the dynamics of this position for Nodirbek. So good start for him. I am curious, though, what's happening in the other one.
Me too. Let's transition on to our World Championship rematch between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi as we look at both players there on camera and the positions below them. Let's swing over to Nepo against Carlsen. Jan has the white pieces in game one. And what's interesting is that they had a very similar opening to Abdusattorov Nakamura, but with a slight deviation.
Yeah, I
But
mean, the position.
also flank play.
Yeah, you see the bishop on h1, the bishop on h8, those bishops in the corner coming to life. But unlike Hikaru's rook, which has ventured everywhere, it seems like Jan, he is playing with his minor pieces. And you're highlighting that the knight on c5, bishop on h1 team up against this pawn on b7, which is defended by that knight on d6. I think it's very easy to forget what's protecting what in Fischer Random because how many times do you have a knight on d6 with a pawn on d7 behind it, and you have to be worried about your b7 pawn?
Yeah, and how many times do you not have to be worried about your d7 pawn? Because, hey, there's just so happens to be bishop on e8 that's sitting there defending it. And a7, a5 by Magnus Carlsen, who is now down 7 minutes on the clock. But, Robert, the problem with Nepo's pieces is that they're kind of slipping away off of the ledge. Yeah, the knight and the queen looks impressive, but there's nothing to anchor his minor pieces. And you give Carlsen 2 tempi, he plays b6, and then he plays a4, and he just shoves all of white's pieces off of their active squares. And I think Nepo, with his last move, is trying to prevent that from happening. He's actually threatening to jump into e6 with a nasty discovered attack against the king.
No surprise here. Good tactical eye by you. And one other thing I note is, in addition to white threatening knight e6 check, look at that a2 pawn, because at a moment's notice, that pawn might be scooped up, even if they're a piece of sacrifice, right? If your knight jumps away from c4 and you take on a2, it could be enough compensation. But I would first and foremost take care of that knight on d4. Get rid of it. I don't want to see knight e6 check played. So I believe that black can take on d4. And I actually was about to say follow up with knight f5, but I might be blundering the b7 pawn in the process.
So after bishop d, but then you have the mirror threat of knight e3. What an instructive line that is. And that is a family fork against these 3 pieces. Let me just show this on the board. Oh, I have a free pawn on b7. You can see the eval bar dropping precipitously. Rook b7, knight b7, and whoop! A first whoop of the day goes to knight fe3, and the queen is lost after de knight e3. Robert, these unorthodox tactical constructions, that's what makes Fischer Random so fun. And it's the risk of even the best players in the world missing something like this, as bishop takes d4 is on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, what a sequence that would be. Those knights are creating huge threats in the position, but I guess if Magnus follows up with knight to f5, the simple bishop f2 is good enough, both covering the e3 square and protecting the d4 pawn. And I have to say, I'm starting to like Jan's position. I recommended bishop takes d4 just because I was worried about the threats, but we eliminated one threat, but we have long-term issues, and that the bishop pair, a dynamic position that should be good for Jan in such a situation. Plus the lead on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. He's almost up 10 minutes, and let's not forget there is no increment until move 30, and we have seen players like Matthias Blubaum and Vladimir Fedoseev, and sometimes even the world champions struggle to make 30 moves in time. And with the position as complicated as it is, this plays right into Jan's hands. He wants to force Magnus into an incredibly tough position with 2 minutes on the clock. So knight f5, potentially on deck, but then Carlsen will have to take care of his v7 pawn. And this bishop f2 idea is a super important defensive resource. I'm on the same page. I like Jan's position in the early going.
I'm still looking at a2 pawn, hoping to drum up some counterplay with a queen takes a2 at some point, but I don't think it's worth the cost of the knight on c4. So in some positions, that might work in black's favor. For now, I don't think there's much of an attack or enough compensation to give away that piece. So I think that Jan, I mean, look at him. I know he's hunched over there, But the move b6, just chosen
Ooh.
by Magnus, I think the knight can simply retreat to d3, and all of white's bases are covered. That knight may venture to e4. You beat me to it. You know where I was
knew
going
exactly
with my
where you
thought.
were going.
I just feel like white has everything you could dream of in terms of typical chess notions.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost think of these pawns as some sort of a mirror Marozzi bind. What is the bind inflicted on? Well, it's that e5 square, which is being clamped down on, not really allowing black to free himself by pushing the e pawn. It's important to point out, though, that knight a6, tempting as it may appear, is very counterproductive because after rook c8, hey, I can trap the rook on b7. My opponent does have a knight on d6 protecting that square. So don't go knight a6 and self-imprison yourself. I think we're going to see Jan wisely dropping the knight back to d3.
Yeah, and the fact that he's thinking here is a bit surprising. Maybe he's just gathering his bearings. But knight d3, you don't want to bring your knights on the rim unless somehow knight a6, there's some tactic that we're overlooking, which I don't really think we are.
No.
The knight d3 retreat seems very natural, and he can keep that huge lead on the clock because it's only move 9 just played there. b6 was black's 9th move. 20 plus moves to make with 13 minutes in this kind of position. Good luck to you.
Yeah, and I think Carlsen may have underestimated the defensive power of the move bishop f2. That's the problem when you're banking on one specific resource to solve all of your problems. You realize that your opponent has a defense to that resource, and now you have to accept all of the sort of positional costs that you have borne by giving up the bishop pair and giving up the dark squares and giving up superior central control to white.
Danya, bear with me for a second. If white plays knight d3, is
Okay.
there a move like knight to a3? I'm really trying to go for that a2 pawn. And, the eval bar is hanging in the center. So I've been talking, oh my gosh, will we see
Oh my
that?
gosh. Knight d3 has been played, and maybe that's exactly what Jan was thinking about. Knight a3, what a crackdown move. That's right out of the Dr. Tancredi playbook. B takes a3. You want to take on a2, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that I play, and the problem is if wherever I go, you're going to have a check, and a nasty one at that. You can also take on a3. I'm beginning to get on board with your idea. I mean, hey, you're preaching to the choir. I don't need any convincing that knight a3 is going to work.
I just, it was more of an intuitive decision. I didn't actually have it backed up with calculation, but Magnus said, I don't want to get involved in this side of the board just yet. I mean, it is a lot to consider. He starts the g5, exploiting the pin on the f file. But if Jan is not attentive to his king's position, doesn't have many moves, right? He can go to the c file, but that's about it. A move like knight a3, I've been harping on this for a while now. It could come out of nowhere and really hurt him.
You called it long ago, that x-ray between the queen and the a3 pawn. And because knight a3 is to be taken seriously, I would be contemplating, if I were Jan, castling queenside here. I know that sounds weird, but castling works exactly the same way. So I would be thinking about making this move. The eval bar doesn't like it, though. And maybe it's because knight a3 is still a distinct possibility here. B takes a3, queen a2. You don't see the eval bar dropping quite as much as you might think it does. And that knight is literally untouchable. Here, the king is toast.
Right. So all sorts of knight sackers available. That is why Jan just responded with the move b3, kicking that knight out of there. And he is also covering the a2 pawn. So it's a dual purpose move. It's a very good decision. And the knight goes to a3, but no longer does Jan have to worry about hanging a pawn just yet.
Yeah, the point of this move is just to blunt the queen. And as long as the queen is blunted, white's king remains safe in the center.
What a fascinating position we have here. I mean, seriously, cool stuff. You just don't get this kind of chaos, this kind of randomness, for lack of a better word, as early as you do in Fischer Random in the game of standard chess. So you see the players, they are really into it. Jan shaking his legs a little bit, but plays rook c1. What a natural move. And what about a4 for... you're pointing out bishop f7 takes b3 as well. But
we're looking at the same pawn, a4.
That... you block the threat, so let me pry it open with a move like a4. I guess white does have the response d5, shutting down the queen on the diagonal. That would be very important. So bishop f7 seems like a viable decision, and that could cause Jan some issues.
But the problem with bishop f7 is that I think white can respond with a relatively simple e3, creating some luft on e2. And any sacrifice on b3 is just destined to fail because the king is so safe on e2. Important that bishop h5 is not possible here. Bishop f7 has been played, and Robert, maybe Carlsen is thinking about combining our two ideas, maybe playing a4 after white plays e3, but somehow, even if we can imagine that white plays e3, black plays a4, I think even taking on a4 can't be all that bad for white, can it? Because anytime you want, the king can escape toward the center, and white can generate his own threats against d7 if he so desires.
Wow, you just pointed the d7 pawn. I'm like, wait, there's a checkmate about to happen? And that is something you really need to keep an eye out for. So both sides have tactical chances here. The foundation of the position should be better for white thanks to the bishop pair. But with so many threats in the mix here, it's not going to be easy to coordinate the pieces in a way that actually allows Jan to maximize. And the time advantage is still there. Jan doing very well. But what's going on in our other game between Hikaru Nakamura and world rapid champion Nodirbek Abdusattorov?
Our other game is just as entertaining. Wow, we have that crazy rook on the 4th rank, which escaped its shell early, but that strategy potentially backfiring for Hikaru Nakamura as he faces down the barrel now, Robert, of a clearly worse position. He's given up complete central control. That rook is almost out of squares. Nodirbek has managed to solve the problem of his awkward knights, and with his last move, knight c8 to e7, he is threatening to jump into d5 and potentially just trap that rook on b4. Am I reading this position correctly? This is just not good for Hikaru, is it?
No, it looks miserable because it seems like white has developed two pieces and black, even though black's pieces aren't out, you have all these pawns creating threats on the g4 square. That rook, as you're mentioning, it's about to be trapped. So with the threat being a move like knight d5, what can white do to deal with it? That rook on b4 is as misplaced of a piece as I've seen in recent times.
Yeah, it's just biting on granite. And I was about to propose the move knight c5, and then I remembered that the queen is staring at the a2 pawn, so you can't even do that. And obviously, if you take on b7, black can always recapture with the rook. b1 is hanging with checkmate. It's not just the rook that's hanging. So that's not possible either. White's hamstrung on the queen side. White's hamstrung on the king side, because if you take on f5, I don't think the queen trade offers all that much relief. Robert, maybe this is the most prudent option, but no, that is not how Nodirbek is going to respond. As much as I want to see him sacrificing a queen. Listen, even an endgame like this, and I made the most simple moves for black, is no good at all because with the f-file wide open, only black's rook is uniquely poised to take advantage of it. I don't know what Hikaru should turn to in this position.
And that rook on b4 still might get trapped or kicked around a bunch, giving black some free tempi and more control. So we have some great feature chats here. Someone should teach Hikaru not to bring out the rook early in the opening. That's usually true in a standard game of chess. And here in Fischer Random, it proves no exception. And Hikaru, you can just see it on him, right, Dunya? Like, he does not look comfortable at all. Nope. It's not when he's just destroying people left and right in Title Tuesdays and all sorts of events. And he did make the move. Knight c5 hanging a2.
Well, does he hang a2 or is he trying to sacrifice it? I guess
he should call it a sacrifice, even if it's a blunder. Exactly.
It's a sacrifice. I actually don't really doubt that it's a sacrifice. And my guess is that he wants to lure the queen on a2 and just play the move rook c1. And I think what Hikaru is saying is that finally the pressure on the g file has been lifted. The queen on a2 could potentially get in trouble. But in addition to all of his other ideas, Nodirbek could try a move like d6, doing a little luring of his own, luring the knight to b7, shifting the king to c8, and asking very politely or not so politely where the knight is going to go. Position like this, Robert, looks borderline lost.
And there's a very important point because white's threat has been like knight to b3 with rook a1 to follow, but knight b3 cuts the rook on b4 off from the b2 pawn, so that black queen isn't trapped, even if white had a free turn. So that's a very important thing to point out, that it looks like Hikaru is about to trap Nodirbek's queen, but as he's looking off to the side, well, he's going to have to find some better answers because that queen is able to escape.
Although in this specific position, you actually can't take on b7, not because the queen is trapped per se, but because when the king lands on b7, it is subjected to a nasty discover check on a5. So in this particular line, black loses his queen. But Nodirbek is under no obligation to rush rook takes b7, he could consider a move like e4, slicing off the connection between the bishop and the knight and giving the queen an escape route through the long diagonal. So I think these and other complicated lines are going to be what Nodirbek calculates for a couple of minutes here. And he's calculated them for a couple of minutes, and he's made his decision, and it is to take on a2. And that is what I love about Nodirbek, Robert. He never, ever shies away from complications. He believes in his own calculating power.
And look at him. He is calculating powerfully because he has his head pretty much at his pieces. He is leaned in there. He is fully focused. And I mean, this is a bad position for Hikaru. And Hikaru knows it, right? Hikaru is a very objective player. He is somebody who senses the moment. Maybe he should give up some material to have practical chances. So I do think it is a worthy attempt. But just Hikaru, the way he is sort of floundered with a rook f4, rook b4, it's just a better start to this match for Nodirbek. And that doesn't mean the game is over. Hikaru has plenty of chances. You have said this time and time again. Actually defeating Hikaru is like the hardest thing in the world. You could have a completely winning position. You could even be up like a queen against the guy, and he'll still fight tooth and nail to the very finish. But just to think, Danya, after queen takes a2 and then spend some time, to me, that's a bad sign.
It's entirely possible that he blundered this move. I'm going to change my tune a little bit. And these blunders, we talked about this at the very beginning of the broadcast. Not only are they possible, but they're rather common. You just don't see these geometric constructions. Queen g8 takes a2. How many times have those words been uttered in the context of classical chess? So Hikaru, with his rook hanging on b1 with checkmate and one threatened, has to figure out some way to complicate the game. And he tries to do so by bringing his king over to c1 rather than his rook. And my guess, Robert, is that he wants now to implement your idea with knight ab3 when rook a1 actually will trap the queen with the king defending b2. But it's slow, it's cumbersome, and Nodirbek has 2 entire tempi to deal with that. That is an eternity in a position as chaotic as this one.
Yeah, and there are other things that the move king to c1 does, and one of them is a bad thing. It allows black to have some checkmate on the back rank, because with the king on d1, that bishop in some variations could shelter to e1 and keep things nice and defended. But with the king on c1, I'm already looking at ways to exploit the back rank, and that move looks like knight to d5 by Nodirbek.
Whoa.
And the eval went up for
I think white can play knight ab3 anyway. Can't he?
You're just giving up your rook on b4 and giving up 2 rooks for the queen.
Oh my god. James, can't he? Knight ab3, knight takes b4, rook a1. Now, I think Nodirbek sees that black can get 2 rooks for the queen, but the problem, Robert, look at black's rooks. They're totally out of the game. I would take the queen any day in a position like this. Is knight ab3 the reason that the eval bar has taken a 180? I think it is.
Wow.
Oh my lands.
But when you think about it, black's already stolen a pawn, right? And now you're going to get 2 rooks for the queen. So that is quite a lot of material for black. You have 11 points worth for 9. But the issue is king safety. Your point of bishop h4, the b7 pawn now really is under attack. So all of a sudden, there are a bunch of things to worry about. Now, I think that both sides would have huge chances in this position. I wouldn't even know who's better if you just showed it to me. I actually think that maybe black still has the better chances because it looks like the attack isn't sufficient, even though the evaluation bar is suggesting that it is. So I think Nodirbek confidently went into this just on intuition, saying I should have the good side of things. He may objectively be wrong, but from a practical point, he has some merit.
But I'm going to push back a little bit. I think black just experiences massive logistical problems here. What are they? If you play king c8 to defend b7, I can take on b7 anyway and follow up with the timely bishop c5. If you play, for example, knight back to c6, let's intercept the bishop. Well, now white strikes at the other end. G takes h5. And again, I'm not saying that these are necessarily the best moves. I'm trying to illustrate the kinds of challenges that black is up against in this position without a queen. And with the rooks are as passive as they are, I just feel like black is going to suffer on one side of the board. And the queen is uniquely positioned to supervise both sides of the board from g1. And knight ab3 is on the board. You don't have to ask Hikaru twice.
No, you don't. And Nodirbek, he doesn't seem rattled by the decision just yet, but he is taking a pause to consider his options. I'm going to give you some credit there. Knight A B3 and the queen on A2 being trapped is an issue, and it just is interesting. I mean, you can see the players' faces. Hikaru, he understands that this is his best opportunity, and neither player knows what the exact assessment is. But Hikaru says, you know what, this is good for me, and he is right. So this pawn sacrifice on A2 is working out for him thus far. And Dunn, if we just go back before knight to D5 was played. I've been thinking about it. Maybe just bringing the queen back to F7 was sufficient. That if you just drop your queen all the way back with F takes G4 on the docket and back rank checkmates in the works, this is maybe what Black had to do. It's easy to say in retrospect. Hindsight is 2020, and I wear glasses. My vision's not good, but I feel like this is where Nodirbek's gonna be like, maybe I should spend a bit more time, even if he ultimately came to the same decisions in the game. So he had a huge opportunity.
Yeah, I think after queen f7, white is lost. And I'm not just saying that because of the e-ball bar. He's down a pawn. All of the problems that white faced 2 moves previously have been amplified hundredfold. So the tune, the nature of the position has changed entirely. And Hikaru kind of leaning back in his chair, I can assure you that he is breathing a deep sigh of relief on the inside. He now knows that this position is a 3-result game, and he's got the best position he has in basically since move 2. So potentially a big turnaround. Let's see how Nodirbek handles this new set of challenges. I think he's going to have to take the rook, and we're going to see that queen against 2 rooks battle. And in the other game, we have a ton of developments as well. So shall we take a dip into Magnus Carlsen land?
While you were just diving into that position, there is one of the most beautiful tactics that Magnus Carlsen found. So the reason why his position is good, we see it in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. It's much better for him. We'll dive right into that because on move 13, there was an amazing tactic that Magnus Carlsen spotted. So in this position, bishop F2. Check this out. Bishop takes B3 check, a piece sacrifice for a couple pawns.
That's a logical move.
This all makes sense, so keep going.
Whoa.
And
Rook
the move,
takes F4.
Rook F4. So the point, everybody, is to distract the knight on D3. You may say, why does that knight need distraction? Well, we can show it actually with the game continuation. If Rook F4, this is the best illustration of it. Knight F4, Queen B3 check, King E1 only move, Knight C2 check, and you can't sacrifice your rook for that knight because Queen B1 leads the checkmate. The knight on D3 covered the C1 square. So with the knight removed, you can no longer capture this knight on C2, Black's knight, and if the king slides back to D1, check this out. Knight E3, double check.
Didn't.
And after King E1, I'm not even taking your queen on G4. I'm playing Queen D1, Rook takes queen, Knight C2, smothered checkmate. That is sick. Magnus Carlsen spotted that from a mile away, and that is why he is the world chess champion and the best player in the world for over the last decade.
Rook takes F4. Are you kidding me? How many times do you see not only a smothered mate, that is rare, let alone a smothered mate with the white king on its initial chess square? That is absolutely ridiculous. And after Rook takes F4, Jan was forced to do a complete 180. He had to make the rather sad move, Queen H5. And Carlsen follows up by grabbing another pawn. And here he does give that check on C2. And of course, Jan avoids getting checkmated with Rook takes C2. But after Queen takes C2, the back rank haunts white again. Again, you can't take the rook because of checkmate. You have to let the rook live. Jan was forced to play the desperate move E3. And after Rook F6, it's time to take stock. Magnus has 7 pawns. Jan has 4. White's queen side has been completely decimated. Black has these connected passers. And White's king is still breathing with a lot of difficulty here. What a ridiculous sequence of events, Robert. With that being said, the game is far from over. White has a lot of minor pieces. And if Jan can somehow untangle, maybe bring the king up to E2, Black still has some problems left to solve.
That's true. So how many pawns? Oh, the last move that Magnus was castle queenside.
Whoa.
I forget that moves like that are legal in Fischer Random, but he castles queenside to make sure the D7 pawn is protected to bring the rook in the game. Now, I'm kind of with you. The bishop on H1, that open diagonal scares me a bit, but Black does have 3 pawns and a rook for those 2 minor pieces, and that A5 pawn, that may become a runner in the near future. It's going to sprint down to the A1 square and become a new queen.
And will it sprint down in this position, or will Magnus try to take some sort of prophylactic measures against White's light square control? I don't actually think that any action is required of black immediately. I think a4 is totally possible here. But maybe Magnus is going to try to eliminate that knight on e5, distract the queen. He plays h5. Magnus in full sacrifice mode right now.
No, he is in
full send.
Top form, because his point is the d7 pawn is his weak spot. So if this queen is distracted by taking on h5, then his rook can successfully go to f8, and now there are all sorts of checkmating threats down the line. The bishop is pinned, the rook behind it, and as Casey Abel says, nobody can survive this endgame against Magnus. This is not an endgame yet. There are still checkmating possibilities. So Magnus is doing great. I mean, that idea, that tactical sacrifice was unbelievable.
He's playing with such energy, and he's not panicking in time pressure. Jan's time advantage has evaporated almost entirely. He's still 3 minutes up. And for Jan, it's going to be important to keep some level of complexity on the board and hope for a mistake sometime in the next 10 moves.
Jan is going to have to sort of pray that Magnus Carlsen somehow blunders a rook like he did against Hikaru Nakamura, because the way Magnus has played this game, I mean, this is giving him all the confidence, and you do not want to face Magnus Carlsen down a point, who feels like he's in great form, finding all of these tactics. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, h5, rook takes f4, and Magnus just seems relaxed. He's fully focused, and losing your first match game with the white pieces is not the recipe for success. So I think Jan is doing the right thing by taking his time. He's trying to figure out how he can maximize the activity of his queen. Queen g2 obviously creates a mate in one threat. I think Magnus is going to see that. Something tells me that he's just going to respond with c6. And Robert, the more I look at this, the more pessimistic I get about White's ability to defend against the onslaught on the f-file and something called a passed pawn that is going to be made into something called a queen pretty shortly.
I appreciate you informing me of how those pawns scamper to the other side. It's ready to rumble. And Jan, his best move might be trying to trade queens. I mean, the feature chat we just had before with Casey Abel said no one can survive the endgame against Magnus. And I think after queen d1, a simple queen swap, I don't think Jan is really going to survive that either. It's 3 pawns and a rook for minor pieces. And it's not like there's a target in Black's position with the queens off the board. So then Black can just choose. You spend all the time that he wants creating a passed pawn, running them up the board. And Dinah, this looks miserable.
Actually, I still think that queen d1 might be the lesser evil, because at first I thought, hey, Black just takes, goes rook df8, and White has no way, even hypothetically, to free up the rook on f1. But that's not quite accurate. White can play king e2. And if Black just sort of nonchalantly pushes his pawn, the knight can drop back to d3, liberating the rook from f1. And if you're not careful, these 3 pieces are nice and compact. They're controlling all of the penetration squares. So after rook a1, Magnus will have to be very careful not to lose the pride of his position, the a-pawn. Obviously, he is not just going to blindly push his passed pawn, but I think Jan just has to bite the bullet, hunker down, and try his luck in this endgame. I don't see an alternative.
In the endgame you have on the screen here, I think what Black should do is change the variant from Fischer Random to Connect 4 and play a4, and after knight d3, play c6 and b5. Just like throw this, b5, c6, whatever order you want. But the point is just create this pawn chain. And then it's like, well, where do your pieces go for White? You don't have anything to threaten. And I agree with you that Jan would have some chance to survive. It just feels really unpleasant.
And this is just not his style. Jan needs to keep some intrigue on the board. But I think that's one area he has matured. He has grown as a chess player, even compared to the beast that Jan was a couple of years ago. He tries to play objectively. And maybe I'm overanalyzing, over-psychologizing, but queen d1 is on the board. I think Jan is making every effort to defend as objectively as possible. This game is not over. Magnus still has work to do.
No, it is not. If Jan can survive this, he probably will feel like he can survive anything. So he's digging deep, trying to find that internal motivation, because he recognizes that while his position is bad, what happened?
Go ahead.
No, you take
the other
there.
game, but finish
Let's
your thought.
No.
Right.
My thoughts are over if the other game is exciting. So take us there, Danya.
Hikaru Airlines Flight 1 has been cleared for takeoff. I think Nodirbek has, well, I wouldn't say that he has blundered, but I think his position is deteriorating at a very rapid pace. Let's rewind for a second. After rook a1, as we predicted, queen takes a1, knight takes a1, e4, by Nodirbek to cut off White's bishop. But Hikaru delivering a well-timed check on h4. Bishop trade. And what has the bishop trade allowed White to do? It has allowed White to swing his queen to d4 with a fork against the knight and the rook. And Robert, is Nodirbek just flat out losing material here?
Yes. The very simple answer to your simple question is yes. And wow, you were correct. You sort of assessed this position correctly. I was thinking that the rooks should be good against the queen, but after the move knight d5, he doesn't even allow me to finish my thought. c4,
Nope.
Kicking the knight away, and rook f1 check is a counter. So that is what Nodirbek is relying on. But I mean, to move bishop g2 now, covering that one thread, and knight d5 is still hanging.
That's such a calm move. And look at that bishop, the hero of the position, defending h3, defending f1, the queen protecting f2. Can White? No, Black can't play knight f4. Then the rook hangs. Nodirbek just loses the knight on d5, and that rook on b8 is still fast asleep and missing all of the action. And bishop g2, don't ask him twice. It's played. When Hikaru smells blood like this, Robert, you just feel the life force draining from Nodirbek's pieces.
And he just screwed that bishop into the square. He was just like, this is a winning position for me. And what a turnaround. Nodirbek stole upon a2. He knew that he was in the driver's seat. But look at Hikaru now. He is relaxed. He was not like this early in the game. His head was in his hand. Now he's just looking around, being like, okay, when's the next game? What time is that one start? Because I'm taking this one home.
Checks watch. That king c1 move, so unassuming looking, Robert. Oh, I'm desperate. I have to bring my king. The goalkeeper has to come out to kick the corner kick. No. King c1 was an ambitious move. And that knight b3, rook a1 idea was simply vicious. And now the queen demonstrating its total superiority over Black's disjointed rooks.
Wow, I just can't believe it. Hikaru, there he is. He's looking up. That's the sign. He looked up. He said, thank you to the chess gods for allowing me to play this beautiful game. I am taking this one home and stealing game one. And this is bad news for Nodirbek, who struggled against Wesley So in his final game. Yes, he had wrapped up his group. He knew where he was going to be situated. But you start getting your own head, right, Danya? You lose one match. You lose the first game of the next. He is going to have to show resilience to, at a mature level. He's a teenager, but he's going to have to just really find it within himself to not get frazzled by what's happened here.
Yeah, I mean, the silver lining is that he has lost to the black pieces. He's got white next game. He's more familiar with the position. And, he put tremendous pressure on Hikaru straight out of the opening. So he's just going to have to do that again. But listen, putting this game out of your mind, especially given the fact, let's be totally straightforward here. If Nodirbek went with your move, Queen F7, I think I would have assigned maybe 80-90% chance that he would have won that game. He was up a pawn. He was dominating on all sides of the board. And that thought is so infuriating, Robert. We have all experienced it. Had I just made one move, the results of the game would probably have been different. The match would have looked different. He has to avoid traveling down that rabbit hole as he thinks about the next game.
Wow. And maybe he still has some chance in this position that we're not giving credit for, because let's look at this. Let's take a step back. We know Hikaru is doing well. The engine is confirming as much. Black currently has 7 pawns to White's 5. So even though Hikaru is about to steal a knight, and so he'll have a queen and a knight, it's going to be for 2 rooks and 2 pawns. And with a relatively safe king for Black, maybe there are some outside chances for Nodirbek to hold on to this game, to just fight tooth and nail, claw his way back, just like Hikaru did in the earlier stages.
But the problem is that I don't see a single move. I was thinking about playing something like rook d6, but once you give up the knight on d5, White's queen also has this sally to f6, should the rook move away from the 6th rank. And castle's queenside, probably the best that Nodirbek can do. Hikaru immediately grabs that knight on d5, and maybe rook d6 now. Maybe you try to eliminate the pawn on d5. It goes rook f5. Okay. Not totally over. I agree.
Rook f5 and rook d6 do the same thing, except rook f5 allows White to push the pawn to d6. So I'm very curious why he would allow this. Maybe he's actually not concerned about the move pawn to d6, but at first glance, it looks a bit off. And what else looks off is Nodirbek's time. He is under 3 minutes, no increment. until they reach move 30, where they both get 5 minutes added to their clocks as well. And that was only his 18th move played. So try playing 12 moves in this position with under 3 minutes. Good luck.
Good luck is right. And Hikaru grabbing the pawn on g4, allowing the intermezzo rook takes d5. Now, wait a second. Rook takes d5. Hikaru just wants to clarify the position. He wants to avoid complications as he drops his queen back to c3. And the next move he's going to take on e4. But 2 rooks that's a large amount of material. So is Nodirbek going to try to push the knight out of c5? No, he goes bishop g6, trying to cling to this e4 pawn.
I like that decision because now he's also freed up his rook on d8. That rook can swing on over to an open file, maybe the f file at some point, and he has 2 rooks, right? The good thing about having 2 rooks versus a queen is that they could team up on squares. So I would bring the knight out from a1 to b3, connect your knights, make sure that they're defended, and finally, get that one into the game. So obviously, Hikaru Nakamura is a better position, but there are some situations, Danya, if we think about it, where maybe being down this material with limited other material remaining, that Nodirbek can have some chances. And it's not like White's king is in the safest spot either.
And not to be too much of an email bar, Andy, but it did drop after Hikaru plays knight c2. And I think his idea is to meet h takes g4, potentially with the move knight e3. But Black's not just going to give these pawns away that easily. He can play rook g5, and it really hurts White that the queen is tied down to the knight. You would love to play the move, not queen e6, but queen f6. Here, you have to waste another tempo protecting the knight if you want the queen to travel to f6. And this gives Black some chances to defend the key squares. But listen, I'm still very pessimistic. With 2 minutes on the clock, I just don't see Nodirbek holding this for another 7 moves. I just don't.
And did you see Nodirbek kind of look to the side? I wonder, if he knows what move he's on. I wonder how that's made clear to the players, but there must be a monitor or something. But he did just take on g4. So the knight on c5, as you point out, is loose, so the queen has to stay put. The e4 pawn can be captured, but knight takes e4, for example, for White. Maybe Black just starts trading off pieces. Bishop takes e4, put a rook behind your passed pawn, and you have 2 rooks and 2 pawns for a queen and a minor piece. That is actually quite a lot of material.
It really is.
There it's all happening.
Okay, and rook g5. Rook g5 now. Yeah. Supporting the pawn, and that pawn gets to g3. You're singing a completely different tune. I think Hikaru might have played inaccurately the last couple of moves. And now, if he has to put his queen on g3, Robert, he's going to have to defend passively for a couple of moves at least.
And how do you attack, right? You can be up material, and that's great news for Hikaru, but you need to attack something, because if you just shuffle your pieces around, you're not actually making progress. Meanwhile, Black has a rook behind a passed pawn, has a second rook that can enter the game or just defend the rook in front of it. So, let's say Black does nothing, brings the d8 rook to g8, and puts a pawn on c6 maybe, depending on how White plays. How exactly does White win this game from a good position?
Yeah, I wouldn't, use the fortress word just yet, but every pawn is defended by another pawn. The initial pawn on b7 is protected by the king, and the white bishop is going to be blunted in hardcore fashion if Black puts pawns on d5 and c6. This is a rather difficult task that awaits Hikaru, especially if Nodirbek can make move 30 in one piece and get those additional 5 minutes. He starts shuffling back and forth. You start getting nervous. We still have some chess left to play in this game. Let's count the eggs when they've hatched.
Sorry, you are right. Playing chess in this game. Magnus Carlsen is moved 28 in the other game, so they're heading towards the time patrol. But Magnus, not much time left on his clock, if I'm reading things correctly. So,
oh my gosh!
I don't believe he's going to 0 seconds. That must be a DGT relay error. We will confirm the clock there. But look at that position. The knight on d3 does defend the bishop on f2, but things do seem to be getting better and better for Magnus. Oh, there's a knight on h3 now. Whoa. So I guess a bunch of moves have been played, and they just
there's one rook instead of 2.
Oh yeah,
there's one rook instead of 2.
And he made his final move with 37 seconds, it looks like, to reach time patrol. So how in the world did that just happen?
As we look at that beautiful camera angle, Magnus sacrificed another exchange for another pawn. And I think Jan is probably looking better than he's looked for the last 10 moves. Wow. This is enigmatic.
Yeah, wow. I mean, now Jan has a new lease in life. The king for Black scooted over to d8. That could be some problems. And yes, Hikaru and Magnus are very, very strong, but I wouldn't say necessarily too strong considering the opponents they have in front of them.
Yeah, I think Jan with some excellent defensive chances as they both have made move 30. Magnus is still better and he's still attacking. And you can see Jan twirling that pawn furiously. In fact, both of them are on the right side of your screen. As we look at the two board view, Nodirbek has been forced to give up his G3 pawn, but he has gone to town on White's queen side. So that game is also, I would say, almost a 50-50 kind of position.
Yeah, and what done means is 50% that Hikaru wins, 50% draw, because the only target is on D7. And guess what? A rook is about to slide back to F7 to defend that pawn. And
Yep.
unless White can either get his own pawns marching, D4, E4, and so on, but that opens up the king to checks. And Daniel, let me ask you something, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we think about fortresses, we think about potential draws. What happens if one of Nodirbek's rooks is traded for that bishop? Is there a potential to hold a fortress, rook, and say 4 pawns, it's queen and 2, especially if we can trade pawns along the way?
There absolutely is. You can never forget about these types of defenses. I think White's pawns are nicely situated on D2 and E2, and they can be used in some cases as a battering ram. You can imagine that E pawn landing on E6. If Black has only one rook, it may not be capable of dealing with the opening of the position. But to answer your question, absolutely, Nodirbek has to keep an exchange sacrifice in mind. But for the time being, he's just chilling on F7. He is waiting for Hikaru to commit. And Robert, I think Hikaru will have to push his E pawn, but if he wants to defeat this fortress by hook or by crook, he won't be able to do it without the use of his pawns.
It's true, because he can't just sit and do nothing. Otherwise, he will not win this game. And meanwhile, look at Magnus Carlsen's king on the bottom right-hand side of the screen there. A pawn was just grabbed on B6. The king runs to E8 and might run to F7 next. But White's pieces, the bishop on G2, knight on H3, those are also quite vulnerable. So what a game we have. What a duo of games here. Both are awesome.
Yeah, my eyes are darting to the left and then to the right, and they're darting to that bishop on G2. If Jan drops it back to F1, the problem is that Magnus grabs it with his rook and then takes the knight on H3 and then potentially also the pawn on H2. So Magnus, the only one with winning chances. But in that resulting position, Robert, Jan could tuck his king away on G1. And with the F file being open, Magnus will experience some difficulties with his monarch as well. So that game is far from decided either.
No, and I'm liking this view. You see all 4 players sweating it out right here. I mean, you look in the bottom left. It's a bishop and a queen trying to go after Black, but the Black's defense is so strong. On the bottom right, we have kind of a chaotic position where Black has 2 pawns for a piece. Magnus had a rook for a couple minors. One rook was traded for 1 minor, and the White king, the Black king, both unsafe. So that one is up in the air, but by body language, Danya, Magnus, he's back in his chair. Jan is really staring deeply into the position. Now, Magnus, they're reversing roles here. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, the higher space said this is going to be difficult to convert now for Magnus. I am with you, but I think Jan needs to accelerate his pace here. I don't see a single alternative to bishop G2 to F1. And that position after rook takes F1, it's unpleasant. White's not really harboring any winning chances there. But, I mean, a check on B8 is totally counterproductive, Robert, because it sends the king to an even safer square, and it opens up an attack on the queen by the rook on F8. So Jan, he's taking golden seconds right now as he drops down to 4 minutes. The last thing you want is having this position and having to survive on the 5-second increment alone.
You know, it would be amazing, and this is just for all you Fischer Random aficionados out there. If White's king and rook hadn't moved yet, if you could, on Magnus's board, if Jan could throw queen b8 check and then castle kingside and deliver the knockout. That happens in Fischer Random, right? Like where you just forget that somebody can castle and they go to the other side of the board and you immediately lose. That has definitely happened to me.
You had me fooled there for a second. You had me testing whether that's possible for a second. But of course, the king hasn't just moved. It's traveled around the world and back and landed on its initial chess square. Jan continues to think here. What is he contemplating? What moves exist other than bishop F1?
I don't have the answer. He's just nervous about giving up those 2 minor pieces for the rook, and maybe he thinks that that might just be a losing trade off. 2 pieces, of course, more valuable than the rook, and then White has the remaining rook. But Magnus now ahead on the clock, ahead on the position, This is not good news for Jan, who has fought so valiantly to this point.
And bishop f1, biting the bullet, immediately grabbed by the rook, and Magnus taking the knight on h3. Deliberate motions there. And after king g1, as I said, my worry is that Magnus will have to use his limited material to not only pursue the attack on White's king, but make sure that his own king is safe, especially given that open f file.
Yes, and we can actually have a close-up of this game here. We see the DGT relay is having some issues, but the players, their king is in the corner, the queen gave it a check, and now Magnus can make a draw on the spot if he wants. He can keep giving that king checks and end the game, but why would he want that? His king is actually safe in comparison to his opponents. So this is a position where Magnus is going to look, he's going to hunt for a victory with the knight and 2 pawns for a rook.
Yeah, the only way that Magnus loses and that disaster strikes is he blunders some sort of checkmate along the f file. That ain't going to happen. Even if he loses his a pawn, even if he loses a bunch of pawns, he basically has this draw in his pocket whenever he wants. So what he's thinking about is how to properly involve this knight. There's a bunch of candidate moves. He can push his pawn up to h3 and create a mate threat on g2. He can drop the knight into e4. He can push the a pawn. This is such a difficult position to make a decision in the context of a classic game, much less a decision when you have 4 minutes on the clock and a potential back rank check on deck with queen b8 and rook f1. A serious force to be reckoned with.
Magnus down to 3 minutes and about 50 seconds. He's up a minute on the clock still, but he's going to be using that, trying to make inroads against that white king in the corner, right? This just need that knight to jump into f2 for checkmate. Not going to be so easy. And well, in the other game, I'm just looking at both of these. You see Hikaru and Nodirbek. Nodirbek's going to shuffle. That is all he is going to do. Like, look at his rooks. He's going to go rook h7 to g7. He just played it. And then rook g7 back to h7 and so on and so forth. And he is going to say that Hikaru is not going to be able to beat him. But you made the point of this, Danya. At some point, those pawns for white need to get rolling because you're facing 3 defenders in the d7 pawn. You need to get an e4, e5, e6, something like that to really break open the black king. The problem, though, is by pushing your e-pawn, white's king could be in some danger, not of getting checkmated, but of receiving perpetual check.
Yeah, and there could even be some ladder mate constructions, although the rooks have to remain on the 7th rank for defensive purposes. Hikaru continues to poke and prod. He's trying to find the ideal arrangement for his bishop and queen. The other idea for white is to play d4, d5. That's kind of a compromise because you leave the e-pawn in place in order to shelter the king, and you're trying to use the d-pawn as a battering ram. But then Nodirbek could simply ignore that. He could say, hey, go take my pawn on c6. I don't really care. Instead, rook f5, he's not even giving Hikaru a single tempo to push that pawn up to d5. And bishop comes back to g6. It jumps forward, trying to dislodge and disattach the rooks from each other.
Can we bring up that board quickly? Because the question I posed earlier, what happens if black takes this bishop? I don't want to do that. I am just curious. If black takes the bishop on g6, if we can get this going on here, in that position that you have there, that evaluation, what does that say?
Plus 2.5, and that's totally, that doesn't tell us much. Right? That is totally fortress territory.
So there might be a time and a place for the rook sacrificing for the bishop and just creating a draw like this because your king is close to your pawns. There is no way for the white king to get in just yet. I would be scared to do this. I admit that. I'm just always curious. Is it possible? And it seems, objectively speaking, it's possible, even if practically speaking, it will often end in a loss for black.
And I think the reason it might end in a loss is this idea connected with pushing the pawn up to e5. The point not being to play e6 because every pawn trade brings black closer to a fortress. Rather, the point is to pave the way for white's king to travel all the way to black's side of the board. And anytime Nodirbek pushes his pawns, these pawns become more of a liability. So I think he only goes for this line if he sees absolutely no other alternative. But your point is well taken. It's very much under consideration. But can he find a way to keep both of his rooks alive? That's what he's trying to do. Oh, but this is starting to look real dubious now. Hikaru can play d5, and man, oh man, Nodirbek has his work cut out for him in terms of what these 2 rooks have to do.
Yeah, I hate the fact that pawn is an a5 now because it becomes a target, and Hikaru screws the bishop into f5, and quickly Nodirbek brought the rook
Oh,
to
but
f7 there.
queen e5, and that's a double attack. He hits the
Oh
pawn.
gosh.
He hits the fork. I think Nodirbek is coming apart at the seams here.
Yeah, no, I think it's one of those moments where if he had all the time in the world and could have figured out with a high degree of certainty that there might be a fortress at play, he could have found it. But with under 2 minutes on his clock, and look at Hikaru.
Yep.
He's just looking away. He's like, what's going on that other board? He's like, I want to know, is Magnus going to win? Is Jan hanging in there? He knows that his game is in his hands.
This isn't quite GG yet. The one thing Hikaru has to avoid, and I'm going to show this really, really quickly as Nodirbek contemplates this incredibly difficult position. The one thing Hikaru has to avoid is, let's say, a move like queen b6, because here, the sack on f5, I think, just yields an immediate draw. The rook parks itself on d5, cuts the king along the fourth rank, and then you just chill with your own king ad infinitum. But obviously, Hikaru is aware of that, and he's going to avoid that scenario, and he won't touch it with a 10-foot pole as he grabs the pawn on a5.
That's very instructive, and if that's the case, White will likely have to try for the move d5 at some point. You were highlighting that earlier. Maybe first like queen e5 check just to keep the bishop on f5 better defended, and then go for d5. But he looks like he's going for his king. He's trying to bring his king up as a weapon, but no, first queen e5 check makes sense. Do not take that pawn on b7. Danya just showed why that would not be a good idea. As tempting as it is to win free pawns, it would allow the sacrifice that gives the fortress. So Hikaru, he sees it. He's calculating how to go forward from here. Is it d5? Is it giving a few checks first? Is it trying to use the king? Maybe king to e2. That's king e2 is a potential blunder.
Whoa!
Look at
Rook
that.
takes f5 and rook e7.
Yeah, and you can give a check, but then we get the drawn fortress that you were just showing.
These positions
are always real quick.
I absolutely should. King e2 puts the king and the queen in alignment. Rook takes f5. You can't take back, so you can say, "Oh, I have an intermediate check." But as you are saying, Robert, this gets exactly to the fortress that Hikaru has to avoid. Instead, he gives a check on a5, and with less than 2 minutes on his clock, this game is still far from over. You got to tip your hat to Nodirbek. He made some blunders in this game, but he is doing everything he can to make Hikaru's task as difficult as possible. And Robert, one last thing I'll point out. This bishop has to be very careful. If you move it and say, I'm tired of these rook takes f5 ideas, well, you're allowing the rook to infiltrate f2, and you have to be very, very careful, as you pointed out earlier, to avoid perpetual check.
For sure. So there's still are chances here for Nodirbek, but with under a minute on his clock and nearly 2 for Hikaru, things are looking good for him. And on the other game, it looks like Jan is really being so resilient. He is
ridiculously
fighting.
Resilient.
He even has chances to win this game if Magnus overpresses. The pawn on h3 looks dangerous, sinking its teeth into White's position, trying to allow for a checkmate in the g2 square. But for now, with rook f1, rook f2 available for White and the h3 pawn a potential target, that does give Jan decent chances to hold here.
It most certainly does. He does have a minute left on his clock. Jan, not someone who's used to playing on increment. Magnus pushing that pawn up to d5, kind of slicing and limiting the mobility of White's queen. I'm kind of pessimistic here, Robert. I think Jan is just going to have to be perfect for the rest of the game. But he's playing d3, and he's going to play 4. By the way, the game is over. Hikaru is about to win.
Oh, because I was like, he went queen b7, and I realized the rook is on g1 in the bottom left. So there is no rook takes f5 anymore because the rook can't scoop up the pawn that lands there. So Hikaru for sure is going to win game 1. That's a huge achievement for him. And considering how it looked in the early stages after a dozen moves, it's something that he is going to be shaking his head about, like, whoo, got away with one. But it is a great victory to start this match. And Magnus down to 15 seconds.
Oh,
he's trying to figure out where to go. His king runs up.
King runs up to e6, allowing White to take on h3 with check, but Magnus putting all of his eggs in the basket of the a pawn. He wants that pawn to promote, and in order to do that, he will first have to maneuver his king to safety. And Jan now on his last seconds, what is he going to do? Queen f5 check? Or is he going to take on h3? How do you defend this with no time?
I don't have an answer to that question. I wish I did. King d6 for... Oh, gosh, the king is running away.
And queen f5 check. Where is it going to go, though? The queen side, king c7. There's a check on e5. How do you escape the checks?
And if king d8...
d8.
You just run away. G2 checkmate. That's the idea for Magnus Carlsen in the bottom right, bringing the queen 2 squares over in front of the white king. And, that pawn's gone.
that pawn is gone, but now Nepo's queen is temporarily out of commission, and that gives Magnus that one tempo that he needs to push his pawn at one square away from promotion.
Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura on the bottom left is mopping up. He's now up a couple pawns there with the queen and bishop. Magnus takes a pawn on d3 and the bottom right-hand side of the screen. We just saw that on camera, but the DGT is just struggling today from locally in, well, not local to us, but locally in Reykjavik, Iceland, where the tournament's taking place. So apologies, doing the best we can there. But that pawn on d3 scooped up, giving the e4 square back to Carlsen's pieces. Oh my goodness, this is anybody's contest in this overall semis, but Magnus and Hikaru looking good so far.
Well, Nepo has to eliminate that pawn on a2, and he was hurt by the fact that the queen on d3 was making contact with the rook, so he's got to waste more tempi and give up even more pawns to get to that pawn on a2. You can see on camera, there's a queen on b2. There is a queen trade, and the knight swings over to e4, and 2c3 it goes, and Magnus has somehow kept his pawn alive, and he breaks through with c5. Can he get his king to b2 in time?
Wow, yeah, he wants to exchange pawns, c5, bring that king up, and protect it.
So Jan, he can prioritize moving his own king toward the queen side, and that is exactly what he does. And Magnus with e5, forcing that pawn off of d4. What is going on?
He really just wants to get his king to scoop up whichever pawn is captured, then use the d pawn to run forward. So take on e5, king e7. It's going to be a race right now.
He can also play d4 to anchor in the knight, but no, you're right. He moves the king up. I think this is a draw. I think Jan might be able to save this, although Magnus the only one with chances here.
Practically speaking, it looks difficult for white here just because of the knight and the pawns, but maybe there's no progress to be made somehow.
Okay, and that's what Jan is claiming. He basically just has to go back and forth with his king. Instead, he tries to reposition his rook and use his king to defend that a pawn. Oh, Monka.
Wait a second, though. This king for black, king f4, that h2 pawn, I feel like will not be on the board for so long. Here it comes.
And that is exactly, great minds think alike. Jan trying to set up that kingside fortress, and knight swings on back to e4.
Okay, so if king d3, there might even be a knight f2 check you have to look out for.
Oh, and if the king went the other way, then the d pawn pushes forward. And Robert, the big problem is that even if black gives up the rook for the knight and the pawn, black's king is too close to that h pawn. I think Jan is losing this.
It is winning, because if the rook comes back, you want the d pawn to go d3, d2, and so on, and you won't even be able to get the a2 pawn in time because black will promote. So here comes that d pawn. This is over.
I mean, even if black had lost the knight, it would be winning, but here black is able to keep the knight, and Nepo, with 1 second on the clock, is about to resign. Oh, and what a finale. d1 equals queen, and a handshake from Mr. Nepo.
Wow, because a knight fork on c3 was about to happen. Nepo is not happy at all. He was just about to survive that game, but it wasn't meant to be. So Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, shows exquisite technique down the stretch to steal game one in, I think, what objectively had been a position that could have been drawn if Jan had more time. But Hikaru Nakamura on the other side, he won that game quite smoothly. You know, at the end there, Donna, he just picked up all the pawns.
He picked up all the pawns. He avoided all of the fortresses, and he did it in style. Nodirbek really with his back against the wall in a disappointing first-round result. But the good news for the losers is that they have 3 games left to play in the match. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, tipping my hat to that defensive resilience. But Magnus Carlsen, as we saw in the featured chat, does it yet again in the endgame. Unbelievable.
Seriously, what an epic game one. And I repeat, game one that was, because we still have 3 more games, potentially, unless it's a sweep, in these matches. And Abdusattorov, Nakamura, Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Danya. This is great stuff.
This is an all-you-can-eat buffet. That is why we had to stay on the 2-camera view, because we needed to give both of these games equal coverage. That is how epic they were. Oh my goodness, seatbelt still fastened. I can't wait for game 2.
I cannot wait either. But before we take a break along with the players, we do want to give a shout out to the presenting sponsor of this coverage, because Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. For Android, iOS, and desktop, get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. We'll be right back for more from the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage brought to you by Brave.
The only thing better than chess is more chess. So don't miss a moment of the Fischer Random World Championship or the women's candidates. We will be squad streaming both events, so you don't have to pick just one. Simply click this button at the bottom of our streaming panel to watch multiple events at once. Click again to switch back to a single screen. Don't miss a moment of top-level chess with squad streaming on twitch.tv/chess.
We are back here covering the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage brought to you by Brave. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we had an excellent first round where Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen won their games. That would not sound surprising on paper, but given how those games were going, topsy-turvy, Danya, big wins for those two.
Well, if you want a sales pitch that promotes the role of Fischer Random and argues that it has a rightful place alongside classical chess, show these two games and you really don't have to talk about anything else. topsy-turvy, entertaining, energetic tactics from every single player involved. At the end of the day, Nodirbek and Jan, they're the disappointed ones. They are the ones who have their work cut out for them. But what a series of games we've already had, Robert. Just incredible.
That end game from Magnus Carlsen. I mean, I believe Jan Nepomniachtchi had a chance, but we'll look at that a little bit more later. But let's let everybody know. I don't think we've talked about this yet. The prize fund for this event is quite enormous. First place prize is $150,000. So if, for example, Hikaru Nakamura goes on to win, he'll take $150K here and then have a chance in Toronto for the CGC next week and try to win another $200K. So the prize funds are huge. The players have great money at stake.
My goodness, $150K. That's a down payment. That's 10 Toyota Camrys. That's 1,000 Logitech mice. That is just an amazing to see.
No, it's really something. Every single place matters. So even the loser of today's matches, they'll play for the third, fourth place matchup where there is different prize money. Third place gets $55,000, fourth gets $40,000. It's a $15,000 difference. That is quite a lot. But as we see from the playing hall in Reykjavik, Iceland, host to the 1972 World Chess Championship between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky. Not this specific location, but Reykjavik as a host city. Tremendous chess history there. There's a reason why they wanted to put on this event. So we are very grateful to the entire country of Iceland, which loves the game of chess.
Yeah, such a storied chess tradition. And really the conditions in Iceland are always amazing. I remember playing the Reykjavik Open, one of the sort of most notable and respected open tournaments on the circuit, which happens in March. And I had such a great time exploring Reykjavik. I still have a photo of my phone of the weather listing the wind speed at 100 kilometers per hour. It was hard to make it to the playing hall, but once you did, it was an amazing sight. Love playing chess in Reykjavik.
And the horizontal rain that happens, which is like daggers to your face. It's like hail, but it's not even hailing. It's a strange feeling. But either way, beautiful country, beautiful chess history. It's only going to keep on growing. And while this Fischer Random World Championship, it's not over yet. There are 4 players still vying for the title. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura. They have the inside track right now based on their Game 1 wins. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, they still have chances to strike back. So let me ask you, Danya, between the two players, Abdusattorov and Nepomniachtchi, who's the better chances to rebound after a difficult round 1 defeat?
Well, I think obviously both of them are facing a very serious challenge. Should they lose the second game, we're not going to say that the match is over, but we haven't had a single 2-0 comeback in the CGC, and coming back against either Magnus or Hikaru is virtually impossible. So they need to step it up, and they need to do it now. In terms of who has the better chances, well, Nodirbek is the one with the white pieces. And Robert, you'll co-sign me on this. The difference between white and black and Fischer Random is often minimized. You basically sometimes see black getting a much better position 3 or 4 moves in. That is unheard of in regular classical chess. With that being said, I still think Nodirbek is the happier one. Jan with the black pieces against the world champion, facing down a 1-0 deficit. Both of them have a lot of work to do psychologically as well as on the board itself.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to recover in just a few minutes from a loss that feels devastating. But the players, they've suffered defeats before. They will have to right the ship right here and now. And I think given that Magnus went with the black pieces, it's going to be tougher sledding for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He gets black in game 2. We were just saying that in Fischer Random, sometimes the player with the second move still will get a quick advantage just because white will misplay the opening stage. These players can't consult an engine, right? They're looking at these positions with their seconds or with each other or just by themselves. So they're just trying to do their best. And it's not easy to figure out a position where your knight's on A1 and C1 and things are all over the place. It just doesn't come to your chess brain naturally. And so it's not going to be easy for Nodirbek and for Magnus to get an advantage with the white pieces here as game 2 begins shortly.
Indeed. And we look at the playing hall there, the final preparations being made. And of course, sometimes the players get lucky and predict they analyze some positions before the tournament. We saw, of course, Magnus's by now famous, I think it was G5, offering up the bishop on G7 blitzed out against Hikaru Nakamura. So sometimes the players come across a position that they have some experience with. But a lot of the time, they are virtually on their own. And all that they can really decide in those 10 minutes with their seconds is what first move they make. They can talk through a couple of basic strategies for developing their pieces. But more often than not, Robert, just because of the richness of these positions, by move 3 or 4, they are entirely on their own.
And Tank to Bank says that Nepo can blow anybody off the board and recover from a loss. And that normally is true, but when you're playing Magnus Carlsen, good luck to you. And I wonder, Danya, if we can actually maybe get us the starting position up and talk about it a little bit, because we did not have that opportunity before the first games went underway. It is a unique position to start with, just like many of these Fischer Random positions are. So, the knights being in the corner, things like that, it's not an everyday occurrence. So as we just get back to the start here, and we pulled it up, knights in A1 and C1. So at first, I always like to look for, are there any hanging pawns in the position? And the answer happens to be no. This is one of those Fischer Random positions where not a single pawn, if a piece was attacking it, is undefended at the start.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. You pointed out very early on the placement of these two knights. I made a point about a C pawn potentially landing on C5, but the drawback of really playing on the queen side at all is that your king is situated on D1, and you want to be very careful about not making too many king weaknesses at the start of the game. And I think that explains, Robert, why the players were so intent, both of them, on starting the battle on the king side and then transitioning it over to the queen side once they had some pieces developed and once they had their feet under them.
Right, because the knights are protecting the queen side, which in this case is the king. I think even using the typical chess terminology is confusing, because when I say queen side, when Donnie and I say that, we use A1 through D1. But that's where the king is, and the queen is on G1, which is the king side. So it's very weird. But if we actually cut the board in half, as Danya is doing right here, and you look at the A through the D file, we have a couple knights over there. They're protecting important squares like A2, but they're also stepping on each other's toes a little bit. Like knight to B3.
Hey, I want to go to B3. No, I want to go to B3. Give me that square.
Right?
Don't give me that square.
The superfluous knights. And if one knight goes to B3 and the other knight goes to D3, both knights kind of want to go to C5. So the knights are just vying for the same squares. And in that Silman frame of reference, the superfluous knights, you already feel that in the early stages.
And then you put a knight on D3, and that bishop on D1 says, hey, brother, hey, get off my back. I wanted that diagonal. Okay, you play F3 to open up the bishop. Its brother on H1 says, hey, now I'm buried alive. So whatever you do, and that is the unique challenge and fun of developing your pieces in Fischer Random. Can you develop one piece without blocking it or impeding the development of another?
That's exactly the case. And the players are now seated, getting ready for the second game of 4 for the day. So Abdusattorov gets the white pieces, as does Carlsen. Jan Nepomniachtchi, we see him taking a drink of water over there. In the background, we see Hikaru and Nodirbek. But, oh gosh, look at Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah,
must be
careful
feeling
now.
Good after game 1. He almost fell out of his chair.
Don't pull up Pavel Teklov.
Oh, great reference. And from was it the World Bliss Championship?
Yep. Yeah, that was the famous Polish international master falling out of his chair against Tigran Petrosian. If you haven't seen that clip, where have you been? I'm sorry. Go watch it right now.
You've no excuses. That's been around for a while. That was just really funny, honestly. But we do not hope to see that for any of the players right now. And for Magnus, I'm curious how he's going to start this game, and we are about to have our answer.
Okay, we have the beginning of the game and another bird from Magnus. I want to say that this is exactly how the previous game started. Am I correct? Or was it the Hikaru game that started this way? No, it was the Magnus game.
It was the Magnus game. So Jan saying, well, what Magnus does is usually pretty good. Let me follow suit. And Magnus bringing that knight from the corner to B3. I feel like the moves that we're about to see out of the gates, not going to surprise us too much.
I've done that so many times, Robert, where at first I'm going to play differently than my opponent. Then I realized I just played a strong grandmaster. He played a certain first move. I'm just going to default back to what my opponent played.
Yes, and we did see, we have the players enlarged on the off screen. So Magnus did bring his knight from A1. Oh, wait. Do you see the position, by the way? Wait, look at the board in the bottom right. These boards are wrong. So we have
Yeah.
normal chessboard. Something is happening with the DGT relay. So we
Oh
will
my
address that,
goodness.
everybody. Our apologies.
What are you
Even if it's
talking
not our
about? They're
fault, we
exploring
apologize.
opening theory as we speak. They are blazing new trails.
No, this is just uh, DGT problems. So let's just focus on the players for a moment while we get this fixed.
Hmm. Yeah, you can see the players there on camera. Magnus on the right side, Nodirbek on the left side. Hard to make any hard and fast judgments about body language thus far, as Jan glances probably being the wrong word, stares directly into the camera, and now looks back at the board. And we will try to fix these positions shortly. Right now, we're panning out to a direct view of the board.
Yes. And Magnus with the white pieces, he is on the clock, and Jan spending almost no time. That strategy was working pretty well for him in game one. So we'll see if he's able to keep that blistering pace that we know Jan is good for. But with the black pieces, with a Magnus Carlsen, who's in great tactical form, that is not something you want to take lightly. You can't move too quickly against the world champion.
Yeah, and you want to avoid slipping into a bad position, especially given the incredibly delicate match situation. Jan with very little margin for error as Magnus jumps out to a5 with his knight. And that is one of the narratives of this position, Robert. That pawn on b7, we talked about it extensively in Hikaru's game, and now it's Magnus's turn to take a stab at that pawn.
Right. And the knight on b6 means you can't push a pawn there to kick that knight out. And this happens in various openings from the standard position, Danya, right? The knight on a5 can be just such a nuisance for your opponent to deal with. And that's why one of the reasons a knight on b6, g6, b3, g3, the corresponding squares, are often frowned upon because not only are they pointing to fewer squares because the side of the board is the boundary, but you can allow a knight out to a square like a5, and it's just such a pest.
It really is. And Nepo, straight out of the gate, has to make a serious decision. How should he defend the b7 pawn? There's at least two enticing options. He can play c6. That's what he's just played. I think the reason he refrained from putting the knight onto d6 is not only are the knights sort of stepping on each other's toes, but they are on a forkable spot. And when a pawn lands on c5, there would have been hell to pay. Instead, Jan chooses to blunt White's light squared bishop. And it looks like the positions on the boards in front of you now resemble the kinds of positions we see in this tournament. The kinds of positions we're supposed to see.
It resembles nothing that I am used to, but it resembles Fischer Random chess. Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, in the bottom right, c6 was played, shutting down the bishop on h1. And the bottom left, move d6 was played by Hikaru Nakamura, keeping knights out of c5 and e5. So it's just interesting how the positions look quite similar, Danya. But these little differences will add up.
They most certainly will. And actually, yeah, that is a huge difference between these two boards. Yeah, there are pawns on f4 and g4, but Abdusattorov has indeed positioned his knights on b3 and d3. And how is he going to deal with the prospect of Hikaru's pawn pushing up to c5? I'm being a broken record here, but c5 is just such a serious idea. The last thing you want to do, Robert, is have to move the knight back to the first rank. And unfortunately, you might have to do that because the knights don't have all that many options.
Yeah, that's a bit bizarre, but that may happen. The knight on c8 for Hikaru, by the way, in the top left, bottom left, but the top left of the board in the bottom left.
Exactly. Top right, bottom left, queen side, king side.
Yeah, the whole world is upside down. We're talking about Fischer Random, but that knight on c8 for both players, for both Hikaru and for Jan, it can't get out of there very easily. And the games kind of resemble like the Dutch a bit, but there's no d4. Yep. So I'm going to stop trying to associate this with normal chess openings and terminology. I'm just going to talk about specific pieces from now on.
Listen, I'm going to go out on a serious limb and say that Nodirbek is already off to a very bad start in this game. I think he has seriously underestimated the power of this d6, c5 idea. And he's taken on f5, and I think he might just have to trade queens and try to bail out here. But Robert, do you think it's fair to say that Hikaru has essentially already solved all of his opening problems?
Yeah, I think it is fair. But I think in Fischer Random, even though the eval suggests it's fine and the position looks pretty good, there's still these odd characteristics that you need to look out for that you don't fully feel comfortable with the resulting positions.
Yeah, but if the queens are traded, black gets control of the G file. Black controls the center by playing C5. Hikaru just looks so relaxed. And I think ever since he trapped Nodirbek's queen on A2, it just feels like there's been such a psychological shift, a shift in momentum. And as Nodirbek leans toward the board, you can see over on the top left, he has some serious work to do to come back in this match. And he starts this work by shifting his dark squared bishop up to h4, aiming at Hikaru's e7 pawn. Another ridiculously unconventional arrangement. The bishop on h4, pinning the king. That's on d8, Robert. It's even hard to say these squares.
Yeah. It's like, what is bishop h4?
H4,
When does that
D8.
happen?
Yeah,
bishop came
h5 and e8. Like,
from
what?
e1? Weird. But it's what you were saying before, by the way, at least in these games, that having the black pieces isn't statistically the same disadvantage, because I think just people don't really know what to do. And sometimes just right out of the opening, you can see a player get an advantage with black. And we have been seeing that in this event.
Yeah, I mean, in some situations, you could go so far as to argue that black might have almost a practical edge because white is the first one who has to make seriously committal decisions about developing. And black has the luxury of either copying the opponent, which is often a solid strategy, or taking a different approach, having essentially learned from your opponent's mistakes.
Right. And we saw Magnus, it looked like he was making a move. He's really thinking hard here. All players are diving into the position. And all right, so queen trade in the game between Nodirbek and Hikaru.
Mm-hmm.
On the other game, the queen's still on the board. No G takes F pawns to make that queen trade happen. And I think for Hikaru, you have to be happy. I mean, it's just a queen trade. Like, there is no real risk in his position.
Yeah, Hikaru thinking hard about whether or not to capture that queen on G8.
I'm guessing he already took it, and
we're
continuing to have relay issues, unfortunately. But the player's very concentrated right now, and
this is
good news for Hikaru. He looks much more comfortable than he did in the early moves of game one.
And I think we're going to see Hikaru taking some risks in this endgame. I think he knows, listen, he wins this game with black, the match basically ends. Confident he's felt throughout this tournament. I think we're going to see Hikaru stepping quite intensively on the gas pedal. But speaking of stepping on the gas pedal, it's Nodirbek stepping on the gas pedal, pushing his pawn up to b4. The eval bar hating that move. And I think it might be because of the response c4. What do you make of this, Robert? Does he want knight takes c4 and bishop d5? But that doesn't work because of rook g4.
But just good tactical eye by you to even see that. Knight c4, knight c4, bishop d5 is really clever, but too clever for your own good.
Actually, you can attack either piece, the rook or the bishop.
Yeah, just the simple move is sometimes just the best. But seriously, that's something to keep an eye out for, because that kind of tactic is easy to overlook. And I think that Nodirbek is going to regret his decision to play b4. I think he's just going to dislike his entire position, because where's that knight going, by the way?
It has to go back to e1. And then Hikaru could basically do to Nodirbek what Nodirbek was supposed to do to him and build up a massive pawn center by repositioning the e pawn to e6, the d pawn to d5, Robert, blunting the bishop, and that knight from c8 can perfectly move into d6. And look at this knight on a5. Yeah, it's pressuring b7, but that's the only thing it's doing. And if a black pawn lands on d5, that knight is going to be entirely stranded.
Yeah, this looks very precarious. The knight a5 might get trapped. I'm with you. It looks like after a series of normal moves for Hikaru, the knight is just going to be stuck, and there's no way to get it out. So that's the worst part. Now, this is really not good for Nodirbek. I think he's feeling that pressure.
What was before?
I think he feels like he must win. He feels like after losing game one, he needs to strike back in game two. So he is exerting too much pressure on himself, and that's why moves like b4 happen.
He's trying to force the narrative, and that's just not something that ever works against Hikaru Nakamura, who is now playing quickly and confidently. And I think we're going to see a pawn land on d5 and then a pawn land on e6. And Nodirbek is in dire straits right out of the gates here. It's only move 10. And white is already facing the very unfortunate possibility of going down 2 points.
And if he loses game 2, I know that there's always a chance, especially when we're talking about players as strong as Abdusattorov. But no, you're not coming back against Hikaru Nakamura. He is in great form right now. After a shaky start in game 1, ever since then, I feel like he's played tremendously well, including in this game. And I think Black's moves are so easy here, done in D5, E6, next 2 moves clear. And after that, sure, there's a bit of a debate on how to continue. But for the next batch, seems very straightforward.
Yeah, and you can just chill after you put your knight on d6. You don't even really have to rush. There's ideas like what you hinted at, moving the knight away from b6 and replacing it with a pawn, literally trapping white's knight on a5. So Nodirbek is worse on all 3 sides of the board. You like to talk about this. Black has control of the g file. That's the king side. In the center, well, black will have total superiority. On the queen side, white is stuck with this incredibly awkward knight in exile on a5. So, man, tough sledding here for Nodirbek.
And because white's pieces are so misplaced, even king safety is better for black. So if d5 is happen and then d3, white trying to chisel at the pawn, then the knight comes to a4 and into c3, and that's a fork that you're not going to be happy to face. And just really bad news.
Okay, let's let's change the scenery a little bit. Let's leave Nodirbek to this very difficult defensive task. Perhaps we could switch to the 2-board view for a hot minute here. You can see the queens still on the board in the Magnus Carlsen game. The black king has castled kingside, Robert, so kind of an interesting development there. And once again, much like in the Nodirbek game, that knight on a5, that Carlsen knight on a5 is also in a fair bit of trouble.
Yeah, no, it's not a piece that is happily placed on the rim. It's feeling a little bit dim, though. In the bottom right-hand side in Carlsen's game, at least b6 is not going to be possible for the foreseeable future because the bishop on h1, the 95 team up on that c6 pawn. So it's going to be a little bit harder for Jan to continue here, whereas for Hikaru, I mean, the position sort of plays itself.
It really does. And Nodirbek trying as quickly as he can to get his remaining pieces and rouse them from their sleep. The knight coming out to f3. Hikaru deciding against pushing that pawn up to d5 for the time being. I suppose that there is no rush with that move. Nodirbek just has to try to generate some activity, maybe swing that knight over to g5, maybe find an opportunity to play d3, but as you pointed out, d3 always runs into knight b6 to a4. How does he even coordinate his rooks?
Well, I think that you're right. Knight g5 is a threat, so h6 would be the move that I would play. And let's not forget that white can still castle queenside. I don't know if that's a good decision.
I forgot. Let's not forget.
I wasn't trying to call anybody out. Not
You're
my
good.
very good friend and co-commentator here. But in that game, right, there is the possibility that white castles queenside, which takes the sting out of black's knight jumps if white is in fact going to go move the pawn to d3. So if we pull up that game, we can just show that. I think the move knight g5, as you were mentioning, oh wow, he plays c3, not caring about knight g5 at all.
c3 by Hikaru Nakamura. What a committal move, opening up the bishop. And I think this is a prophylactic measure against knight g5. Should white drop the knight in, the bishop will capture on a2. And after rook a1, Robert, it may seem that the bishop is trapped, but in fact it is not. You have the d5 square, which is secured by the knight. And in the event of a trade, all white has is one paper tiger of a check on e6. It gives absolutely nothing, and white's position collapses. So kind of an active prophylactic move by Hikaru Nakamura. How do you think Nodirbek is going to respond to this?
With a sigh of relief, because his knight on a5 can, in the future, venture back to b3. Now, you don't want to rush that move just because the c4 square will be useful for a black piece, but I'm just pointing out that now all of a sudden, if he just plays move a3, saving that pawn, keeping the material even, maybe his knight will just come right back to b3 in the near future and try to stabilize the position.
Yeah, and you can do that immediately. You can actually still castle queenside. That's not totally out of the question. And obviously you have to reckon with the loss of the a2 pawn, but you could argue that now the position opens up and all of a sudden black's king starts to feel itself a little bit uncomfortable, especially if this knight from f3 moves on to d4, threatening to move to b5 and to capture the pawn on f5. And this is exactly what Nodirbek needs. He doesn't need necessarily an objectively good position. He's a long way out of that. He needs to start making Hikaru feel uncomfortable, especially given how risk-free Hikaru's position has appeared just a couple of moves ago. I think Castle's queenside is a serious defensive attempt here.
Yeah, and it looked so miserable for Nodirbek a few moves ago. And I actually don't like the move Bishop F7 for this reason. Because with Hikaru's follow-up, he's freed up Nodirbek's pieces. So all of a sudden, he can threaten moves like Knight G5, or in the position you just showed, the Knight swinging into the center with Knight D4. The Knight A5 is no longer in danger of being trapped. So with all of that in mind, I think Hikaru probably is going to regret not going for the bind with D5, E6, and so on, where all of his pawns were limiting the scope of his opponent's pieces.
Yeah, and this is a very, very important decision here for Nodirbek, one that he should make in a timely fashion. He's already down to 15 minutes, where, again, we're only 11 moves in. That's just what I love about Fischer Random. It's already an end game. There's already been so much contact between the two armies. And, you know, we've barely made a baker's dozen moves. It's crazy. No, baker's dozen is 13. I apologize.
Right.
Not 11.
Oh,
What's 11?
Yeah.
Schmaker's dozen?
I don't have the answer.
All right.
No, it's just the time to make a wish, 11-11. So A3 was the choice of Nodirbek there. And just like Hikaru in game one, where Nodirbek with black seized the advantage, took that A2 pawn, but then Hikaru was able to fight back. It feels like Abdusattorov in the near future, he's getting those chances for himself. I mean, he's only a few moves away from coordinating completely. The knight on C8 is not getting out without some help from another piece moving out of its path. So, all right, it's just a position you could feel a little bit better about. Bishop sliding back from H4 to F2 to try to put a piece on D4. I still prefer black, obviously, but I think that Nodirbek at least feels like he has some chances.
Yeah, and generally, given his stylistic preferences, the more open the center, the more chaotic the position, the more comfortable Nodirbek starts to feel. We know how incredibly tricky he is, and that is a hallmark of every player in this exciting new young generation, whether it's Nodirbek or Nihal or Arjun. All of these players who are now 17 and 18 and have crossed 2,700, they are so wildly resilient. You just can't easily bring them down. And the smoothness with which Hikaru converted that advantage in the previous game is really an exception to the rule. And in this game, I think we're going to see a lot more intrigue despite the bad start from Nodirbek.
Yeah, no, he even looks more poised. I just look, he seemed very disheartened after losing game one, but here in game two, he's finding more chances for himself. And the clock, it's a slight lead for Hikaru there, but plenty of time for both players. And I think that it's just a matter of who is going to proceed better in the upcoming series of moves.
Indeed. And Hikaru taking a very significant think here, trying to decide between continuing to operate on the queen side with something like knight a4 or making a slower prophylactic move such as your earlier idea. Maybe it's time to push that pawn up to h6 and cover the g5 square, but not an easy decision at all for the American Grandmaster.
Yeah, because h6, which he just played, it's one of those moves that is useful, but you also feel like it's slow. You're not actually creating threats of your own. You're stopping your opponent's threat, which is necessary in chess. But it's like a position where you feel like, am I maximizing? Am I getting the most out of the dynamics here where white is kind of on his back foot. So yeah, he plays h6. Good move by Hikaru, just trying to restrict white's pieces as best he can. So it's early stages here. In the other game I'm looking at, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what's going on there. Immensely complicated, but starting to look like a normal position for Nepomniachtchi and an abnormal one for Carlsen.
Yeah, this really does resemble a Dutch with not only that pawn on f5, but white's pawns on d4 and f4. Black's pawns on d6 and c6 is something you often see in the Leningrad as well. So the move is black's. Carlsen has just shifted his queen over to f3. b6, it is important to indicate, is still not possible because the c6 pawn still hangs. And Robert, I think you called it. That is not a problem that black can really solve. Black can never really turn b6 into a serious threat. So Carlsen is fine chilling on a5 for the time being. And in the worst case scenario, he can push his b pawn up to b4 and vacate an escape square on b3 for his knight. So this game is not going to be defined by the knight on a5. I think it's going to be defined, I don't know on which side of the board, maybe in the center. Maybe Black will try to push his pawn to e5. And that is one of the sort of ideas behind the way that Magnus has positioned his pieces. He's trying to make it as difficult as possible for Nepo to free himself with the typical e5 pawn push.
You know what I was just doing while you were talking, besides listening, or in addition to listening? I was looking if any of White's rooks had moved or if the king had moved. So White can castle in either direction right now. And that's important to keep in mind because that king on d1 may go over to g1 or it may go to c1 with the rook on b1 sliding to d1 in its stead. So just want to make sure that everybody's aware that in the game between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi that Magnus is able to castle. And the last move played by Jan was queen e8 to d8.
What a
is there even
sneaky
a threat?
little
Is he
move.
trying to go knight e6?
What a sneaky little move. He is trying to go knight e6. Now, I mentioned that b6 is never a problem, but knight e6 is actually a massive threat. It wins the pawn on d4. So I think Magnus, his hand is forced. He has to play the move b4 and press the eject button in order to, obviously, to defend the knight so that knight e6 can be met with e3 or knight b3.
And is he looking at some kind of e5 with the queen on d8 and the king on d1 as well? Is there like some sort of tactic there? You mentioned the g5 pawn. So I feel like it's a double threat. Knight e6 threatens to win a pawn because the knight on a5 and the pawn on d4 are both under attack. And also this e5 move, just trying to pry open the position. King safety is paramount. Black's king tucked over there on g8. White's king on d1, kind of in no man's land.
But the fact that White can castle might become more important than ever if Black strikes in the center with e5. Also, I draw your attention to the clock. Magnus experiencing clock problems in both of the first two games. In the first game, he managed to surmount that problem with very rapid and accurate play in the critical moments. But here, the position hasn't even opened up yet, and he's already down to 9 minutes. So after b4, e5, I would pay very little heed to the evaluation bar. This position is chaotic. It can absolutely go either way. b4 is on the board.
After this move e5, I think White is fortunate that there are no useful discovered checks. What does that look like? If the d file is cleared, after d5, knight takes e5, bishop e5, pawn takes, there's no useful check with the bishop on d7. You would love to like bishop takes own pawn on c6, or as you're
or on
out,
f5,
bishop takes pawn f5, or bishop g4, some move like that. But the only moves it has is bishop e6 check or bishop e8 check, and that's not actually creating a big threat. So White can successfully start taking these pawns and e5 and open up the d5. E5 is played, and this might be
we're going to get this position. I think we're going to get precisely this position. Now, of course, Black is under no obligation to deliver a discovered check. So queen takes g5 is very much a possibility here. Jan can try to get his rook to d8, maybe reposition the knight on the blockading e6 square, or you could give the check on e6, not in order to win material, but in order to try to get Black's king to move to e1 and lose castling rights. One way or the other, I think we're going to see Jan recapture this pawn on g5.
Okay, we see a double capture, d takes e5.
Okay.
And now it's a big decision for Magnus. And I'm looking at his clock, Danya. He has half the time that Jan has here. And Nepo just using the clock as a weapon as Magnus was f takes e5. He just likes the knight on d3.
Yeah, he like that. Knight is a nice stabilizing piece. Again, it's not that he's trying to defend against the discovery. He's trying to keep this knight as a general kind of supervising piece to keep the center closed. And here, I think Jan's hand is virtually forced. I can't imagine that he will be able to resist that delicious morsel on g5. I don't know. Maybe knight e6 is possible here as well.
No, but queen g5, does White have like h4, h5 very quickly just to go for Black's king?
That's a worry. That's definitely a worry. Also, the queen doesn't have that many good squares after h4. If you drop back to e7, you run into bishop c5. And queen h6 is suboptimal because you're stumbling and bumbling around on the king side while White's storming up his h-pawn.
Not looking all that pleasant for the queen after queen takes g5. But if not for queen takes g5, the only other move that really comes to mind is f4. that just to open that bishop on d7, maybe it'll go to f5. But as soon as I say that, it looks like Jan has captured this pawn on g5. He says, I have no fear.
I didn't eat breakfast this morning.
Yeah, no, but he's even in material. Like, let's not forget about that. It's 6 pawns each. And black's pawn structure is actually better because there are double isolated e-pawns for white. I think the reason the evaluation bar prefers white is some of the activity that he's about to get. I think h4, h5 looks like a great idea for Magnus. And we should mention once more, white can still castle in either direction.
Yeah, and like you said, black's pieces haven't all finished putting their clothes on in the morning. Yes.
Did he go queen e7 after h4?
Whoa. Did he?
That's what it looks like to my eyes.
I do see a piece on e7. I hope it's not a knight because that would not be good. He did play queen e7, so he's sacrificing. I find it impossible to believe that he missed bishop c5.
No, but I mean, we can even zoom in on the board for a second here. We see that the last moves were h4. The queen went back to e7, and Magnus didn't even want the exchange. He says, my bishop on the dark squares is very strong. Let me just play h5 and go after Jan's king.
And he's keeping bishop c5 in reserve. He might play it in the event of g5. Another reason against playing bishop c5, Robert, is that you would have lost the h4 pawn, and that pawn is the only battering ram that white can use to shatter black's kingside, which is precisely what Magnus is doing. The h-file has opened up. Whoa.
Wow.
That's a big development.
The g-file is open for white, so it's a semi-open file. The h-file is completely open, and this is the good thing about not having castled, is the rook on f1 is not blocked by this king that would have been on g1. And he castles queenside. So, oh my gosh, we know what he wants. He wants both of his rooks coming to the party.
He wants blood, and he wants to get that bishop off of h1 as quickly as possible and put a rook in its stead, and maybe even put the other rook on g1. Robert, I'm not doing any calculation here, and obviously Nepo's still up 10 minutes on the clock, or so, maybe 8 minutes now, but this is getting scarier and scarier for black. And Nepo continuing to blitz out his moves.
Might be a strategy in this game. He might not even be looking for the best move every single turn. He's saying Magnus is under 7 minutes and has a bunch of moves to make.
He's positioned his knight on b6, putting pressure on white's queenside. Currently, both of the queenside pawns are protected by the respective knights on d3 and a5, but the situation is far from stable, especially if Magnus diverts all of his resources to the kingside.
And we just saw the moves rook g1 and bishop e8 play. Just defensive maneuvering for Jan. And, well, the white king isn't exactly that safe either. You have pawns on b4 and c4 at this point. For now, both are defended, but it isn't exactly the most stable situation over there. And black's next move can likely be bishop to g7. And how exactly is white going to checkmate you? To go bishop g2, rook h1, bring the queen to the h-file, and even once you get a queen h7 check, it's not actually mate. So it takes a lot of time for white to even launch this attack. And in the meantime, for black, maybe you start pushing your g-pawn. I know that's strange, but you can play g5 at some moment to actually keep that pawn in a better defended square.
Yeah, and listen, it's hard to attack without the services of your knights, and white is nowhere near being able to involve the knight in the attack. Maybe knight d3 to c5 is an eventual possibility, but even that move doesn't do all that much. The knight on e6 is protected by the queen. So let's not pretend that just because the h-file is open, it's somehow just automatically translates to checkmate. Magnus has a lot of work to be done, and he's only got 5 minutes to do this work and 10 moves to make until the additional 5 minutes on move 30.
Right. And the knight on d3 is doing a very important job of defending the e5 pawn. So this configuration of pieces, it looks like it's not very stable from Magnus's perspective. He needs to try to figure out how to attack. I mean, queen h5 is one move that comes to mind, just exploiting the pin on the g-file. He starts with queen h3 instead. And I think that makes more sense because queen h5 would have been parried by just blocking the pin.
Like
but
Jan getting up.
yeah. I was like, all right, just going to take a little stroll here. But for Magnus, he moved his queen out the way. So now bishop f3, rook h1, other rook to g1. That is the onslaught that he's looking for.
I would be terrified to have this position against the world champion, and the ball is squarely in Jan's court. Jan has to figure out either a way to douse the flames of the initiative with maybe a move like Queen H7 or whip something up on the other side of the board. As unsafe and as unstable as these pawns are, I think they're stable enough to buy Magnus a couple of tempi, enough tempi to generate decisive kingside threats. I think Jan's in a lot of practical trouble here. Maybe knight f4.
Knight to d7, it looks like. He played the move very quickly. Did not think for a particularly long period of time there. And he's giving up. So knight d7, if we just put them on the board quickly.
Yep.
The a7 pawn can be captured. I would not go pawn grabbing in this position. That's just opening up files for the black rook.
It most certainly is. Rook a8 and b6. And, you know, you want every one of black's pawns is actually doing white a tremendous favor here. So Magnus, he has to defend e5. You don't want to open up this bishop on h8. But how does he do it without disrupting the coordination of his pieces?
Is that a rhetorical question, or am I supposed to answer that? Because
No, you're supposed to answer that. I was asking specifically Robert Hess. Maybe the other commentator can answer.
I was like bishop g3, but that feels way too defensive. I feel like I'm only reacting to the threat you created. The eval bar is very high after the move knight d7. So bishop g3 doesn't look like a move that
bishop takes c6 is spot. I was about to mention that.
He played it.
What a move. And this is a complete transformation of the advantage. What Magnus is saying is that after bc knight c6, yeah, black can play queen h7. Congratulations, you earned yourself a queen trade. Guess what? White now has three passed pawns on the queen side, and look at how discombobulated and passive black's pieces are on the king side.
Wow.
What an idea.
Magnus really evaluated that properly, because he sees that he'll have a pawn storm. The best black can do is trade off those queens and hope that the minor pieces will outduel a rook. But bishop takes c6. I mean, a shot out of thin air if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he was moving quickly. He was just blitzing Magnus. And now look at him. Does that look like a guy who anticipated bishop takes c6?
It most certainly does not. And guess what? You might say, well, didn't we just say that white shouldn't touch the pawns on the queen side? Well, this is the only pawn that you can touch, because if black doesn't take the bishop, that bishop is swinging back to d5 and terrorizing black along this diagonal. I don't see an alternative for Jan. He's going to have to take on c6. And for the second time in 2 games, he's going to have to deal with a bloodthirsty pawn phalanx on the queen side. This time, it's going to be 3 pawns rather than 1.
And I agree with the higher space. 960 chess gives so many cool attacks.
I know.
That was a bishop on h1. That bishop started there. It had not moved to this point. And then wham, bam. Thank you, Jan. Bishop takes c6. Give me all your pawns on the queen side. And here comes a pawn storm. So what is Jan going to do? Queen h7, to my eyes, to my intuition, just feels like it's going to be losing in the long run. So he plays queen g7. That's exactly what I was going to recommend. I see the eval bar is going sky high. It may be a losing move, but I feel like queen h7 would have lost anyway from the perspective you're playing Magnus Carlsen endgame, where he's 3 passed pawns on the queen side. So you have to try to keep things messy. And that was move 23. Magnus has to make the next 7 moves in under 3.5 minutes.
And Jan has to be on high alert, because he will not get another. I mean, he has to pounce whatever chance Magnus gives him. And Magnus now taking his time once again. He is not rushing with knight takes b8. What he's saying is that this knight is a tremendous asset for white. I think he's seriously contemplating a move like b5. But at the end of the day, given the time situation, I think Magnus kind of has to cash in his chips. And cash in his chips, he does not. Queen f3 by Carlsen. Wow. And the eval bar hates that move. He's trying to get to d5.
But probably because of what you're saying is after queen f3, rook c8, just like save your rook.
Put now pressure on the knight on c6.
Yes.
Queen
all
c6.
Sorts of threats.
And now there's a discovery against the queen, knight dc5, and all of a sudden black's pieces start to coordinate really well. Robert, this battery, don't sleep on it, because the e5 pawn is a very, very flimsy cover.
And I mean, you're showing what might happen. Queen d5 was played. Rook takes c6 might be the only move here. And as you're indicating, knight d7 to c5 move to follow it up with. The queen on c6 is loose. In this skirmish of tactics here towards the center, the e5 pawn will fall. And if that
Yep.
pawn falls, I think many of Black's problems are solved.
I think Magnus simply overcooked it. I think he overthought it in the critical moment. He should have grabbed the rook. It still would have been a very double-edged position. We see the danger of just parroting the eval bar. Yeah, it gave +3. Guess what? White's position was incredibly difficult to handle anytime your opponent has 4 minor pieces, all of which are threatening to jump out of the cage. And I think if Nepo grabs on c6, he will have the best position he's had all game long.
And if we just go back a quick moment when Queen G7
Yep.
was played, what we were talking about, Queen G7, according to the engine, was worse than Queen H7. But Magnus could have played so many quick moves after Queen H7 instead, trading queens, taking on B8, taking on A7, and so on, that Magnus would have reached time control with a huge advantage and probably would have win that position 95 out of 100. So Jan made the best practical decision, and now he needs to follow it up with a good decision in the live board with rook takes c6 and knight d5. That doesn't end the game. Plenty of life remaining there.
Yeah.
But e5 will collapse, and that all of a sudden gives breathing room for Jan's pieces.
But I love that he's taking his time. He can sense that Magnus is kind of losing the grip on the position. Jan sees rook takes c6. This move is on his radar. He's also considering ways to try to keep his material advantage. I think the only feasible alternative is queen f7, but this runs into rook takes g6 check, and this is most certainly not what you want, especially given rook takes c6. Robert, he might also be thinking about the follow-up move, which players sometimes do. He might have already decided on taking on c6, but he's thinking, should I play knight c5 or should I play a calmer move like queen f7 in the consequent position?
And that's smart time management, blitz skills by Nepo, because what he's doing is he's trying to keep Magnus on the clock. You don't want to make a move and then Magnus an obvious reply, and then you have to think again. He wants to make a flurry of moves. So rook c6, queen c6, knight c5, and then have Magnus figure out the position without having looked at it in advance. Because actually looking at the position on the board helps you as you go forward in your variations and your trees. So big moment here in this one. How is Hikaru doing? Oh gosh, Hikaru
very,
is
very well indeed. I think it's almost
very
over.
well. Yes, Hikaru looks like he's winning game 2.
Let's go to our lovely 2-camera view here as we see Hikaru on camera, top left, his game on the bottom left, and he is taking all of Nodirbek Abdusattorov's pawns. I think this is resignable.
And the reason why is a tactical sequence, right? Bishop can take the knight in the bottom left, but then when the pawn takes back, yes, Black's bishop is hanging, but so is White's knight. So that is why he was able to steal that pawn in the center, and the eval bars sinking to the bottom, and that may sink Nodirbek Abdusattorov's chances of winning a second world championship title.
Unbelievable performance by Hikaru, taking somebody who ran through the field preliminarily. Maybe that lost to Wesley So, Robert. Maybe that impacted Nodirbek in a subtle way, but all credit to Hikaru Nakamura. This second game with the black pieces has been so smooth, and he clearly managed to navigate the complications once the center opened up. And I think his pose says it all. He's basically already done all the thinking that he needs to do. At this point, the position plays itself.
Yeah, he is just up a bunch of pawns here. 2, if my math is correct. The knight on a5 still hasn't moved, and yeah, look at Nodirbek's face. He knows that this one is.
Look at you, Mr. History Major, counting all the pawns correctly.
I know. I'm an overachiever.
No, this is there's just nothing to analyze. I mean, we can go to the game, but there's just not much to talk about. If Nodirbek does not take on b6, the knight on a5 remains stranded, and Hikaru's plan, maybe put the bishop on e4, move the rook away from h3, and promote the h pawn. It's really as simple as that.
Right. And that's why Hikaru does not look particularly entertained. He's like, this game's over. I don't even need to think much anymore. And on the other board, things are heating up between Magnus and Jan. The move bishop f7, just opening the rook on f8. Yeah. Opening up that rook towards the queen side. And the e5 pawn can be captured, but a queen trade probably isn't what Jan really wants. Look at how many pawns White has. It's 5 on 3, but really it's like these 3 in the center just marching up the board. And oh gosh, we might
Sriracha d4 by Magnus, continuing to spice things up. The drawback of that move, though, Robert, that pawn on c4 is now like, hey, where's my defender? But if you try to attack it in frontal fashion with rook c8, it can shift up to c5, and then all of the pawns are defending each other. What a crazy, crazy position.
Right. And Magnus has one move to make. D4 was move 29. So he's a minute and a half for an additional move. That is plenty of time for the world champion. But right now is a big opportunity for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he can put more pressure on Magnus's king. He can pressurize the pawns that are in the center. C4, you mentioned D4 could also become a target at some point. But I just don't see the clearest way through. And look at Magnus's queen slither into the E7 square. I feel like black could lose in like 2 moves.
Yep, absolutely. You could blunder some sort of rook takes g6 tactic. The queen beautifully slithers is the best word. It knifes its way into the paint, into black's position. And Nepo delivering a side check on h6. Is his own queen going to take a trip into white's side of the board? Well, then rook takes g6, Robert, becomes a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, you were mentioning that idea. And d5, another threat to remove the defender of the rook on d8. So he had rook d2, but doesn't that blunder the e5 pawn?
Whoa. Bishop takes e5. You're absolutely right.
But that's a one-move tactic.
What is that move? You walked right into the pin.
It was the first move after time control. What a howler.
Interruption. Nodirbek has officially resigned. Hikaru has won. We won't go to that game. Just updating everybody. Hikaru is up 2-0. The game is officially over.
And did you see Magnus? Bishop takes e5 was
Holy
played, and he just shook his head. And Jan is like, all right, I'm going to do what Danya says. When I had a good position, drink some water. And if I'm reading the evaluation bar, it says a -3 and change. That turned the game around completely. That is a shocking mistake from the world champion, who's made plenty throughout this Fischer Random Championship.
Another one-move blunder. Another one. And Magnus had made time control. He had those 5 extra minutes. Rook d2 is inexplicable. And I am usually the first person to justify blunders and explain that the position is complicated. Robert, this one is totally out of left field. This one is crazy.
He's like cursing himself. He's really upset about this because that was a one-move mistake. The d4 pawn is pinned. If you take a bishop, you lose a rook with check.
And the bishop.
Everything falls. And look at Magnus. He cannot believe it. He is beside himself because just go before rook to d2 for a moment on our analysis board here. He just plays king b1, and the complex game continues. This is a mess. Both sides have chances. Who knows? But rook d2 ends the game on the spot, essentially, giving away such an important pawn that left the bishop blockaded, controlled in the corner. Now that bishop is springing to life, d4 is hanging. Bishop f4 is piling up pressure on a pinned piece. This is just terrible.
No, that was simply a pawn you cannot afford to lose. And Magnus looking to the side, and just the consternation is evident. We can feel it all the way in the USA. He's played the move king c2, unpinning his rook. But it's $1 short, a day late. And Jan, Robert, he has to continue being accurate. The game is not completely over. He's a couple of moves away from winning, but Magnus is not just going to go down without a fight here. How should Jan keep his foot on the gas pedal here? What comes to mind for you?
I think, for starters, he should take a couple minutes because you're right. Magnus against Fedoseev earlier in the group stage, he completely blundered, and he was able to salvage a half point from that blunder. Jan is in a great position. However, it's not that clear. His king is not the safest king we've seen. The queen on e7 is just poking and prodding. a7 is loose. There's pawns on b4, c4, and d4 that might go up to c5 and d5. So while we acknowledge that black is much, much better, it's a position where I think that Jan needs to calm himself because I'm sure there are nerves at play right now. And does he just retreat bishop g7? That's the move I like most. Shielding the black king, making sure you're not hanging any pieces, but also acknowledging that the pawns will start mobilizing towards your king and towards the other side.
That's such a mature move. Bishop g7, you're not resting on your laurels. You're bringing everything back to home base, making sure everything is defended. And Robert, another important factor is that d5 doesn't actually carry a single threat. Not only that, it opens up a pathway for the black queen to access the c4 pawn, and that rook on d2 is the bane of white's existence. D takes c6, queen takes d2 is simply checkmate. But Jan taking a more concrete approach as he captures the pawn on d4, and something tells me that we are in for a couple of adventures in this game. you don't seem like you like this move all that much.
I think I'm now understanding why it's acceptable. It's like, what happens to rook G to D1? It looks like you're just piling up pressure on a pinned piece. But there's the move rook E8 as you were about to play, attacking the queen. That way your bishop is free to go. Now, after rook E8 there, I think there's a queen trade on H4. And, well, there are a bunch of pawns that white has on the queen side. So I feel like Magnus, he's the type of player who will look at this position and say, well, I don't see a way to lose right away, which means that maybe I can survive.
Listen, anytime the queens are off the board against Magnus, you are feeling those butterflies in your stomach. He can pull anything out in the endgame. This is undoubtedly a winning position for black, but that c-pawn runs pretty fast. The rook can infiltrate to d7. Jan still has to demonstrate a lot of precision. I think we're very likely to see this endgame appear on the board.
And no move yet from Magnus.
What about rook e1? Maybe that's a trickier way
to
induce the endgame. I don't know. Just kind of throwing out possible defensive moves.
Yeah, I guess black will take the bishop on f2, and then white takes the rook on d8. And I guess keeping the queens on the board, there's also something to be said for that for the time being.
Ooh. There is also queen takes d2, but this is, I think, a situation, Robert, very instructive that you want to avoid. Bishop f6 allows queen takes d8, and white picks up both the rook and the pawn on a7. And if you take on f2, then you get a position where the queen is uniquely positioned to supervise white's passers. This, I think, is anybody's game. And rook e1 is on the board. Rook e1
Good call by you. Oh, it was a great call by you there. I think that black should just take on f2. White is able to take on d8 in that position. After bishop f2, rook d8, knight d8, queen takes d8. It's still going to be two minor pieces, two bishops in this case, against a rook. But black's king, I don't think, is in a tremendous amount of danger. The king just slapped to g7, and white's king is the one that is going to be hunted.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. The bishop on f7, such a nice multi-purpose piece, serving both a defensive role, blocking the 7th rank, and an attacking role as it aims at the c4 pawn. Just a couple more decisions that Jan has to make accurately, but he is knocking on the door of an incredible comeback victory, which will enable him to tie the match at 1 apiece.
I mean, look at Magnus. He's so upset with himself.
Yeah.
Like, how could I just blunder bishop takes e5, a one-move tactic? And that's what Magnus needs to clean up. And it's weird to say that about the strongest player of the last decade plus, often considered the greatest of all time. But he's just been so sloppy and just giving away pawns, giving away a rook for free against Hikaru. He's getting good positions. He's putting up resilience. And the fights are there. But just something's off.
Something's off. I mean, the stalemate, allowing stalemate against Fedoseev in a position where he had forced mate. The reason we're putting an accent on this, Robert, is because of how rare it is, right? We wouldn't be making such a big deal out of these blunders if it was common. But Magnus, he never does this. He never allows this kind of sloppiness to creep into his play. But the big question, will it pay a price, or will his incredible class supersede this uncharacteristic sloppiness? Let's find out. Bishop b6 by Jan Nepomniachtchi, essentially forcing a rook trade, I would imagine.
Yep.
So takes, and will Magnus grab the pawn on a7 in the resulting position?
He could also like queen d6 at the end as well, just like keep all of black's pieces threatened. Like the queen on h6 is not participating in a great way. So it just feels like black doesn't quite have the coordination needed to end this game. But of course, still better for Jan. So takes, and where's
even in the way Magnus is moving, you can see the consternation, the frustration, and now a big decision, as you said, queen d6, or does he get greedy and take on a7? I guess queen a7, there's some sort of queen f4 move that could be very, very nasty.
Because you can't protect c4, and your bishop on f2 needs the queen's defense over there on a7. That's a good point. And after queen d6, queen f4 could lead to one of those queen trades where a7 drops, and there are definitely chances for white to salvage that one. So,
yeah, I think he's going to meet queen d6 with bishop c7.
Most probably. And then the queen, actually, I don't know where the white queen goes from there.
Sorry to interrupt you. You were going to make a point
about
Magnus?
I was just thinking about the position and about what he might do. And, I mean, he looks like he's ready to put up that fight. Like, he looked just like he was going to resign. Now he's calculating. He's really back at the board trying to come up with something because he has passed pawns. So let's say you go queen d2 and the queens get traded here, and that's what he plays. Those passed pawns are running b5, b6. The a7 pawn is hanging. The knight ever moves is rook e7. So Jan says, queens on the board. My king is safer than yours.
He says the endgame
Great
is
move.
out of the question. I love the move queen h3. And he's ready to start pushing his pawns. He's ready to rumble them forward.
The side with the safer king is usually the side that's happier to keep queens on. And the king on g8 is tucked away from all of the opponent's pieces, whereas the king on c2, that's not where you want your king in this position. You want your king, actually, I don't really know where. There's nowhere safe for it.
Yeah, I mean, b1, a1, whichever diagonal you put the king on, there is a bishop that can access that diagonal, whether it's e5 or the other bishop could land on g6 when the pawns clear the path with f4 and g5. Magnus continuing to try to insist on the queen trade. And the elephant in the room, Robert, is that he's got now 49 seconds or so for the rest of the game. To Jan's 8.5 minutes.
And Jan's playing really well right now. Queen g2, another nice move. And I'm just worried for Jan. His position is great. He probably should and will win this game. But there are these moments where I just feel like he plays a little bit too quickly, like impulsively. Not that this is one of those moments. It just has happened in his history.
It most certainly has. And I think he's apportioning his time well thus far. He's leaving himself with enough time to convert this advantage. But the game will not win itself. He will have to set his pawns in motion at some point. And the question is now the time to start? Currently, a7 is hanging, and I don't know if that's a pawn Jan will want to easily give up.
No, he certainly will not want to give that one out without getting something in return. And I just want to say he is doing the right thing. He is spending time now. So it's not the Jan that was heavily criticized before the World Championship match against Magnus, the Jan who just in moments where he could spend a little bit of time and make a better decision, he blitzes a move out. No, it's clear. He knows he has a great position. He knows his winning chances are high. He does not want to let this slip away because he can even up this match against Magnus.
Now, if he lets this one slip, I don't think that is going to be a blow that Jan will be able to come back from. Whether this game ends in a shock win for Magnus, but even if it ends in a draw, that would be an absolutely miraculous result. And you can see Jan taking his time for the first time in the last couple of moves, trying to make that decision. Where does he want his queen? Where does he want his pawns? And queen g4 is his choice, hitting that pawn on c4, creating another threat. But queen e2, isn't there knight d4 now?
There's for sure is knight d4. You have to take it. The queen takes back, and c4 is loose. Both light and dark squares are going to be a problem. So Magnus, he's making moves quickly, and it looks like Jan once again taking his time. Knight d4 check is excellent, but he has not rushed the decision, and there it is.
This is the growth of Jan Nepomniachtchi. Phenomenal time management, good technique, and just a couple of moves away from claiming the victory in the second game. He now has the ideal 2 minor pieces. Is he finally ready, Robert, to start pushing his pawns? Or do you think he should launch some sort of frontal assault against the king with a move like a5?
I kind of like the move king g7 because actually king g7 might allow queen b2 c4 hangs. Well, I was gonna say rook d1 is a move that I want to play as white, and it is available with the king on g8. But with the king on g7, there are tactics in black's favor. But he plays your move a5, so you're calling it, and rook d1 is the response.
Don't play bishop takes c4. Let me just show that would be wrong because if queen takes c4 with a check on the black king, can't take the rook. And Jan doesn't blunder that. He moves back to b6. A trade on b4. And what is the final blow here? Bishop d6. There is still queen d2. So the white king is somehow still breathing, still kicking.
And look
it
at
ain't
this.
over just
Bishop
yet.
f8. But look at those bishops just
beautiful.
eyeing c4 and b4. And now the g and f pawns can start rolling. So what Magnus needs to do now is somehow just create counterplay. So queen c3, sure. Most moves from Magnus will be more or less the same. But what he needs to be able to do is like stop those pawns in their tracks.
But he's got too many tasks and not enough pieces to accomplish them with. I guess he can play rook f1 and try to stop the pawn like this, but then the other pawn comes to its rescue, and just these combined threats against white's king coupled with the prospect of promotion, I think is too much to bear. Rook d7. Desperation by Magnus. I think Nepo can play f3. But look how carefully he's converting this. Queen e6. So patient.
He's playing this extremely well. And white has no ideas. All of black's pieces are defended. The pawn f4 is loose for the moment, but of course, he's not going to drop that one. So just great play from Jan. And rook d8, don't play bishop g7 because there's rook d8 check. That's his idea, just trying to create a little trick.
Okay, queen up
Excellent.
to f5. Queen up to f5 by Nepo. Queen d3. Magnus still trying to get those queens off the board. And even though the queen trade, Robert, at this point probably was winning, I don't think Nepo's even thinking about it. He wants to go for checkmate.
It's good to avoid it, just because the b pawn running quite quickly could give white some chances. And there's just no chance with Magnus's clock under now 10 seconds that he is going to survive this one.
The finishing touches being put. Rook d8. Magnus still trying to muddy the waters. I think it's time to push that f-pawn. And it's basically resign time for the world champion. 4, 3. Okay, last move. Queen d4. Still trying.
Yeah, just trade and play g5. I think now the pawns are just too quick for Magnus to stop. You can play queen e7, just retreat your queen. That's also very strong. But
and attack b4 at the same time.
Queen
f5.
f5. Is there...
Whoa.
Oh!
Queen d6.
Whoa. Wait a second.
Hold on a second. Hold your horses. If
oh my gosh.
Bishop b6, there's rook takes
rook
f8.
f8.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, and what
did
about
he
a
just
check
do?
on b1? The king runs away somehow to a4?
What did he just do?
That was definitely a big mistake.
The EVA bar still says completely winning for black, but I don't think Jan had evaluated it before playing.
He blundered queen d6, and guess what, Robert? I think the only correct move is actually to still play bishop e6. That is not an easy move to make. It is not easy to evaluate that there is no perpetual in that resulting position. This is insane. And Jan has to keep his composure, take a minute, and decide that the queen ending is winning, which it is. I don't think there's an alternative. I don't think there's another winning move.
He went bishop e6. This all happening.
He did it. Now, can
in the
he
5-second increment?
Can he navigate his way out of the checks here? That's the big question.
I think actually quite easily. Because queen c8 check, king g7, no more checks.
So Magnus has to drop back to e1 and block the pawn from behind. But with the queen as passive as it is, it's over. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I guess the ultimate question, even though the result doesn't seem to be in doubt now, was that an oversight that just so happened to still work in his favor? Or did he sort of have the calculation there? But either way, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is taking home a very, very important game if he doesn't throw it away.
Queen f3 check, and of course you want to try to get the queen at e1, but the white king is going to have something to say about that.
How about g5, g4, g3, g2?
Not a bad idea. What can I say? Cannot argue with that. King a4. And at this point, queen e3, he wants queen g2. He's still trying. I think g5 is the most clinical approach. Yeah.
Yeah, because white is frozen. Queen e3, queen g2. Oh my gosh.
Still need to be accurate here.
King g7.
Queen b7 check, maybe?
Yeah. It was b5 instead.
Pushes. This is, how does Magnus, how is he still alive?
Wait, but queen e1, queen b7 check, king h6, there are no more checks.
Oh, that's goodbye. That's curtains. Great call. Queen e1 is curtains. Yeah, that's a 2-move line. Nepo's going to see that.
But Magnus somehow, almost made us believe that he was going to survive this game. And that's that. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes game 2, evens up the score. It is 1-1. The world champion loses to his 2021 challenger. and he looks disgusted. He blundered upon the center of the board, Danya, and he could never quite bounce back.
To be honest, when he initiated that H-file attack, when he had the pawn on H5, I was sure that would be a vintage Magnus victory. You just feel he's up a point, he's attacking Nepo's king, but all credit to Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was resilient, he was gritty, and he pounced on his opportunity when he got it. Didn't shy away from that exchange sacrifice on C6, and that exquisite filigree precision to drive the point home and tie the match. What a game.
What a game indeed. And well, we have our scoreboard as such with Hikaru Nakamura. He is leading 2-0. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, they're all knotted up at 1 game apiece. So Hikaru, he looks almost guaranteed to make it to tomorrow's final. And well, Magnus Carlsen was in the driver's seat, but all of a sudden the momentum is swinging Jan Nepomniachtchi's way.
It most certainly is. He wins a game with the black pieces. Magnus, he's been frustrated all tournament long. You can tell that the sloppiness is getting to him, Robert. He's so annoyed. He tells himself, this is the last time I blundered, and then there's another blunder. So Magnus, he's got his psychological work cut out for him. Obviously, the good news for the world champion, the match is still tied. He hasn't done all that much damage, but the next game is going to be absolutely crucial.
It will. And Jan Nepomniachtchi will get the white pieces, but they will have a new position entirely. So whatever just happened. It's not like you're playing an 8-game match of chess where you just start over with a normal setup and work on your opening variations. No, you don't even know what the pieces configuration will look like. Speaking of 8 games in regular chess, I'm pretty sure there's a tournament coming up that is in Toronto with 8 games.
What, there is? Oh.
And 8 players. And I believe that's 8 commentators as well. It is the Chess.com Global Championship coming to a head in Toronto. The live finals begin Wednesday, November 2nd, with $500,000 on the line. Who will come out on top? After the upsets we have seen throughout this tournament, it is truly anyone's game. Do not miss a single minute of the CGC Live Finals, including a special guest appearance from the one, the only, the U.S. champion, Fabiano Caruana, streaming right here on chess.com. Type CGC Finals in the chat for details. And Danya, well, we're heading to a break. After the break, new position will be revealed. The players will get set for Game 3. For more from the Fischer Random World Championship, our coverage brought to you by Brave.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then duck, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
Welcome back to the tens of thousands of you watching this Fischer Random World Championship coverage brought to you by Brave. Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside me today is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And Danya, the matchups have been exciting thus far. And we wanted to highlight one of the best moves, really not just of the day, but one of the best moves I think I've seen in recent memory.
This was exciting. This was amazing. And this happened in the Nepo Carlsen game 1. The world champion has the black pieces. He has just sacrificed a bishop on b3. Now, that is not the brave move of the day. That's a pretty reasonable sacrifice. Most people would recapture automatically with a queen. But, Robert, Magnus is not most people, and he doesn't recapture on b3. What does he do instead?
What an amazing sequence is what he first throws in rook takes f4. And you're like, wait, what? There's a knight on d3 that can capture the more valuable piece. But
he has blundered a rook in this tournament, but not this time.
Right? You don't always believe him in this one, but this whole combination works because that knight is needed to defend the c1 square. So after knight takes f4, which is not what Jan Nepomniachtchi played, there was queen takes b3 check, and the king has to scoot over to e1. And after knight c2 check, no longer can white capture that knight on c2 because his queen not captures rook, but queen b1 check, followed by checkmate of queen takes rook on c1. The knight on d3 would have been essential protecting that square. So the knight is needed on d3. It was a distraction tactic. And just to finish off the beautiful sequence, if the king slides to d1, Danya, you take it away from here.
Well, smothered mate is one of the prettiest mates of all time. I can see it a million times. It never gets old. And what a particularly beautiful instantiation of the smothered mate this is. A double check to start things off. King has to move back, and queen d1, forcing the rook onto d1. This is the zen of the smothered mate, and the knight travels back to c2 with a lovely, gorgeous checkmate. And because of this line, and because of these variations, Jan was forced to decline the poisonous rook on f4. That gave Magnus the pawn that he needed and the open f-file that he needed. Then he takes on b3, and he went on to smoothly, well, maybe not quite so smoothly, but in typical world champion fashion, convert the advantage and win the first game.
When all was said and done, he still took that game home. He won that game, and that was your Brave move of the day. It's time to make your move from Chrome to Brave. Try it now at brave.com. And we mentioned that Magnus won that game 1 in wonderful fashion. We just showed you that crazy tactical sequence, and he won game 1. But Jan Nepomniachtchi was able to strike back in game 2. So it's 1-1 between these two juggernauts. And in the other matchup, well, unfortunately for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, his magical run in the group stage, it seems like it's fizzling out here in the semis.
Yeah, that was a really disappointing game 2 for Nodirbek. And I really think that he wasn't quite able to push the memory of the first game out of his mind. Had Nodirbek just made that one move, had he evacuated his queen, we might be talking about a completely different narrative. We might be talking about Hikaru Nakamura having to make a comeback. Instead, he is sitting pretty up 2-0, and all he needs is a draw to clinch the match and a ticket to the final.
Yes, and at first it looked like it would be Hikaru versus Magnus, the matchup that most people have seen and enjoy every single time it happens. But right now, Jan Nepomniachtchi is saying not so fast. Magnus may have won the 2021 World Championship and is not fighting me once more in traditional classic chess. But we are going to duke it out here in Fischer Random. It is 1-1. It is knotted up. And it remains to be seen who is going to make it to Championship Sunday.
And we cannot emphasize enough how shocking it is to see Magnus making these one-move blunders. Once per tournament, understandable, but it has become a regular occurrence in these Fischer Random World Championship. In this Fischer Random World Championship for the world champion. That was quite the tongue twister. A lot of tongue twisters on this show. Talking about the queen side and the king side and world championship. But Magnus, he's going to have to step it up in these next 2 games because I don't think he can afford another one of these blunders, Robert.
No, he cannot. And, well, it's tricky because in Fischer Random, you see the position revealed in front of your eyes, and then you have to scramble just to come up with any semblance of an idea. And let's be honest, the players, they spend about 10, 15 minutes analyzing, maybe with a second, maybe by themselves. But either way, you're not going to get to the heart of the position in that little period of time. So it means that these players, who is in best shape on this day, will move on to the next round because it's not relying on opening theory, no preparation, no computer evaluations, none of that. It is just who is going to sit at their chair and play the better moves.
And the other complicating factor is that they have already played out one particular position. Now the position changes for the next 2 games. And that reminds me of those famous, psychology experiments or visual experiments where you stare at a particular color for a long time. And then, you see the world tinged in that color. You have to avoid that in the context of Fischer Random. You have to put that previous position out of your mind completely because one tiny difference, the knight sitting on B1 instead of A1, the king sitting on H1 instead of E1, can entirely change the tenor of the position. And the last thing you want to do is borrow ideas from the previous position, which will often lead you down the very wrong path.
Yes, and that's, when you play a game of chess, like, oh, I remember this position I had. It doesn't work the same when you're like, oh, I remember this Fischer Random game where actually the knight and bishop were flip-flopped, and you're like, I think it's the same. Might as well try. No, you can't get away with that. But the players, they know what's on the line here. They're not trying to be the most creative. They're not trying to come up with a brilliancy prize. They're trying to win the big prize, that first place $150,000 prize. And there are 4 players who still have a chance. But for Abdusattorov, it looks like his chances are about to run out. So Hikaru Nakamura, he looks like he's more or less guaranteed unless Abdusattorov can come up with a win in game 3. Hikaru Nakamura is going to guarantee himself minimum $85,000.
And then he's going to hop on the Iceland Air flight to Toronto and compete for a $200,000 first prize at the Chess.com Global Championship. You mentioned, Robert, that he could be $350K richer. Okay, minus taxes. We won't talk about that in only a couple of weeks, but the prizes for this tournament are incredible. Everybody has earned themselves at least something incredibly generous. And I guess for Nodirbek, in a way, he kind of doesn't have anything to lose anymore. I'm sure he's already come to terms with the fact that he's probably going to lose this match. And there's something to be said for being in his position, just having a good time, right? Hey, he wins the next game. He's competing for one of the greatest match comebacks of all time. So from a psychological perspective, I think Hikaru's the one who really has to calm his nerves. And obviously he is very, very experienced at that and has an incredible track record.
So let me get this straight. You're saying, you can be relaxed as an 18-year-old winning minimum 40 grand after already winning the World Rapid, winning the Olympiad, having all these tremendous successes. Doesn't sound like such a bad life.
Fail. 2022 for Nodirbek. What a terrible year. I mean, we keep talking about him, some sort of major prodigy, as we see him chilling there on camera with, I think, Peter Heine Nielsen across from him. But would have been nice if Nodirbek actually won some tournaments or achieved something, maybe like a team tournament. But sadly, he hasn't. Yeah, I don't really know what the fuss is all about.
I don't get it. Beats me. To Olympiad gold. He is an absolute force. And you see everybody there waiting, strolling, pacing, not even knowing what to do with themselves, because as chess players, they just want to get that next position and immediately study and then get to the games. But they're waiting for the position to be revealed. We see Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's trainer. We see Jan Nepomniachtchi getting a bit of nourishment there. We see Nodirbek off to the left. Let's what?
Sorry, let's float to the chat a question. Can you guys identify who is there behind Jan, who is currently next to Hikaru?
Ooh.
Let's see how many of you, just from that shadow, can identify this very strong Grandmaster. Sorry for interrupting, Robert. Please continue.
But now the camera has taken us completely away. This is not in our control.
It's not.
We see young fans, it looks like. Oh, Magnus being wanded.
Oh, and Tactics and Swindles got it. That is indeed Nikita. Very nice, guys. That is Nikita Vitugov, one of Jan's seconds. Super-Grandmaster. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, the Iceman. The legendary Russian player who won the Russian championship, I believe, recently. So very talented and a trusty second. And we see the position about to be revealed. All eyes on the TV screen. It's like a Netflix special being released. And I'm curious. What do you think, Daniel? What's going on A1?
What's going on A1? I'm going to predict Bishop.
Okay, so a bishop in the... pawns just got thrown there. Maybe we can zoom in.
Wow, the pawns are on the second rank. Incredible. Oh, and knights on A1, I think, if I'm seeing correctly.
It is very difficult to see. I wish we had access to the people taking this footage, because it would be really nice to have a close-up of that.
I think it's a knight on A1, a bishop on B1.
Is it a rook on C1? Oh.
Yeah, I can't really see.
Oh, thanks.
There, beautiful. Look at that camera work. Never mind, I jinxed it. Now, you guys aren't seeing what we were seeing. We were seeing a close-up of the board, and there we go.
Wow, knights on A1 and H1.
Oh, it's a queen on B1.
Yeah, knights on the rim, they say, are dim, but here there are two of them. I don't know what to make of that.
Whoa. I'm kind of wrapping my head around this, so I'm just going to be silent for a couple of seconds. There was a knight on A1, a queen on B1, and then a bishop on G1. Very asymmetrical, weird position. I like it.
Yeah, I think, we're going to take a few minutes, just like the players, because they're darting to a spare board just to make some moves and see how it feels. I think we should do the same, because when we get back, we will talk about the starting position, analyze a bit for y'all, and then round 3 will be underway. So stay tuned. We'll be right back for more from the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage by Chess.com, brought to you by Brave.
Run for my life. Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, just solving some puzzles.
Get my coffee.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Which one is that? Is that our new one?
Yeah. I can't get this one, man. Oh, shoot. What's wrong with you, man? This is hard.
You sure you're feeling okay?
1. Got it. Ah, shoot.
Fischer takes me 1.
The Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage brought to you by Brave. We do have the positions for game 3 and 4. Danya, king in the center. That much is normal. Everything else, all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still adjusting my eyes. It's been what, 4 or 5 minutes. I've guzzled down some coffee. I still can't quite get the hang of this position, and I can't even imagine what the players are going through right now. As you said, the king is on E1, but that's about where the similarities end. As always, when I look at this position, I have no idea what the priorities should be. Do you get the knight outs first? Do you play C4 and try to activate the queen? That bishop on G8 is actually a really nice defensive piece, guarding H7. Robert, I am completely at a loss here, and I'm not even ashamed to admit it.
No,
I
and
feel
I'm gonna,
like I would just flub this terribly if I were playing it.
I think I just try to help myself by talking about a few individual elements. For example,
Mhm.
you can castle in 3 turns. You move either your C, your E pawn as well, but like let's say you move your F pawn, move your bishop, and then you can just castle. You can do the same on the other side of the board by moving your light squared bishop and then castling queenside. So castling is not very far away. That's something to immediately note. Which side you want to castle on is an interesting question, Danya. And no pawns are initially hanging, right? Every single pawn is defended by a piece. Except
Yeah,
for
so
G pawn. Nope, G pawn. I forgot about that one.
But it's not easy to attack. I guess you could fianchetto the queen, but that doesn't seem like
Oh.
a very effective measure.
Wait, Don, you want to see an immediate loss? Knight G3,
Okay.
Knight G6, Knight H5.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That's hilarious. That's so funny. You can't defend the pawn, and you can't castle because the bishop's in the way. Oh, I'm positive somebody's got to be playing Knight G3. This is too good of an opportunity to pass up. I can guarantee you we're going to see at least one Knight G3.
It's just so funny. I guess Knight G3, now that we're talking specific moves, I could see F5 being a
F5,
reasonable
yeah.
response because Knight H5 no longer is, so threatening. You can even just push your pawn to G6 and the knight's one a little bit too far. Check, I win!
The knight is not long for this board, as in the wise words of one particular commentator. The funny thing is you can try F4. Look at this line. Oh, I win the knight back, but you don't because black has E5. This is like classic Fischer Random. You just look at these moves, and black is up a piece. Anyways, I've gone officially down the rabbit hole. Please save me.
No, we're talking about opening theory. We are actually helping everybody by talking about these things. So Knight G3 move 1 seems reasonable. I think
we're going to get this.
You think so?
I think we're going to get an F4, F5. Because if white plays E4 move 1, which is also plausible to me, black could actually take a page out of Hikaru's book. This strategy didn't work well for him in game 1, Robert, but maybe here with the king on E1, this is more enticing because the rook could actually swing to E5. Kind of playing like a beginner, A5, rook A6, rook E6.
It's almost checkmate, right? Rook E5, the only move would be bishop E2 to block it. So,
oh my god.
What an odd starting position we have.
And what about
I'm into this?
What about this? Trapping the queen on B1. I feel like I've blundered so many times like that in FR.
Oh yeah, it's really difficult to see where all the pieces are aiming because you look at the knight on H8, like, oh, it's a rook, it's not doing anything. Oh wait, that knight can just hop out from the corner right away. So as we go back to the starting position, Knight G3 definitely comes to mind. Any sort of central pawn push is
F4,
on the top
E4.
of our brain. Yeah, F4 for certain.
C3 maybe to open up the bishop. Like I've also seen players try this kind of modest approach, but this seems like it lacks pizzazz.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think C3 is a little. Why not play C4 if you're going to push the C pawn?
Why push a 2 squares and I can push a 1 square? But here I guess black plays the Dutch. And this idea of pushing the pawn at F4 to restrict the knight on H1 actually comes into play here. So my guess is that the players are going to prioritize the development of the knight first and foremost, which is why I think Knight G3 is a likely first move.
And I love that featured chat we just had said, this is how regular people see normal chess. Trying to figure out opening theory from move 1.
You know what this reminds me of is those experiments in the 60s by a Dutch psychologist and master named Adrian de Groot, where I think he tested the ability of masters to remember certain types of positions. And he found that the stronger you are, the better you are at remembering and reconstructing a normal chess position. But when he jumbled up the pieces and he put 8 queens on the board and the kings were touching each other, he found that there was no significant difference in the recall ability between masters and beginners. So this is kind of similar. Everybody's on the same page. We're all incredibly confused, and none of us have any idea what's going on. That's the way I like it.
I'm with you there. And I'm still trying to figure out what first move is good. No clue. The player is doing their best to gain any insights from their second. We were mentioning Nikita Vitiugov, Peter Heine Nielsen, but they're all just working on the fly. And if you're Abdusattorov, you lost game 1 from a good position with black. You made a bad decision to take 2 rooks for a queen. And we see a nice little message here, featured chat. Wasting
know.
all their time memorizing opening moves in this version is 10 times better. There's beauty in standard chess as well.
Not really. I mean, come on.
Yeah. who plays that game? I don't.
I know. The cool kids have switched long ago to 960. Yeah, Nodirbek has his work cut out for him. Absolutely. You know what I think he has to avoid? What he tried to do in the second game, he tried to force it, right? He tried to force that B pawn up the board. He has to play the position. He has to play objectively. And he has to do what brought him success in the preliminary portion, just playing his style of chess without trying to force anything and without playing for too many tricks, because you can't trick Hikaru.
Nope, you can't do that. So the players are about to enter the hall. They're about to sit at their boards and get game 3 underway. Now, game 3 might be the final game of Nakamura Abdusattorov if Hikaru draws. Unlike standard chess, it's very difficult to force a draw with white in Fischer Random. In a typical game, you just play any opening, find a line that's may even have a 4 sequence, and then if your opponent evades it, they just have a bad position. Here, you don't know what your first move should be. So how in the world are you going to say, oh, yeah, I know a variation that leads to drawish tendencies?
Yeah, no, it's impossible, and that is the reassuring thing for Nodirbek. I mean, you can basically be guaranteed that you will at least have some chances if you play reasonably in the opening, as we see Magnus Carlsen taking his seat and sipping on some water. He seems like he's kind of calmed himself down. That break is really, really important for the player who has a disappointing game 2. And he just seems a little bit calm. Again, I'm trying to make an effort not to overdo it on the body language front, but you can just tell that he's relaxed. He's taken some deep breaths, and perhaps a conversation with his second was helpful to put things in perspective.
And I realized I misspoke that the players who had white in game 2 get white again in game 3. And that's only fair because when you're seeing a position for the first time, getting the white pieces in a standard game of chess, that's an advantage. When you get in Fischer Random, you don't know what you're supposed to do. So actually, you might learn something playing with the black pieces in game 1 and then use that to your advantage in the second game. So it's only fair to switch off colors the way they're doing it. So Magnus had white in game 2 and black in game 1. Now he gets white in game 3 and black in game 4. And Hikaru will have the black pieces once again.
Yeah, Hikaru will have the black pieces, and players continue to take their seats. It's hot in the playing hall. The suit is off for Jan Nepomniachtchi. The gloves are off, and the piece is getting adjusted. That's a lot of waters on the desk. It's important to stay hydrated, I guess.
Is that Dirk Janten Guzendam over there behind him with the camera? That definitely is.
Great catch. Eagle eye by you. Yeah, that was Dirk.
Dirk Jan just hanging out there. Oh, and look at this. We have Chess Kid representing first move in this game. Always nice to see young players get a chance to interact with the players.
Although Dirk did change his last name. He's now Dirk Jan 9 van Guzendam.
Man, you're doing so
First
well.
of the day. I mean, it was 11 a.m. start time, 3 hours. I'm making progress.
Hopefully the last of it. And that was Zhenya Sorokina, who was a Chess Kid star, making that first move.
Yep. And guess what? We do have a knight on G3. And in fact, we have both knights on G3. Neither side can resist the urge to set that trap.
Yes. And G6.
Both boards.
Not falling for the knight H5 that we were showing.
Yep. I remember when Spassky was giving a simul years ago, rather than making the same first move on all boards, he just announced to all 20 boards, play E4 on all boards. Everybody just dutifully executed that move. So.
Also, you're a young guy, but saying I remember a Spassky simul makes it sound like you're at least 30 years older than you are.
Well, I'm getting up there in age. I'm closer to 30 than I am to 20. I'm turning 27 soon. Don't remind me.
Yeah, but saying like, "Oh, I remember a Spassky simul" is just something that I would think happened in 1970.
It was in Sarajevo in zonal tournament in Mar del Plata. Okay, anyways, on we go to the games. We have Nepo there on camera in front of us. And who's the one taking their time?
It looks like we have an English. I know we don't like using the names of regular openings and applying them to Fischer Random, but you see for white, like C4 and B4, you need a Fiend Keto Bishop on the long diagonal. And on the other side of things, for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's got pawns on G6, F5, and E5. And Danya, those pawns look very imposing to my eyes.
They look imposing, but currently they're not supported by any pieces. So Jan will have to. Oh wait, I'm I'm confused. Yeah, Jan is playing black, so Jan will have to bring out at least some pieces to guard those pawns. But the knight on G3 very nicely restricted by the pawns on G6 and F5. So it's up to Carlsen to justify the placement of that knight.
Yes, because a pawn 3 squares away from a knight really restricts that piece. We love mentioning that. That still holds true even in Fischer Random. So look at the clock situation. You see that a lead for black in this game. That is very standard in Fischer Random as the players try to figure things out. White kind of has the onus of that first move, quote unquote, advantage. It often feels like a disadvantage in Fischer Random.
Yeah, this is actually already an incredibly rich position. And I guess the sort of fundamental choice that Magnus has to make is whether he will try to actively contest black's kingside control, or will Magnus continue sort of his queenside campaign with a move like c5 followed by bishop b3? That actually looks kind of neat as a way to try to impose some pressure on black's king in the early going.
Well, you say Magnus, I say Abdusattorov, you say Nakamura, I say Nepomniachtchi. Look at their positions, Danya.
Same positions. You don't see that every day. It's not like these are that conventional of moves.
No, this is very odd looking positions. And E4 was played by, that's Abdusattorov. So I can see the board. I can also see, we have off the side a view of the cameras where I can see the black sleeves. So I know that's Nodirbek. But E4 played challenging the pawn structure in the center. And Magnus has not yet made his move from that identical position.
I don't think Swagnus is going to play E4. I don't think we're going to see E4. I think I'm going to predict C5 by Magnus. I don't know why. I just get that feeling.
You were talking about that move. It looks pretty good. Just trying to open up light squares and go after the black king. I can buy that. But Magnus has been down on the clock in both games thus far against Jan. And Jan used that to his advantage in game 2. Remember, the position at some point looked very promising. Magnus with bishop takes c6, which was a wonderful tactical shot. But Jan had like a 10-minute lead and kept the pace up. And then Magnus made a big mistake. So Jan is using the clock as a weapon.
He is. And that's what makes him such a terrifying opponent in Rapid. And he says, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm adopting an identical strategy in game 2. I'm going to build up that 10-minute time advantage, even if it means a dubious position from an objective standpoint. And Magnus, man, he is just diving into that clock, already down 5 minutes, and he hasn't even made move 4.
Right. He's going in for a deep think, and he must like the contours of the position. And he, like F3, never play that move.
Nope, this is bad, and I'm not even looking at the board. I don't even care what the position it is.
And F3, he's probably going to try to play for D4 next and opening up the bishop on G1, trying to control the center. And then very importantly is in the bottom right, if the black bishop goes all the way out to H4, pinning the knight, the white does have the simple response, bishop F2, blocking the pin.
That's a hilarious sequence. Bishop D8 to H4, bishop G1 to F2. the first time that these two moves have been uttered in in a row.
Yeah, not something you see pretty much ever. And whoa, looks like
whoa.
The other.
Did you see what I saw?
Yeah, what just happened?
We need to check out what's going on. There's a pawn on F3, which black has just given up on that square. Imagine if a knight appeared on F3.
He's just going to take back with his rook on F8. But black has no development whatsoever. So he, gives away the pawn.
Bishop
and wants bishop H3.
Whoa. How do you defend against that? Is there even a defense against that? I don't think there is. What the heck?
Also, there's a bishop on G1. Can we just talk about that for a moment?
We can.
Like, that right.
We talked
you know,
about
like those famous games, right, where the bishop goes on a roundabout. It goes like bishop g5, h4, g3, and never gets back in the game.
Yeah,
Here from
like-
the start, that bishop is stuck.
Which game am I thinking about? What's the classic one?
Let me guess. Is it a season of the year? And
Yep. It's not
Capablanca?
summer. It's not spring. It is William Winter against Capablanca. Man, do I love someone who knows their classics.
Well, even if I didn't know my classics, you make such references, and we've commentated so many times together that I learned from you. So
I've shown that game I'm flattered. I've shown that game so many times. But anyways,
I
what's
think
happening?
that those players will be rolling in their graves looking at a bishop on g1 because it's buried, and you are not going to be able to get out of there. Right? You'd have to push f4, which
he does.
Did as soon as I said it, and then play f3 next just to save the bishop. But you're also saving your rook, so it's like awkward pieces left and right.
Yeah, so now the big question for Nakamura, and I think I know how he's going to answer that question. You can play bishop h3, but that would be somewhat myopic of an approach because you can't miss the forest for the trees. After f takes c5, congratulations. Let me give you a medal. You've won the exchange. Guess what you've also allowed? The most monstrous pawn phalanx of all time. So something tells me Mr. Nakamura is going to take on f4. What?
No, he went bishop h3.
Oh, he did.
Whoa.
Are you as surprised as I am?
Yes, no, that is shocking to me because at the very least, you hand Nodirbek optimism. It's like, wait, I have 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook, and I have this phalanx in the center. It's going to be a b4 to e4 with an extra pawn on e5 as well. So, oh my goodness, f takes e5 here seems automatic for Abdusattorov, and I like his chances.
If he doesn't play f takes e5, I'm quitting. I'm done for the day. Then I haven't earned the right to commentate. I think I'm going to hazard a guess at what Hikaru has in mind, Robert. Wait, but that doesn't work either. I thought that it might be bishop takes f1, king takes f1, and then maybe he wants c5 to sort of drive a stake through the middle of white's pawn center. But after bc5, you can't stop the pawn from getting to d4, and it simultaneously defends c5, let alone the fact that b7 also hangs. I think the onus is squarely on Hikaru's shoulders to demonstrate the rectitude of this idea.
And you know what piece was very important in that sequence that you're showing? The bishop on g1, because h2 pawn is defended.
You love that bishop.
Oh my gosh. Wait, this is very surprising, Don. In the line you were just showing with bc5, it's very simple. Like you play bc5, play d4, and you're happy. I really think that Nodirbek should be ecstatic right now. Like,
he absolutely should.
What is Hikaru looking for?
And Hikaru has started to think after f takes e5. Don't tell me that he forgot. I mean, white had no choice. It's not like white can move the rook and, oh, I forgot that my opponent can sack the exchange. No, this is virtually forced. And before I let you continue, Robert, I have another reference to flex on you.
Okay, go for it.
Are you familiar with the Bronstein game with the bishop that sat on g8 in the Caro-Kann with black?
No.
There's a series of David Bronstein games where he put his bishop on g8 voluntarily with a pawn on f7 and a pawn on h7. And like 20, it was one of those games where 20 moves later, the bishop opened up perfectly.
Wait,
so
how could you have a pawn f7 and h7 and a bishop on g8?
Or no. It was a bishop on g8 and there was a... Where were black's pawns? Yeah, that's not possible for there to be a pawn on f7.
Oh,
okay,
I
I'm
think
going to
I know
have
what
to
you're
look it
talking
up
about
during the
actually.
break. I'm going to have to look it
I
up
know what you're
during the
talking
break.
about. I know exactly what you're talking about. In the line where you play Caro-Kann, bishop f5, bishop h7, and at some point bishop g8. Okay, I got you.
So I guess there was a pawn on h6 to open up the pathway. But anyways, the bad bishop on g1 defends the very important pawns. What is going on here?
And
what do we make of this?
No need to capture an f1 right away because the rook can't go anywhere. So you kind of want to keep the tension. Not that there's much tension there. But the issue is you're not going to get to the e5 pawn. Knight f7 is met by d4, just defending that pawn. And oh my gosh, this has gone wrong.
This definitely has. This is the dream scenario for Nodirbek. 8 moves in, and he's got exactly the kind of position that's up his alley stylistically. I mean, whose alley is it not up? You have a massive pawn center. And Hikaru is thinking here, Robert, do you think it's more of a, what did I just do? I'm going to recover mentally think, or is he actually deciding between candidate moves?
I think he's more upset than calculating, if I'm being honest, because you don't give up this f3 pawn and then e5 pawn and then start thinking, you would have had that prepared. So I feel like he's just upset with what's going on. He played the move c5, so he's going for the variation you were showing, but white is in the driver's seat and very happy. And I think we should take this moment while Nodirbek will calculate whether or not to take on c5 to look at the game between Magnus and Jan, because first of all, Magnus looks like he's about to fall asleep. But more importantly, or more relevant, is it kind of looks like a sort of King's Indian in a way, where white expanded on the queen side. Well, I'm not trying to call out your opening, but it feels almost like a bayonet attack. But the best thing for white is that there's tension in the center, because black's king is still there. And yes, black can castle in either direction, but the king's in the center. So opening up the center should be beneficial for white.
Yeah, I mean, black's position is incredibly precarious. And the first thing I don't understand is what Jan has in store against e takes f5. Is it bishop takes g3? What is... because gf just knight takes f5, and this is, I thought, out of the question. Maybe he wants to go for this and produce compensation, but how?
Yeah, aren't you just giving away a pawn? What are we missing?
What's happening? C6, takes. Logical. I guess black can just trade everything, take on f5 and castle and claim that white is a bad bishop, but white doesn't have a bad bishop. It can swing to c2 and threaten checkmate. And it's on the board.
That looks wrong. I think he might be going for bishop takes g3. But the simple bishop takes g3, bishop takes f5, and queen a1 even, or bishop c... No, not bishop c2, but queen a1. I think that's the key move in the sequence. Because...
should I show that?
Yeah, just bishop g3, bishop g3, bishop f5. You don't want to play queen b2 because knight d3 is a fork. You don't want to play bishop c2 because knight e2 check is a fork. And
although let me interrupt you for a second. It's a testament to how good white's position is that even here, white is not that much worse. Maybe you were thinking the same thing.
No, look, it says white's better. I'm looking at the eval bar off to the side.
Crazy.
So, okay, cool. Yeah, you win my rook. Good for you. No, black's king's in the center. So, I guess queen a1 just solves all your problems because the king's still in the center. You're not giving material. Bishop g3 pins the knight on f4, pawn on e5 dynamic. Rook coming to e1. Ugh.
This is nasty, ugly. Name the adjective. This is borderline lost. So I actually think that Nepo, he clearly overlooked something, underestimated something. He's still up on time. He might have to bite the bullet and take on f5 and give up that pawn. But that looks just as nasty.
He's not in his chair. So now he's back. He just sat back down, as I said that, and immediately goes gf5.
So
this
he
guy
might be trying to, nerves of steel here.
Also, he is determined. He has made a plan, maybe with Vityugov agreeing on it, is I am going to play as quickly as I can, and I'm going to make good moves and not necessarily perfect moves, because he is just blitzing out almost every decision.
And now, so is Magnus as we go down that exact line, and this is the big moment. What does Nepo have in his pocket? My guess is that he has to eliminate that knight on f5. I don't know how you survive with that knight sitting pretty, a bone in black's throat. And if you castle immediately, Robert, you run into the fork on e7. That's totally out of the question.
Yeah, I think you're going to castle the other way if you're castling in any direction.
I forgot he could do that. I keep forgetting.
And even that is awkward. even that decision is very awkward to castle queenside here. So I just feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, Danya, I just feel like white is up a pawn.
I spent a long time debating. I was going back and forth, swinging this way, hither and thither, but I am inclined to agree in the end of the day.
Okay. So you're saying I'm correct. That's the most important thing. And you're also
Robert
saying
Hess is right. Yes, I am saying that.
Magnus is up a pawn. So if we count, 7 is greater than 6.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that Magnus has 3 pawns on the king side and black only has 2. And on the queen side, there's a 4 on 4. So if we do the math and carry over the 2, multiply the 5, at the end of the day, white is indeed up a pawn.
So while you're doing those calculations, Nepo takes on f5, but what has he calculated? He's going to castle queenside. Goes. he prices king to c8 and just scoots the rook over. That was pretty sweet. So he's claiming that he is going to have an open G line to attack the white king, that black's king is safer on c8. The queen on b8 actually plays a part in this game because it stares on the diagonal all the way towards e5 and f4. So I know I was harsh. I know I was like, what is Jan doing? Maybe there's just merit to this, or maybe he's down a pawn and he'll remain down a pawn. I don't know. You tell me.
He's also steering the game into a kind of position where Magnus might feel uncomfortable because of how much he's blundered. It's very double-edged. I can assure you Magnus knows he is better. I don't think the evaluation here objectively is in question, but it's one of those positions where you make one little misstep, you allow one little fork, and the entire landscape of the position changes. So with the time situation what it is, with Magnus's form what it is, I think this is actually a very astute decision by Jan. It's a risky decision, but it's one that might pay off. And he wants to win this game with black and put Magnus against the wall. So
that would be incredible.
I'm ambivalent on whether I like this from Jan, but it will definitely give us a lot of entertainment value as this game heads into the middle game.
Yeah, I'm glad you're ambivalent and not indifferent. It's important to me that you care, but you just see the pros and cons of the situation. But I'm kind of starting to think that black's position has a ton of life to it. And yeah, I mean, this rook on f8, putting some pressure down the f file, rook's coming to the g file at some point. These knights can hop around and maybe infiltrate on some of the dark squares. So yeah, there is definitely huge life in this position, and Jan ahead on the clock. But why don't we hop on over to the other game since we've been here for a little while now. We can look at the game between Hikaru and Nodirbek, because I feel like Hikaru's sort of just giving up all of his pawns and then trying to say, I'm going to attack your extra 3 pawns that white currently has.
Ooh, and I think Hikaru has posed a vicious trap. Okay, scratch all of that. I think we need to look at the move that's just been played. E5, E6, giving away one of the main parts of white center for what? In order to open up the black king. What is his follow-up after DE?
Maybe C5 and just try to use the light squares to his advantage.
Okay, let's say I drop the knight back. And are you going to push that pawn up to C6?
I was thinking about it.
Oh, and look at this line. Now, if queen takes b1, then of course this is Chakaruski, and then you take the queen up b1. If knight e5, all of a sudden, whoop, and whoop, and this is just winning.
And there's no rook b1 at the end.
I was going down exactly the same rabbit hole because the rook can drop back to c1, and knight on e2 guards it.
Wow, that's essential, actually.
So is this what Nodirbek has whipped up? Now, obviously, black is not forced to go to d7. You were going to make a point here.
No, I was actually just looking at the position, calculating some of the lines, counting the pawns, but Hikaru's hovering over the e6 pawn. So white currently, if we just go to the live position for a quick second.
Yep.
White has 7 pawns to 4. So 3 pawns for the exchange that was lost in f1. Black has 2 rooks, white has 1. White has an extra minor piece. He goes queen b5 check.
Whoa. He rushed it.
Super quickly.
Why did he rush that move? Now I think after knight d7, you forfeited the opportunity to push this pawn to c5 while he had a chance. I would have at least spent some time considering that move.
Why did he move so fast?
I think queen b5 is, at least my instinctual reaction is that it's inaccurate due to knight d7, and I think the eval bar agrees.
Yeah, maybe he has some follow-up just to, like, I don't think he wants to trade queens. He wants to keep the queens on the board, but where would the queen go to?
I mean, I'm not sure he doesn't. I mean, he wants to trade queens if the circumstances are right. If he could push his pawns to d5 and c5, it would be different. But that's precisely why queen b5 is inaccurate, because it makes it harder and more cumbersome of a process to push your pawns. Hikaru, don't have to ask him twice. He says, thank you for the possibility of trading queens, knight d7 on the board.
But if he'd wanted to trade queens, he could have played c5 to do so, right? Like we were just talking about.
Exactly.
So is c5 somehow not a move you want to include? I feel like it must be a good position for that pawn. Like Why not? To pass pawn. So that's why was thinking he doesn't want to trade queens, but I don't like queen a4. That looks weird. Your bishop wants to go there. So
no, you have
maybe
to trade.
And he does. So maybe he's just, seeing much deeper than we are. That would not be so surprising. He is Nodirbek Abdusattorov after all. But he did not want to push his pawn to c5 that early. There must have been some... Oh, I see what it is. Okay, check this out. If c5, was there knight c4 somehow?
I was thinking about that. And then knight takes d2 intermezzo. But here, there is... Oh my God. And let me just show... This is great tactical awareness by you. You'd say, oh, king e1, I attack the knight. No.
Knight f3.
Knight drops back to f3. And if you go to g2, then I take the queen, and white's pawn center is in shambles. Oh my gosh. Great call.
Well, I mean, I only made the call because it just doesn't make logical sense that you would trade queens in this way if you could play c5 first. So I figured there was something that he was not overlooking that I was.
It's not the end of the story, though. Maybe a move like queen c2 to keep the queens on the board still maintained a big advantage. But, okay, that actually explains a lot of it. And I can totally see why Nodirbek wouldn't want to go for this position. And let's be real, he is still much better. He still has a massive pawn center. He has basically kept all of the advantages of his position, and he should still win with accurate technique.
Yeah, this is, practically speaking, extremely difficult for Hikaru to play. Those 3 pawns, c4, d4, e4, maybe later an f-pawn will join the party, but the knight comes out to b3. Some of white's moves are very obvious. Bishop a4 check, knight b3, pawn c5, maybe pawn d5 if you allow it. So I feel like the follow-up here is just a bunch of obvious choices for white, and for black, not a single piece has left the back rank. Some pawns have, sure, but all the other pieces on the back rank, you need to come up with a plan, and you need to do it right now.
Yeah, you literally have no time to waste. These pawns are going forward. The bishop on g1 has always kind of lurked in the shadows as the hidden engine of white's position, protecting f2, stopping any shenanigans down the f-file. This is the best that Nodirbek has looked. Well, I was going to say all match, but in game 1, he did have essentially a winning position. But this one seems, in a way, even easier to play because there just isn't as much risk. But that doesn't matter. He has to win. So he will have to take whatever risks are necessary to keep his winning chances alive. A draw loses the match.
Yeah, so it's win or go home. Well, actually, no, not go home. He still has a match to play. Anyone, if they lose today, still has a third, fourth place matchup.
We need to go back to the Magnus game because crazy stuff is happening there. Crazy stuff is happening there.
Okay. Whoa.
Can you blame me for wanting to go to this game?
No. Now it really does feel like a King's Indian in the best way possible. See, I was giving the opening a compliment. Your favorite opening is now living up to its reputation.
Touche. So what has Nepo sacrificed? He is now down 2 pawns. His king side is decimated, but that actually might be a good thing given the potential of his rooks.
Right. Blundering pawns is good because it means that the files are cleared.
So apparently we had, according to the chat, a series of mutual mistakes. I'm not totally sure about that. We don't really have to delve too deeply. Okay, so there was a trade on d4, rook d8, rook d1, knight e5, and Magnus deciding to grab that pawn on h7. So is Nepo going to play the natural rook h8 here?
And I just want to point out that I don't think it was much of a decision to take on h7 because queen g5 instead allowed this beautiful knight h3 check, fork, pawn has to take, and then rook g8 winning the queen, and somehow it's even? Like the eval bar says zeros.
Queen g3 apparently leads to an equal position. Yeah, if anybody plays that, you can go find the arbiter. Even the world champion. That is not within the purview of human ability. And rook h8 is on the board, as is queen back to f5. And the knight can actually jump into c4.
And then into e3, where it attacks f5, d1, c2, and that pawn on g2. And it also the h2 line, because after knight c4, if that second knight hops in somewhere, queen takes h2 is on the docket. Knight c4 is a very scary move to meet.
Oh, it's ridiculously scary from all perspectives. Black's king is safe. And another important detail is that knight takes c6, which looks actually like a pretty devastating tactic at first sight. I think Black has This move, knight e2 check.
But then rook
And if-
e2?
Rook e2, queen h2.
King, yeah, there.
King, and I guess I take. You take. The eval bar is still not dropping. Takes here.
Queen c2. Wait, does that work? Queen
But
c2?
then it's an equal endgame. It's a beautiful
gosh.
move. But in the end, I can take on a7. I think the move is knight b2.
Oh, wow.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, yeah. This
That
whole
should be
thing,
winning.
very, very simple. This whole variation.
Nope. That is not how you end the line. That's so easy to calculate, Robert. I think it should take about 5 seconds.
Right. Just very obvious moves there. And so, okay, in
Wow.
this position, that is, I'm glad you just showed that. And I mean that sincerely, because in showing this variation, it illustrates why knight c4, if we go back to the live position for a second, knight c4 is the best move, but you have to be willing to allow knight takes c6, and what looks like a devastating attack for white doesn't actually pan out the way Magnus would hope. So knight c4 is available, but not a move you can play without calculating 8 moves deep on the consequences of knight takes c6.
Which is why it's so dangerous to just look at the evil bar and say, why isn't he playing the natural move? Well, oftentimes there is a move which, like you said, has to be calculated, and they don't know in advance that the eval bar shows plus 2.5. If they did, it would be so much easier just to assume that the complications work out. As it stands, they don't have that luxury. They're calculating from scratch, and you can just smell the wheels turning in Nepo's brain as he contemplates the knight sally to c4.
And he plays it.
And he
Jan
does it.
Nepomniachtchi is in fine form right now. When he's trusting himself and calculating, he is putting pressure on Magnus over the board and on the clock. And now Magnus is looking at this position like, wait, knight takes c6. Oh, no, maybe knight takes c6 isn't what I thought it was. And if that's the case, what other moves come to mind, Danya? Because knight discovery, knight, pick up the knight in f4 and just pick a square with it. Queen takes h2 to follow is going to be devastating.
First of all, I'll point out that queen takes d7 does not work. Unfortunately, that's a little too much to give in exchange for a futile discover check. Other than that, knight e3 is a devastating threat. The x-ray on h2 could be devastating as well. Robert, it beats me. Get me away from this position. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I don't know how Magnus is going to deal with this. And his clock is ticking down.
Yeah, so as I look at this, I'm just trying to come up with any possible resource for him. G3 is obviously not good. There's knight E3 or knight H3. That's not going to work out. So how about instead of knight C6, can you move your knight back to B3 maybe? Something like that?
Okay. This I can get behind. So now you're threatening mate. If I go for the same idea, knight E2, then what you're saying is that this is an improved version, yeah?
Oh, can we show something very quickly instead of rook takes E2? A king F1 is by knight G3 check.
Oh, I mean, there's also knight E3.
Was, yeah, knight E3 is good, but this is cooler.
This is beautiful. So I have to take, you take. Now let's compare. King goes where? I guess you go to F2?
2, I think.
Oh, and Robert, the key difference, remember, that knight used to be on C6, so it could be captured at the end of the line. Here, black can do the same thing, but white is able to preserve both of his minor pieces, which obviously complicates the game tremendously. White shouldn't be worse here.
And obviously it's zeros because the eval bar is right in the middle.
What else could it be?
I think white has better winning chances in that final position with the minor pieces, but yeah.
I agree, and the king is as safe as it's been the entire game. So knight e2, of course, is not forced. Black can take a tempo to defend, maybe with knight d5.
Knight d5 looks like a really good try, and then one of those knights is going to e3, probably the c4 knight. What a game this is. And
this is so
he took knight
complex.
c6.
Played it! And we're going to see that line.
Rook e2.
Oh, my lands. There it is. There it is.
Oh my
there
gosh. I'm very curious to see how Magnus Carlsen reacts here. So, he's calculating once again, but now he's frozen. And it doesn't really matter, right? Because King F1 and King F2 will lead to the same place.
Exactly. If King F1, you're just extending it by one move. The queen can force the king to F2. Has Magnus blundered something again? And you can't really call this a blunder, Robert, because at that point, there were really no alternatives. But I'm so curious what he missed.
And Jan can force a draw at any moment here, like Queen H1, Queen H4. That would just be a draw on the spot.
Yeah, he's totally going to do that.
No, he certainly will not. He's going to calculate and find. Here it goes. Queen H1. And I wonder if Magnus missed knight B2 at the end, or what the deal is exactly.
Or maybe he forgot that the B pawn can capture the knight on C6. He thought the knight was safe due to the pin. I mean,
but
this is crazy.
Jan's calculation has really been lighting the chessboard up in the last couple games.
I just want to indicate that Jan is taking a couple of seconds between each move. He's not rushing anything. That's a great lesson for any young chess players out there. Even the greatest, even after he's convinced himself that the line works, double checks on every move. He knows and understands the significance of this moment. There's that check on B2. And can Magnus go up to D4? I don't know.
Whoa. King D4? Winning King of the Hill, but probably losing Fischer Random.
Even just BC is game over.
Yeah, that king is just going to be hunted. Rook H4, Queen. Yeah, all sorts of checks.
Goodbye. Oh my God, is this curtains? Can Magnus extend the game?
Yeah. Right. Can't he play King C3, and then once the capture on D1 and capture on C6 happens, he claims, I have a bishop and one pawn for a rook, and that should give some chances at the very least to survive. Bishop C2 or something like that.
Yeah, work is still required, but I feel like after Rook H2, what really helps Black is this Luft square on B7, rendering any check on F8 totally futile.
Right. How about, is there B5 or something? I'm just trying to like open up that king desperately.
Yeah, you're trying to muddy the waters. You're being Robert Hess.
And I think that if Jan were in time trouble, this could work out, but
Check.
Jan's not in time trouble. King B.
And I think I can get away with grabbing this pawn.
Oh, because you protect the D6 and F4 squares. That's amazing.
And if C6, oh my God, look at this line. So here you might say, oh, Black can take on C2 and get into a winning pawn endgame, but White has the intermezzo CD. So King D4 played. Oh my God. What is Magnus doing? This just loses on the spot.
And he's going to take the knight, BC6, and Jan Nepomniachtchi. He comes back from what many would have considered the dead. He is the Undertaker. He was in his casket.
God.
He sat up. He is rising. And right now, he's about to win his second game in a row against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. This is over, Danya.
And with 11 minutes still on the clock, the strategy that he formulated before the second game has worked to perfection. Magnus is reeling. He is not himself. And the situation is more desperate than ever. If he moves his rook, he allows the check on D2. And Robert, if he doesn't move his rook, then he loses all of his pieces. I think he's going to resign in this position. And look at Mag. I mean, he is just beside himself.
His confidence is in shambles. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi, everyone said, oh, he can't play against Magnus Carlsen in the World Chess Championship 2021. That may have been the case. But look at Magnus right now. He is just getting blown off the board.
Rook H4 ends the game because if the king then drops back to C3, you don't even take the rook. You go rook to C4 and you win everything. You mop the entire playing field here. You take all of White's pieces. And Nepo gives that check.
Have you ever seen a position like this involving Magnus? 27 moves in, a king on D4, obliterated.
This is Fischer Random, yes, but I have never seen Magnus lose in such one-sided a fashion. I mean, this was just so one-sided. It looked like Magnus was better after he took on F5, but just totally failing in the complications. All credit, of course, to Nepo for exhibiting nerves of steel, giving away all his kingside pawns, and just exquisite calculation to see that knight takes C6 loses.
And over the course of the last few years, Jan Nepomniachtchi has done what? Won the candidates twice, won the Rapid Chess Championship here in the Fischer Random Chess Championship in Reykjavik. He is looking like he's about to take down Magnus for a second game in a row. He is proving himself in like every single tournament he plays in. I mean, this guy is not to be trifled with.
No, he's not. I mean, confidence is a great word to use in the context of Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last 2 years. He's a new man. He's playing with tremendous maturity, with objectivity, and yet he still has that vintage courage that Nepo has exhibited for his entire chess career, playing for a win with both colors and now getting rewarded. But, Robert, the match is not over. We have another game, and he's resigned.
The match is not over, but Magnus didn't even wait for Jan to move. He said, I cannot look at this position for a second longer. He is out of the playing hall. Wow. And Jan Nepomniachtchi picks up his second straight victory over world champion Magnus Carlsen. Magnus in disbelief. He cannot fathom what is happening here. And Jan Nepomniachtchi just playing stellar Fischer Random Chess. And we still have one game going here as Magnus and Jan's game is concluded. Look at Hikaru Nakamura. He is fighting. He is trying to claw back into this one, but I see pawns in c5 and d5, Danya. I'm not liking the sight of that.
And I'm totally ignoring the eval bar here. The position is wild. It's complicated, but Hikaru has made a lot of headway here, Robert. He's situated a knight on f3, keeping White's entire kingside at bay. The overarching question, can he keep the past two pawns at bay? And Nodirbek has something to say about that. I think he's ready to play c6.
Yes, and he would love that rook on a4 to be on a square like b5 and an open file. This is a ridiculous-looking position. And that bishop on g1, that continues to be the problematic piece for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The good news is 7 moves to make to move 30, and he has 5+ minutes remaining. So plenty of time to reach time control.
Yeah, c6 is coming. 5 minutes, as you said, to make 7 moves. This is close. I mean, Nodirbek has done everything he's needed to do. And you could argue that Hikaru's bishop h3 was a gift, but all credit to Nodirbek and all credit to Hikaru for, as you said, trying to claw his way back in. This game is far from over. The next 7 moves, Robert, are going to decide a lot.
What move should Black even make right now?
Yeah, I'm kind of procrastinating on that question.
So I'm just trying to think of logical ones. Like rook f4 comes to mind just to be aggressive in some way, threatening rook g4. That's one idea.
Check.
Okay, king moves somewhere. You went rook b8, so it's neither here nor there.
Rook b8 on the board. Okay. So his idea is to meet knight takes a5, obviously with the infiltration to the second rank. White should probably keep this knight stationed firmly on b3.
But then if you keep it there, what
pieces do you play with? You keep this knight there, you keep this knight. The bishop on g1 is immobile. White's just kind of running out of fuel here.
And c6 check, I think, would just allow the black king to escape along the dark squares, right? Like you need to have your pawns mobile, and c6 would remove all mobility, all optionality.
When I first looked at this position, I thought that White's winning chances are still excellent. The more I look at this, Robert, the more I simply don't understand how White makes progress and how White untangles on either side of the board. And I think that's exactly what Nodirbek is trying to do. King g2, bishop h2, maybe. But even if you make those moves, Black takes and then captures on f2.
Right, and rook b4 here is an option for Hikaru trying to trade rooks. Not sure if it's good, but it is available to him. Those c and d pawns, I don't think they're running fast enough. And Hikaru plays h5.
Wow. I mean, he's happy to keep the status quo. He basically says, Nodirbek, hey, I mean, come at me. Show me what you got.
And if king g2, maybe just knight h4 check and knight back to f3, things like that. Or rook coming to f3 if you're not careful.
And if, okay, rook c4. Nodirbek setting
himself.
Rook takes
b3?
Almost. But then a b. Wait, your move rook b4 is also...
Yeah, actually, rook b3 might just lose in the spot for Black. Like, it's funny. You think, oh, I'm liquidating. I'm getting a cool tactic. It's actually just really bad.
I can show this on the board. Rook b3, a b3. And what happens as a result is that you free up the bishop and allow it to get to h2. And, I mean, nothing more needs to be said. All I have to do is highlight these pawns.
Yeah, knight b5, c6, c5, d6, etc. That would be bishop done. H4. So we see that bishop h4.
Ooh, here come Nodirbek's pawns.
And maybe here comes a knight to c5 after king c7.
And
with
that
two forks.
Although knight d2.
Oh, shoot. I completely overlooked knight d2.
That's so easy to miss, though.
Wait, so...
What is rook c5 maybe?
So he goes king c7.
I think it's rook c5.
Yeah, I completely missed that fork on d2 there.
No, but rook c5, knight takes g1, and there's another fork on f2. What is white's move here? Is it rook c5?
Oh my gosh.
Rook takes
Oh my
a5?
gosh. No, Danya.
Yeah?
Knight c5. Look, just put this on the board for a second. Knight d2, king e2, knight c4,
No.
and knight e6. And if you go to d6, I move my f pawn and I checkmate you on c5.
No! Wait, where do you go? Do you go f4?
Oh no.
You do go f4. Oh my god,
gosh.
this is a mate threat. Okay, black takes it. But now, Robert, you go bishop c5, and you simply take on f8, and the pawns promote. Oh my god, there's another mate threat. Knight d7 is literally a mate threat.
This is ridiculous. I saw one checkmate threat, so I was like, okay, let me go for that. I did not actually calculate a single thing. Well, no, I'm a beast of finding like a funny looking checkmate. I didn't see any of the resulting complications.
What a line. And Nodirbek drops his knight back. That's not the move.
Oh, but you can't blame him
that's
because
it.
he's just trying his best to stave off the immediate pressure. But now it looks like black is stabilizing completely. Wow. I've seen all these different checkmates. Like in my head, I'm calculating some of the other lines. And that is insane. Because knight c5, I completely overlooked knight d2 check. And it's like, wait, this is actually trickier.
You have to ask that question. What happens if I do it anyway? Can't stop calculating, but so much easier said than done. And Robert, at the risk of jinxing Hikaru, I feel like that might have been Nodirbek's final chance to stay in this match. That insane rook sacrifice in the end game. And now Hikaru is firmly in charge. He's blockading the pawns. And do you see a universe where Nodirbek turns this one around?
No.
Because I don't.
He needs to free this bishop on g1, but it's never getting out of there. There's just no way to free it. Maybe if you can trade off this knight on f3 somehow, but the somehow is the hard part.
What about knight takes a5?
Just grab a pawn?
Or rook b1. Ugh.
Ugh.
Get off me. Rook takes g1. Mate. Black's the one who checkmates the white king.
So he goes out with knight to e3. And if you get a rook trade, maybe that knight goes back to d2 to at least get rid of that annoying knight that is blocking up, clogging the position.
Yeah.
So what should Hikaru do here? He can't force a draw, right? There's no knight h4, knight f3 back and forth, because then white will just make some other move.
Yeah, that's the slightly tilting thing here. If you're Hikaru, is that you can sense that you're probably already much better, but there is no way to like force the result that you want. What about a4? Oh, a4 d6.
Oh, good eye.
It ain't over. d6, clearance sacrifice, and then the knight leaps into d5 with a fork. Still actually not so clear.
Unbelievable. You like make what looks like game saving or game winning move, and it's just still better for black.
Yeah, because after AB, there's a move knight to d2, dislodging the rook and taking the knight. What's with these lines where you allow a full rook to be captured and then somehow you're still better?
Yeah, no, this is just a ridiculous position. And he trades on c4 and plays rook f4. So he's going right after the e4 pawn. Nice move.
Exquisite technique by Hikaru, because if the knight drops back to d2, you trade and send the bishop over to b4. And once this pawn falls, it's like removing the wrong block in a Jenga game. The whole structure topples over.
That's actually a really good analogy. So, yeah, this is really bad news for Nodirbek because he can't even afford to draw this game. He's worse. And you think, okay, fight for a draw. No. You need to win because you're down 2-0. So, Hikaru Nakamura, look at him right now. He had what seemed to be a bad and really tough position. And as we zoom in on him, he is straight chilling over there. He's got a fashionable shirt on. He's about to lock this match up, win in just 3 games. He's a force.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. And it's so easy to forget that Nodirbek scored the highest point total by far of anyone in the tournament in the preliminary stage. He was beating everybody 2-0. But then he meets Hikaru. And that initial moment, leaving that queen on a2, Robert, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. That set in motion a ridiculous chain reaction, at the end of which Hikaru is sitting pretty and ending the match, even without the necessity of a game 4.
And I'm just trying to come with any possible idea for for white in this position, for Nodirbek, and there's nothing. Knight h4 check, followed by rook takes e4 is in the docket, and as you pointed out, once e4 falls, a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. The e4 pawn is decent, the d5 pawn easy to target, so they're just gonna collapse like a stack of dominoes there. And yeah, Hikaru Nakamura too strong on this day.
Yeah, just nerves of steel, able to squeeze and wiggle his way out of any situation. This game, I honestly thought was likely to be over in like 20 moves. I thought it would be a white victory. And Hikaru just hunkering down, not letting his blunders get to him, in contrast to Magnus.
Right. And Hikaru, he hasn't lost a single game.
Nope. In this entire tournament. Or wait, did he?
Yeah, he drew all 4 games to Fedoseev. He beat Magnus 1.5 in the first match, and then they tied 1-1 in the second, right?
Unbelievable.
2 draws.
Just unbelievable.
Just the guy will not be defeated. And that's the thing about Hikaru, is even when he has bad positions, he is so incredible at muddying the waters, of finding tactics, making his opponent's life difficult. And at the start of this queenless position, Danya was like, wait, black's piece on the back row? And then where we are now is just like, how? Why? Where? Ridiculous.
And it's not just the fact that he is able to pull these games out. It's the consistency with which he does that. I think that's not mentioned enough, because everybody at the top, most grandmasters from time to time, will hunker down and exhaust every last chance. But Hikaru does it with ridiculous regularity. It seems that every single time he has a bad position, I can't remember the last time he lost a lost position. It's crazy.
Well, we're just saying he hasn't lost in this event, so
yeah.
I can't even think the last time he lost a game. The guy just refuses to lose in the global championship as well. And it's a rapid format. He has made his way through the top 8, and in his matches, he has not lost a game. He beat Rodrigo Vasquez. He beat David Navarra. He beat Leonard Dominguez, and he drew some of those games. It didn't always look like the Hikaru that we're used to, but he did not lose a single game there.
My coach would always say that, in response to me saying that I get really upset when I lose, he said there's 2 options. Well, the first is to get over yourself. The second is just to never lose. And he meant that rhetorically, but apparently Hikaru has taken that wisdom to heart.
He's just not losing in games at this stage. I mean, of course, he lost a heartbreaker to Dingley Ren in the final round of the candidates. That is what allowed the Chinese number 2 player in the world behind Magnus Carlsen to face Jan Nepomniachtchi for the new crown, because Magnus Carlsen won't play. But look at Hikaru right now. Right? The guy is just on cloud 9. He is just looking around, and he is ready to sail through to the finals and face the winner of Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen.
We are watching Nodirbek's final 2 minutes tick down. He has already made move 30. He's gotten all of the additional time that he will get. And with every ticking second, the desperation of the situation is becoming more and more inevitable. Hikaru will rest. He will watch what might be the final game between Magnus and Nepo, a must-win for Magnus. Robert, it is a crime for anybody to leave. Cancel your weekend brunch. Don't you dare turn on the TV. You are staying here, because this, I think, is going to be an epic game 4 between Magnus and Nepo.
I already looked at the time. I was like, way past brunch time. I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. And Hikaru is thinking about, wait, what am I going to eat after this? He's like, look at this. What's for dinner?
I have to say, in my time in Iceland, I'm not a big fish person, but the best fish I've ever had has been in Reykjavik. The fish there is unbelievable.
Do you know who is a big fish person?
Who?
Fedoseev.
Really? I should know that about him. Big Fish, 1995.
It's a shame that we weren't on. Oh, there. Now everyone can see your reaction. Oh.
No comment.
Oh, come on, Danya. You'll be okay.
Even Nodirbek is cringing at that pun.
That was good, and you know
That was
you're
good.
just jealous.
I like it. I like it. I am just jealous, especially in context of my Dirk 9 van Geusendam.
Yeah, that was not the best one you've ever come up with, I'll be honest.
You can be honest, okay. You won't hurt my feelings.
You
can find a new commentator tomorrow.
Woo! No. Need you here, buddy.
All right, fine. And that resistance did not take long.
Wait, also 20 seconds remaining. Like, Nodirbek hasn't moved over. He just went knight d2.
No, but takes bishop b4.
Yeah, this is...
He just didn't find a move, simply. This is tantamount to capitulation.
Mm-hmm. No fun here to have the white piece in this game. So, swap, bishop b4 at the end, and you're dropping e4, and your pawns still are not moving anywhere.
If a draw kept white in the match, we would still be talking about this game. Given that a draw wins the match for black, there is simply nothing left to discuss. And I think Nodirbek might simply either resign or offer a draw. Same thing after Hikaru uncorks these last two moves. And he does.
Mm-hmm.
And that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, knight g5, maybe one last try.
The problem is you get one check on e6, and then it's still not good enough.
Yeah. Bishop d6, I think, is the most prudent. Just solidifying, securing that pawn on e5.
Yeah,
7
knight g5,
minutes for
e6.
Hikaru.
One check, and that's it. And the king moves away, and your pawns are still stuck. So bishop b6 looks great.
I guess bishop d6, knight g5. Oh, no. If you play knight f7, then the king still remains on c7. You can't give the check on e6 and then go knight f7. Yeah. And Hikaru very patient, very methodical. And Nodirbek, you can just tell in the way that he's moving, he knows that the result is inevitable.
Yeah, you got to feel for him, right? Because he was dominant. If this had the same format, or the same tournament structure as the World Rapid Championship, which he won, he would be the Fischer Random Champion. But it was a group stage on the way to a knockout. And sadly for him, he will find himself in the consolation match tomorrow against the loser of Nepomniachtchi Carlsen. But still, I mean, it's going to be tough to take in this defeat to Hikaru, but he'll be proud of himself. He should be, at least. He's played great chess.
This is the part where we're supposed to say that Nodirbek is only 18. And I feel like that phrase has to be added to the end of every conversation. In a tournament that he doesn't necessarily achieve his best result in, first of all, winning his group is nothing to sneeze at. Hikaru is in ridiculous form right now. This is not an embarrassing result. And there's still a lot of money on the line tomorrow. So I think Nodirbek is going to come back French. He's going to come back French. Maybe he'll play the French. He will change his federation tonight. And he will be joining Alireza on the Olympiad team.
Yeah, I was going to say there's another teenager, very talented one, who became French, but it's not Nodirbek. And okay, pieces are getting traded off. So
okay, that's it.
Yeah, just king takes d6. Looks nice. Takes the rook. All right.
Yeah. So good knight e5, I guess. But okay. I guess rook
d2.
Rook d5, f4, rook d2, yeah. Or immediately rook d2.
He's just going to go for the a-pawn, win it, and take it to the house.
White resignuto very shortly.
Resignuto.
Yeah. As they say in Italian.
Nice, rook a2, knight c4 only way, and then push that pawn to a4 to a safe square.
If you want to take the Soviet schoolboy approach, you take on c6 and then go king d5. You're like, no, I have to draw.
I think Hikaru wants to win.
Yeah, a4. He did it. Jesus, I can't even talk anymore. We have another game to commentate.
You'll be good for when that one comes around. Rook c3, take a3, and this
all right, time to resign.
It. There it is. Over. Resignation. Hikaru Nakamura makes his way through to the finals of the Fischer Random Chess Championship in Reykjavik, Iceland. The arbiter stopping the clock, but Hikaru Nakamura in 3 games, a clean sweep. I think should be a round of applause for him, but He is going to have a tough fight tomorrow, no matter whom he faces. But for now, he can eat a nice dinner and then go to sleep a happy man because he secured minimum $85,000.
The consistency is simply unbelievable. Does he play mistake-free chess? Absolutely not. Nobody does, especially not in Fischer Random. But every time an inaccuracy is committed, it's like he redoubles his efforts. And I don't think at any point in the match did he make 2 mistakes in a row. It was clean. The technique was flawless. The resistance was vintage Hikaru. And a 3-0 result against a beast of a player in Nodirbek Abdusattorov tells us everything we need to know.
For sure. So who will Hikaru play? We don't know that just yet. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has the lead. He won 2 games in a row with the black pieces. I mean, the guy is in great shape. And if you're Hikaru, I don't know who you'd rather face. On one hand, you're like, oh, anyone who's not Magnus is the best opponent to face because I don't want to play Magnus. But the way Jan is playing, I don't think you want to face him either.
I don't think you do. And I think Hikaru is just going to settle down with a nice dinner and watch the festivities unfold. We have one more game to commentate. It is game 4, and it is a must-win for Magnus Carlsen. This is epic. The stage is set, Robert. We simply could not ask for a better finale.
No, I couldn't. And for Magnus Carlsen, who has suffered 2 straight losses, no time to get timid. He's got to bring out his best stuff, his fighting chess. And while we're talking about being brave, might as well give a shout out to this presenting sponsor of this coverage. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. For Android, iOS, and desktop, get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. Don't you switch the channel away. Daniel Naroditsky and myself, Grandmaster Robert Hess, will be right back in a few for more from the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage brought to you by Brave.
I understand. 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3. King e4. Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
Knight
e2,
g3.
Knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me! And instead he played here, and you're now losing on time. When
my
knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
We are back here at the Fischer Random World Championship. We see world champion Magnus Carlsen looking agitated down here, and I think that's putting it nicely.
Agitated, shifting his seating position, holding his head in his hand, something that he has been doing a great deal in the last two games. And the last thing that one can do is blame him. The world champion has struggled with blunders all tournament long, and it has come to a head in these last two games. Listen, he was up 1-0. What a complete 180 we have had, and all credit to Jan. His strategy has worked to perfection.
It has, and there's a reason he's won 2 games in a row with the black pieces against the strongest chess player on the planet. But this is Fischer Random, and right now the player who has the most to celebrate is Hikaru Nakamura, because while Jan Nepomniachtchi has his lead thus far, Hikaru has cemented his spot in the final. He is receiving minimum $85,000, and now it's a matter of whom he will face, not whether he'll make it there. He swept Nodirbek Abdusattorov 3-0.
Listen, given the world champion's form, I think he almost would prefer to face Magnus. And the point that I wanted to make is that for Jan, it is absolutely crucial not to try to artificially alter the strategy that brought him success in the previous 2 games. I think what an inexperienced player would do is say, hey, now that I need a draw, let me try to modify the amount of risk that I take. Let me try to play more conservatively. That is not how Jan Nepomniachtchi achieves success. He has to play the same way every game. And I think we're going to see the same Jan who plays quickly in the opening, takes risks as the position demands, and somebody who is actually playing for a win in this game as the best way to achieve the desired result.
Yeah, I agree. And there's no real way, we've talked about this, to play for a draw in Fischer Random. Yeah. You just don't know what to do in the early stages. There are no forcing variations. There's no theory that you can rely upon. So for Jan, what do you think? Is he going to continue playing at that ridiculously fast speed, or do you think the nerves might get to him and he might slow down a bit, and that actually might be bad for his overall match strategy?
Well, perhaps that's something to discuss with Nikita Vitugov. I think for Jan to keep his nerves at bay, playing quickly will actually help him, because Jan's intuition is so legendary that I think when he plays quickly, chances are he, at the very least, makes very strong practical moves. When Jan starts to second guess himself and double and triple check things, I think that that will have a detrimental effect of his play. So my prediction is that we will indeed see the same kind of Jan Nepomniachtchi craziness in terms of clock management that we've seen in these last 3 games.
And we look at Magnus Carlsen, who is staring at the board, trying to figure out his game strategy here, because with the position, the knight in the corner, maybe we can pull up a board and show everybody what that position is, just to remind our viewers of the randomness of Fischer Random. There are knights in the corner, right? There are bishop on g1, and the bishop on g1 never got out for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So, when you look at that other game, you remember what has happened in your own. You're just looking around this board like, this is weird.
And I think Magnus is probably expecting Jan to repeat the knight g3 move, which was also played in the Hikaru game. But I wonder if Magnus will adopt Jan's strategy of pushing a lot of these kingside pawns. Something tells me Magnus will try to play a little bit more solidly in the opening, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yes, because Jan played ambitiously. He was like playing a King's Indian. We were discussing that opening before, and he sacrificed a pawn, then a second, opened up lines, and was able to defeat Magnus Carlsen. So Jan now gets white. We saw the handshake. We see him sitting down. Jacket is off. And will he play knight g3 on move 1? Looks like a reasonable try. But I'm most curious about his speed more than anything. The moves, of course, will tell the story. But the speed with which he plays them, I'll be curious if he keeps up that confident style that has allowed him to win 2 games in a row.
Well, seatbelts fastened, ladies and gentlemen, as the ceremonial first move is made and then retracted, as is traditional. And Magnus still with his head in his hands and still showing the signs of agony. He's going to have to put all of that behind him. Magnus Carlsen has delivered time and time again, Robert. Something tells me that he isn't just going to melt into a heap and give Jan an easy game.
Although, look at him right now. He is not going to give Jan an easy game, but he looks like he wants to be anywhere besides the board that he's sitting at. And he hasn't
Well,
made a
Jan's
move
knight
yet.
wants to be on f5 or h5. Knight g3 has been played. And Magnus with f6.
Never
Whoa.
play f6.
f6. Now that is a surprising move, Robert. Are you kind of puzzled by f6 as well? Just instinctively. I don't
think
really understand that move.
If I remove the dynamics, I am surprised. But then when I think about it, that Jan, can draw and win this match, that perhaps Magnus is just trying to play a random first move and say Jan couldn't have looked at this with Vityugov, right? They looked at all these other moves. F6 is not one that was on their radar, and yet it makes White's life pretty easy because F6 doesn't restrict the knight on G3 in any way. It does open the bishop on G8, but what about that bishop on D8? Where's that going? And I guess it's going on the D8 A5 diagonal.
Yeah, bishop A5 or bishop C7 is to be expected. Magnus copies Jan's queenside approach with C5. And at least the tempting move for me is bishop C2, building a little bit of a battery and inducing perhaps another weakening move on the king side. So I'm curious if Jan will go for that, or will he instead put an accent on queenside play? He does, with knight A1 to B3. Totally logical move as well, Robert, getting the knight out of the game.
For sure. And what should give Magnus some hope is our featured chat that, Black has won 5 out of 6 games today. And I actually wonder what the overall scores are, because I wouldn't be surprised if Black, playing with the black pieces, does wonders for players here. And knight B3 about this particular position, just normal development here for Magnus. He already seems like he's struggling to make early moves as Jan continues to play quickly.
And this is obviously the kind of strategy that Magnus has to adopt as he focuses on unbalancing the position as quickly as possible, breathing some chaos into the board. And B5, I like this move. This move looks combative, but in a measured way. It doesn't look like a tilt move. And Jan responds immediately.
And now C4. Okay. And if the knight jumps to D4, then play E5. Just start throwing your pawns forward. And it was a worthy pawn sacrifice, but I think you're about to win the pawn right back.
Yeah, C4. Now, does the knight have any alternative scores? I don't think so. You basically have to play knight D4 and bear the brunt of Black's early pawn storm. And it's on the board. Knight D4 has been played.
So after E5, where's he moving his knight to?
F5, I guess? And then would you follow up with D5, or would you capture that pawn? No. I apologize. It's been a long day.
No,
Mercy.
but it also
Mercy.
You're used to having a bishop on F8. So not only are you hanging knight D6, you're hanging the G7 pawn as well.
Let me just show this line. E5, knight F5. Queen takes B5. There's no knight D6 because of bishop.
That's a rook.
Stopped me in my tracks. Oops, sorry.
Oh, you're all fine. So
back we go.
After knight F5, I think the move G6 is likely. So I don't think that Jan wants Magnus to just keep pushing pawn after pawn and just move his knight all around the board. So I feel like a retreating move is a good option, but where to?
So you're having your eyes on knight F3, perhaps?
I guess by elimination, yes.
Knight C2 looks like it makes less sense. It blocks in the queen and the bishop.
I'm not playing knight C2 ever.
Yeah, no. Get that out of my face. So knight F3. I guess Black will play D5. And perhaps Jan will take the materialistic approach and just cling to his extra pawn on the queen side and say, hey, you don't have any pieces developed. I'm not worried about your pawns alone.
And maybe that's a fair statement, right? What is Black going to do? There's no checkmate, anything of the sort. But the question I was asking before the game started, how would Jan spend his time? So far, it's about an even matchup on the clock. I mean, I think Jan will spend a little bit more time figuring out his move here. But to me, that's a good sign for Magnus, that he finally has Jan sitting and thinking and not just confidently making amazing moves.
And I haven't uttered this phrase because I've been so enthralled with Jan's strategy, but I actually think he rushed it on the forced move. C takes B5 was far from forced. He could have defended this pawn with D3. He could have counterstruck in the center with D4. I think those moves merited a little bit more consideration than he gave them. I guess D4 was not possible because of a mate on A5, but still, it just seems like Jan has been dragged into the kind of position that he would prefer to have with the black pieces.
That's right. This is sort of the style he just won that game with the black piece. A good point there, Danya, that he is walking into a position that he would prefer from his opponent's vantage point. So he's thinking he's down on the clock for the first time in forever. And again, this is good news if you're Magnus Carlsen or one of his fans. You have Jan exactly where you want him, in a position that's dynamic, where there are chances for both sides, where Jan is not just blitzing everything out, where the pawns are storming for black and you can see how white's pieces are restricted. I think this is all you could ask for if you're Magnus.
It most certainly is, and Jan senses the gravity of these next few decisions, investing perhaps the longest think of this entire match before deciding to drop the knight back to f3. And intuitively, this makes a lot of sense to me. I agree that knight f5 maybe would have further doused the initiative in flames, and g6 anyway by Magnus Carlsen, even though there's no knight on f5. What do you make of that?
Wow. A big decision there by Magnus. He just wanted to keep a knight out. That's clear. I guess queen takes b5 was met by that knight f5 tactic, hitting the g7 pawn. We can show that real quick. The g7 pawn would have been under attack, and a fork on d6, a monster fork, a family fork. So you can't castle. I thought you could for a second. Based on
no,
what
I
you were
was
doing.
just showing that there's a darn bishop on g8. And even if you could, there would still be knight d6.
True.
So here, black would have to part ways with this incredibly important pawn on g7. So Magnus with a prophylactic move restricting that knight on g3. Who needs development anyway?
I just like the speed with which Magnus is playing. He is playing like Jan does, and it's worked out perfectly for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So why not for Magnus? And h3?
Bishop h2 and castles is what he wants. Wow. What a setup.
I
like it. Brilliant. I like it.
I think that's brilliant. Like, completely seriously. I think that this little quiet move, h3, which I did not have in my radar. I was looking at c4 pawn. I was thinking maybe I'll play a4 for white or b3 or do something. He just plays h3, and his next few moves are bishop h2 and castle, like you're saying. And he's saying, well, there are no more weaknesses in my camp, and you're lacking development. All 8 of your pieces on the back rank.
And the scary prospect for black, as Magnus continues to push his pawns forward, is that ultimately, once white completes his development, bishop h2 is played, all Nepo needs to do, Robert, is strike once in the center. And if Magnus doesn't develop in time, his entire position could turn into dust, like in the span of one move.
Wow, really nice play here from Jan.
Fianchetto, Fischer Random
Queen
style.
b5. Good move there. And white should just castle and then play d3, as you're indicating.
And it looks like
just
Nepo's
don't play
picking up the
d3
pace.
right now. And he castles. But d3 would have been a huge blunder instead of castling, because that bishop a5 check that you're showing now. And that's how you lose games in Fischer Random.
Exactly. You miss these unconventional avenues and diagonals. And Jan picking up the pace. The clock still totally not a factor, both sides over 20 minutes. And it's clear to me, Robert, that Magnus has to accelerate his development. But what does he develop first? Nothing is developed yet. His king is still in the center. This is a difficult decision for the world champion to make.
Right, because he needs to win this game. So he knows that b3 or d3 is probably b3 at this point, is offering some trades. And he's playing with a piece that he's captured, the pawn that he just took on b5. But I mean, it just doesn't feel fun to have this. Maybe knight b6, just try to figure out where your pieces other pieces belong after, and just cover everything that might be attacked. But yeah, it's such a challenging moment.
Yeah, maybe solidify the pawn on c4 in order to take the sting out of b3. Another situation where I would pay very little heed to the eval bar, at the very least until black is able to set his development in motion. I would take white here any day of the week, especially on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think one thing that I'm trying to keep in mind is normally when we hear queen trades in a must-win game, we think that's bad for the side that is trying to catch up. So for Magnus, you don't want to trade queens. But just because the queens are traded doesn't mean the game is immediately a draw. So b3 and b takes c4 is the next couple of moves. I actually don't think that Magnus should fear the queen trade. So just let's make the move b3, just for argument's sake. And then I'll make the move bishop e6, so I can play knight f7 next. And if you play bc4, queen b1, rook b1, and take back on c4 here, I feel like, the game just continues, right? It's just a position where black has a strong center. The bishop on h2 is a little odd, but white's not in trouble, but it's kind of just a position, and who plays better from here will be the side that can claim the advantage.
Especially given Magnus Carlsen's legendary endgame prowess. I'm totally on the same page. I don't think that this constitutes his greatest fear. I think his greatest fear is precisely the opposite, that the queens will stay on the board and that Nepo will be able to open up the center and punish black for delaying his kingside development.
I think his greatest fear is not that he's inadequate, but that he's powerful beyond belief.
Okay, I know this is... I know the drill, right? The drill and the procedure is always the same. I know it's a reference. I don't get the reference. I'm supposed to get it. You explain it, and then we move on. So what's that reference from?
You'll have to look it up later.
Okay. Deal. Chat is going to spoil it for me, though. Positive.
Of course they will, but I don't have chat open, so,
Limp Biscuit.
No, it's not Limp Biscuit.
Okay, great.
This is how you play for a draw as well, just solid, balanced position. But e3, what is...
Smells a little bit, this move. He wants bishop b2 and b3. I think that's pretty obvious.
But doesn't this give black time to just develop?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's really cumbersome. So what, do you play bishop b6, knight f7, and castle?
I like that, for sure.
Huh. So let's prognosticate. Let's say bishop b6, bishop b2, knight f7. Clearly the idea is to play b3. And what you're saying is that black can just ignore. Yeah, bc already is a better endgame for black. Right?
Wow. Yeah, no, this is not what you want if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi. I actually agreed with that featured chat before the move e3 was played. I'm like, everything looks perfect. Just play b3. You hang out. But yeah, now it's looking a little shaky.
I think Jan has overcooked it a little bit. Yeah, b3 immediately, nothing wrong with that. Now he's given black all the time in the world to get all of his pieces to perfectly coordinated squares. He plays b3 without bishop b2, but then that begs the question, why did you play e3? What was the upside of delaying b3?
Did he somehow not want Magnus to play d4 or something like that?
Yeah, maybe. Although d4 does yield the e4 square. Although then there's knight f7 to guard d6.
I'm just trying to figure out why he would have thrown an e3. It just feels like it gives black the time. And for Magnus, he can castle right now, or just bring the king over the rook. He can play knight f7, which I think he's going to play. Oh, this is exactly what you want if you're Magnus. It gives a position with chances.
A position with chances, and in which you have taken tactics largely out of the equation, at least for the time being. They're never truly out of the equation in Fischer Random, as Magnus does indeed decide to castle first. But this is essentially as close as it gets to a wildly solid position in Fischer Random with excellent winning chances.
And
it's
one big problem for Jan is if bc4, queen b1, rook b1, if those are our next few, actually we might just see this happen now.
As they are.
I think Magnus can even take with the d5 pawn on c4. That may seem counterintuitive against the principles that your coaches have taught you in chess. Oh, you want your pawns together. You don't want to create an isolated pawn for yourself. And he does just that, because look at the pawn on d2. That is a backwards pawn. You can't push it up to d3 or to d4 because of the c4 pawn. So now black needs to move the bishop from d8, bring a rook to d8, and just play down the d file. And Magnus for sure is better here.
Oh, no question about it. He holds all the cards. He's better. And this is, as you pointed out, exactly the kind of advantage that he prefers. If he could choose between a tactical advantage and attack or a clear static advantage in the endgame, it's not even a choice for the world champion. This is where he's made a living. This is where he's earned his titles. This is a dangerous, dangerous couple of moves for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He has to stay very precise if he doesn't want this position to sort of slip from his grasp.
Because
and it may already have slipped from his
simple.
grasp.
It might have. Yeah, this plan looks so simple. Bishop e7, rook d8, knight f7. Like we see a series of moves for black, all of which are logical, take zero effort. What's white's plan, right? Bishop c2, maybe, for white. And then what? I'm not so sure.
And what seemed like a brilliant plan just a couple of moves ago, putting the bishop on h2. Oh, he's going to play f4 and open up the kingside. Now, all of these plans lack luster because the queens are off the board. They take a long time, and white's resources are strained as it is. Opening up another front is out of the question. Magnus, though, with h7, h5, preventing g4. Was that worth preventing, Robert, in your opinion?
And I think maybe also opening up g5 followed by g4 for himself to kick this knight out of f3. I was not expecting h5. I generally trust Magnus and his intuition in these types of positions, but it felt like it wasn't playing in the part of the board that he ultimately needs to aim at.
Yeah, and Jan immediately trying to exploit it by deploying his bishop to c2. That was the only obvious move he had in his position. Now, as you've hinted at, the big question, how does he follow up if Magnus plays a move like knight f7?
Well, the g6 pawn is a bit loose, so I could see an argument against knight f7. And whoa, what just happened?
Yeah, bishop rook b5. What a move.
Sacrifice on e5 at some point or something like that?
Well, that's definitely not out of the question with the bishops aligned and undefended as they are. Also, the rook can swing over to a5.
Wow.
And harass perhaps black's only weakness.
And
I love this move.
a4, a5 is another idea for white to go for.
And if black plays c3, then you can actually just take on c3 and meet bishop c4 with bishop b3 counterpinning the black bishop.
That's actually a really, really important variation because otherwise c3 would be a nice idea for black. Does not work in this position.
Yeah, and is it too early to say, Robert, that h5 might have been somewhat unnecessary? Maybe it was important for Magnus to get his pieces out as fast as possible precisely to prevent a move of this sort that generates activity on the queen side. And
yeah, what did h5 do for him? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I mean, is g4 such a dangerous idea? Black isn't even trying to play f5. At least not in the immediate future.
And h5 is one of those moves. The evaluation was a slight advantage for black, right? Like, was it minus? Can you just show me what the evaluation was there?
Yeah, the evaluation was something like 0.7 for black.
Okay, 0.6, 0.7 territory?
Yeah, and immediately after h5, it's already like 0.1, 0.2 in white's favor.
And it's interesting because I think when we consider terminology, blunder, inaccuracy, mistake, error, whatever it may be, when you go through a game quickly, you're like, okay, h5 is just a move, like it's whatever. But it actually seems to be a huge mistake from Magnus, right? It didn't give away the advantage to Jan. It's like Jan's winning after the move wasn't that kind of blunder, but it just gave Jan the one move he needed to get active and start creating ideas of his own. Whereas h5 doesn't, it just prevented g4 maybe, but I really am having a hard time breaking down the rationale for the move h7 to h5.
I do as well. I'm on the same page. I think Magnus just didn't have his priorities in order. The priority should have been get your pieces out ASAP, pile up on the d2 pawn, make it difficult for white to attain any activity. And he's given Jan that one extra tempo, given his rook a chance to dive into b5. With that being said, Robert, the position still probably to Magnus's liking. If you showed him this position before the game, he would probably say, give me this. I'll take it. And Jan doubling rooks on the b file, making strides to free himself and get his pieces active.
Rook f d8 is met by what exactly?
Is met by, I guess we're about to find out. Rook f d8 is on the board. Could it be rook a5?
Then rook d7, I guess. Just keep defending everything.
Yeah, that's a bit of a paper tiger. Maybe sending the a pawn down the board is, has a little bit more meat on the bone.
Right.
But
because
I don't know.
f5 is too difficult of a move for black to make work.
Yeah, it's important to point out that if the knight drops back and black plays e4, you say, I win the d2 pawn. No, you don't, because the f3 knight swings over to this beautiful outpost that black creates by pushing the e-pawn.
And then black can resign.
Yeah, exactly, with such a knight, yeah. Okay.
And the bishop on h2.
Yep. In Botvinnik camp, if you allow such knight, you get kicked out immediately.
You should. I mean, the bishop on h2 and the knight on d4, yikes, that's a problem for black. So f5 is not even about to happen. So rook a5 seems fine, and maybe king f1, just bringing the king toward the center.
But then maybe already c3 is possible.
Oh, okay, so I walked into a tactic.
But even like c3 is not totally the end of the story. White could even sack an exchange in some lines. But of course, given the match situation, Jan will try to play a little bit more conservatively. Rook a5 has been executed.
Mm-hmm.
They killed it.
Yeah, rook d7. I don't want to play rook c7, that's for sure.
I think his idea might be knight c3, knight b5. And that's precisely the reason why rook c7 is inferior.
Well, also rook c7 might run to knight d4. So
I'm even flirting with rook a7, but fortunately it doesn't quite work.
You're just trying to give away pieces, aren't you?
Always. I can't help it.
I get it.
Rook d7 played. I think he's going to go knight c3.
And then after king g7, you're going to go knight b5?
As superficial as it looks, I will challenge you to defend that a7 pawn.
Seems very superficial, but he's going for it.
Superficial Jan. That's why they call him that.
Actually, I have an idea. So king g7.
Okay.
Knight b5 is met by rook c5, maybe?
Uh-huh. And if rook takes a7, there's a little tactique. Little tactique. It's not the end of the story.
Rook a7, rook b6, rook a2.
Oh, you can't take because of the back rank mate. That bishop covering the Luft square.
Wow,
London players know all about that.
Incredible sequence. And we're seeing it. Knight b5 played.
We are. It has been played. And, maybe there was an alternative idea with rook a6, clearing the pathway for the a pawn. I started liking that a little bit more when I spotted it. But Jan's sticking to his original intention. And big moment for Magnus. Will we see rook c5?
And are there other moves that also are good? I was just going for a simple pin. Looked like a good strategy to employ. But is there something? Rook a8 is so passive.
It is. And then the knight could even drop back to c3 to threaten rook takes b6. What about rook c5 and then rook a6? How are you going to proceed in that case? Maybe g5, g4. An old friend pays a visit.
There's also knight c8 as well. Oh, wait, no, hanging bishop on e6. Ignore me. Yeah,
I didn't see that either.
You should show the blunder. Just so everyone feels good about themselves that
exactly.
I just gave away a free piece. I said knight c8
I just want to make everybody know that Robert Hess has blundered a piece.
I did say knight c8, hanging my bishop on e6.
Yep. That is, it's tough, man.
It is tough. I just want to be honest with you.
Blunders a piece in one move. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Don't worry.
And the worst. So I just wanted to be very transparent with everybody. I did hang that piece. So, okay, rook c5, rook a6 does look a bit annoying now that I can't easily defend a7.
And knight to d5 by the world champion. Simply giving up the a7 pawn. He says, I don't care about it. Go take it. I'm going to focus on keeping my pieces as centralized as possible. So what is the specific idea?
Well, there's knight b4 insertions that won't be super nice to deal with, I feel like.
So let's say I play rook a7. What exactly do you do?
Knight b4 first, maybe?
Ooh. I was also thinking maybe you could take and go rook a8. And if white goes rook b7,
knight d6.
Then the rook can be... Oh, look at this construction. This is crazy.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Black wins.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
The bishops defend the knights, and the knight defends the bishop. Whoa. The other knight attacks the rook.
And the rook's kicked off the 7th rank.
Wow. This is like a monster. It's like a four-headed dragon there.
I think he made the a3, so like the quietest move possible.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care about anything that's going on. I'm just keeping my composure. But now the bishop can access the c5 square if Magnus wants to defend a7. in an active way.
I like bishop c5. The rook on a5 reminds me of Hikaru's rook in game 1 against Nodirbek, where it can create some threats here and there, but it might also get trapped. So bishop c5 followed by bishop b6. You're getting closer and closer to trapping that rook on a5, and you could throw in c3 at any moment thanks to the knight on d5.
Yeah, even though there's been sort of deviations in the individual moves, it feels like the overall arc of the game has favored Magnus ever since Jan played this e3 move.
Right. Right. It hasn't been perfect. There were some chances for Jan, but the play is awkward. There's a rook on a5 and a knight on b5 attacking this teeny little pawn on a7, whereas look at black's pieces. Nicely centralized. The pawn on d2 is a long-term target. So Magnus is sitting and thinking right here and trying to figure out what he should do, because I feel like he's both a bit dejected, but he's also looking at this position like, wait a sec, I feel like I've got some good chances if I can find the right series of moves.
Listen, he's going to be annoyed at himself, even if he manages to win this game, win the Armageddon, and then defeat Hikaru. Those are the standards to which he holds himself. But you can just tell he's back in the game. He knows that this is really the best kind of position he could possibly have asked for. And I think he's trying to decide between bishop c5 or your previous idea, rook c5, which is still very enticing indeed, given the incredibly precarious nature of white's rook.
And why is Jan shaking his head so much? Like, he's bothered by something in this game.
Your face?
He's reacting much more than normal.
Sorry.
You're all
I'm
good.
Pretend I didn't say that. He's bothered
Bishop
by something.
C5.
Well, maybe the fact that he realizes his position has deteriorated quite a bit.
And Magnus with plenty of time on the clock, right? He's got 9.5 minutes or so, 9 minutes and 43 seconds. As I see on his clock live, he did just play the move bishop c5. So when the DGT catches up, but he is doing well on the clock. He's doing well on the board, and Jan's piece is just all over the place.
Yeah, he's walking the tightrope on the queen side. His rook could get trapped. Let's not forget that that pawn on d2 is still a long-term weakness. So you could envision a future where the knight moves away from d5, and the rook exerts tremendous pressure on that pawn. Oh, man. Oh, man. Buckle in, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in.
I don't know what the best response to bishop c5 should be. I just feel like I would panic if I were Jan. So
Rook a6.
Rook a6.
I think he's attacking the bishop. I'm not sure, though.
Now I'm on the lookout for that. You are correct. That bishop is under attack.
Whoa! And there are some crazy tactics. If Magnus intercepts, I think there's knight takes a7. And if rook a7, then rook b6.
Good call.
And white breaks free of the chains. So how, if not bishop b6, does Magnus defend the bishop on e6?
Well, process of elimination, knight d8. Only other move.
Only move. I guess rook e7 is also possible, but that just seems really awkward. And the last thing you want to do is move the rook away from the d file. Yeah, knight d8 is a great move.
Don't really want to move my knight away from the coverage of e5. I understand you're giving up a minor piece for a couple pawns, but something about that, the dangling tactic is annoying me from afar.
This h5 move, if Jan manages to sack on e5, Magnus is going to regret he blunders knight a7. Or did he?
Does he see something in this position? And what could it be?
Well, we have to keep an eagle eye on Magnus's reaction should Jan take on a7, because that will tell us everything we have to know.
And it's such an easy thing to overlook. So Danya's point, if knight takes a7, the bishop should not take on a7 because rook takes e6. You're just giving away a piece. So white gets a pawn there. If you take on a7 with the rook, rook b takes b6 seems impossible because the knight defends the square, but then the a7 rook lost its defender, and then white ends up a pawn to the good. So this is a beautiful tactical sequence for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And if he finds it, he may very well be forcing his way through to the finals because pieces are getting traded off. Knight takes a7 forces a lot of liquidation.
And if Magnus tries shenanigans with rook a8, then The idea still remains as strong as ever. Rook takes b6, and in the end, again, that bishop on e6 hangs, giving the knight enough time to evacuate back toward b5. Oh, my lands.
The calculation has to continue. Bishop d5, knight b5, bishop takes f3, and take on d2. But I just feel like white should be thrilled. You have two minor pieces for the rook, and the pawn's not fast enough to c-pawn.
And you have this now new Luft square for the king on g2. No, Jan will accept this position with open arms. And I'm going to almost guarantee that he plays knight a7. Jan Nepomniachtchi does not miss opportunities like these, especially not when he's in this kind of form.
Right. No, he's seeing all the tactics today. And knight takes a7. It requires double checking, triple checking, and he doesn't play it.
And I jinxed it. Commentator's curse. But his move might actually not be bad at all. He might see knight takes a7, and he might be saving it for the next move.
So if knight c7, you're still taking on a7 as your point?
That, I think, is Jan's point. What an insane sequence. And the rook on c8 is undefended.
Oof. But then, does the knight get trapped on c8? Like, knight a6, knight c8, bishop a5 or c5, something like that. Yeah,
I evacuate.
Oh, your bishop on c2 protects your rook. I just completely forgot about that.
Although, I guess, yeah, I mean, black is slightly better there, I think, but it should be drawable.
Should, being the operative word.
Bang, 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 bang. You win the pawn back, but okay, white has some passive pieces, but okay. Maybe even d3.
If you can trade that pawn, then of course. But the bishop on h2, the point I was going to make, is terrible. So even in certain endgames or positions with a rook endgame with pieces on both sides of the board, it's going to be bad for white because of that bishop on h2.
I'm really, really curious what it is that disturbed him about knight takes a7. And we might very well follow that line. And there's knight takes a7. Magnus takes the rook.
Bishop c5. We're going exactly down this variation.
Whew. But at the end, Robert, that move d3, that might be the game changer. That might be the only reason that Jan will save this game.
Yeah, d3 is huge.
Because when the pawn's on one flank, the role of the relative activity of the pieces, the impact of that is so greatly diminished. There it is.
And Magnus looks very upset. Yeah, he's seeing pieces come off the board. He is not happy about it. So maybe rook b7 is wrong. You don't want to trade too much. So how about rook d6 instead? Just attack the knight that way.
Without question, I think you should go rook d6. It doesn't even matter what the objective assessment is. You have to keep rooks on the board. You have to make it as difficult as possible for Jan to liquidate further.
That's what Jan did in game 2. Remember, after bishop takes c6 in that position, instead of going queen h7 to trade queen to a queen g7, which was objectively worse. The engine says, nope, that's wrong, but was practically the best decision possible to keep his chances alive. So maybe that was one of the moves of the day, but for Magnus, he's going to have to take one out of Jan's book and play a move like rook d6, keep the pieces on the board.
But the only big operative difference is that Jan has left himself with 10 minutes on the clock, 5 more minutes coming in just a couple of moves. And that might be the game changer. If Jan had 2 minutes in this point, then I feel like I would rank Magnus's winning chances probably as at least being 50%. As it stands, given Jan's confidence, given his form, given the time situation, I think Jan should be able to hold this with accurate play.
And Jan's the only player who leaves his chair. Everyone else is stapled there. They don't have a choice. But Jan goes around, probably just tries to get some walking in, try to just keep relaxed. And Magnus seems anything but relaxed. And rook d6, is there another move besides rook d6? Rook b7 just is a non-starter.
It's a non-starter, and you want to win the pawn on a3 back, right? You don't want to allow white to play like a4, a5. So I simply don't see another alternative. I think Magnus is contemplating rook b7. He's evaluating that position with pawns on the same flank. No, rook to d8 is his choice. What a move.
He wants to leave the d6 square open for his knight, potentially. Knight d5 is
instantly with knight d5.
You have to take that thing, right?
I would imagine you do, because if you play bishop a3, that's also non-starter to do rook a1. Knight d6 by Magnus. You were right. That was his idea.
And what about d3 here? Oh, d3? There might be bishop takes d5 and c3. Is that possible?
Bang, bang, bang. Okay, if this pawn can be captured, then white is out of the woods officially. But rook b3, there is some sort of bishop d4
That's what
move?
I'm looking at.
Oh, but then I take and go rook b6. That bishop wins the game.
Ridiculous.
At last, it has waited for its moment in the sun, and that moment arrives. Now, here's another thought. Can white play the sort of plebeian knight c3? Takes rook a1.
Yes.
This doesn't win a piece, black has this move, but this should not present too many difficulties for white, I think.
No, you're happy to trade off as many pieces as you can. No, this is exactly what Jan would want. No, it looks like Jan is just playing great chess today. Not perfect chess, but he's playing very well. Won 2 games with black, and now here with white in game 4, Magnus is going to have to find a winning idea out of thin air.
Yeah, and if d3 happens with the pawn gone from c4, winning this position with all of the pawns on the same flank is going to be a Herculean task of epic proportions. I think Jan's calculating d3.
If he gets to trade off those pawns, yes, that is what the doctor ordered. What else could he play besides d? Well, nothing. He played d3.
He's done it. He's done it. He's on move 28. Plenty of time. His time management, Robert, another thing that we should keep shouting out. It has been nothing short of exquisite. Doesn't matter who he's been playing. And to manage your time like this against the world champion is amazing.
It is. And if Magnus cannot take this one, right? And I agree with the feature chat. If anyone can grind water from the stone, it's Magnus, of course. But what I was going to say, if he is unable to do that, then he ends up in the consolation match and he'll play Nodirbek Abdusattorov, which I think a lot of people would be happy to see. Now, the main spectacle will be Hikaru Nakamura against Jan Nepomniachtchi if Jan does not lose this game, and deservedly so, playing for a Fischer Random World Championship. So Jan would have 2 world championships to play for in recent times. But Magnus against Nodirbek, come on. That's also super exciting.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, if I could design the ideal consolation match, it would involve the world champion and the world rapid champion. So we are in for a treat tomorrow as well. Can I show you a crazy line? I was thinking as you were talking, I promised I was listening, about the move knight takes e4. And the point is you're attacking f2, and after bishop e4, bishop d5, if you can force the trade, black has chances. But white plays rook d1, black plays knight c7, and knight takes e5 saves the day for white and essentially wins the game as well. Because at the end of the line, you also hit the rook with the bishop.
Wow, that's actually a beautiful sequence.
And that actually might be a detail that Magnus overlooked, because without that, he has to allow the symmetrical pawns on the same flank.
And without those pawns, 4-on-4 on the king side looks like a very easy hold for Jan. And Magnus nervously fiddling with a pawn in his hand, trying to find an idea, anything that allows the game to continue, winning chances to stay alive. He's got 3 minutes for the next couple moves, but he also will gain 5 minutes when he reaches move 30. But time is not the issue right now. It's the position. Trades are being offered, and without pieces remaining, and that knight on a6, Danya, that's the problematic piece right now for Magnus.
And also, let's not forget that Magnus has not recaptured on a3 yet. In a classical game, I think if anybody is contending for an actual advantage, it is white. A Nepo is going to bail out if given the opportunity, but that pawn on a3 is not easy to capture because of this constant threat of rook a1, skewering the minor pieces.
Very annoying.
2.5 minutes for Magnus. I don't think he sees anything. I don't think there's anything to see.
No. I think at best he equalizes this position, and he can't afford to make a draw. So he can't even, mix things up, create complications. The position is becoming dry. And Magnus, you can tell, he knows it.
Oh, there's the water.
His face. there's the
water.
The swipe from Magnus, but he's not swiping right on his position. That's for sure.
Most definitely not. Most definitely not. And now he's below 2 minutes. He seems to have had that pose, the pre-move posed for a long time, but he just doesn't know what to do. And to squeeze water from a stone, Robert, as you said, you actually need some spark. You can't just do it with pawns on the same side of the board. And even Magnus won't be able to produce any chances here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, look at him. He is more or less resigned to the fact that he is not going to be able to win this game. He's looking bothered, not often. Don't even know how many times it's ever happened where Magnus has a lead in a match and he does not win that match. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, what a performance from him. Game 1 was not particularly great from the white side. He was missing tactics that Magnus capitalized on. But in games 2 and 3 with the black pieces, he was just a beast.
I'll be real with you. After Nepo loses game 1 with white, you just start thinking about their world championship match. And okay, Magnus, starts from a clean slate today, no more blunders. And all of a sudden, the total 180. Credit to Jan, credit to his second, so I'm sure had a conversation with him after that initial loss, calmed him down, and Jan reemerged as a 3-headed beast in games 2 and 3.
And if we look at this position, what Magnus is claiming, even though he's down this A pawn, is that his minor pieces will be better than white. So if he gets that knight to C6, you see just knight on C6, bishop C5, knight D6, bishop E6, all those pieces in close contact with one another. And the bishop on H2 is still not a very good piece.
No,
knight
and
D7.
I think this is the most, insofar as there is any way to keep some life alive, Black's position is in the intensive care unit. I mean, it's on life support. But with his pieces remaining active, there are always going to be chances for some kind of swindle in the center. Maybe bishop D5 and E4, maybe a timely F5. Magnus is going to exhaust every last chance here. That you know for a fact.
Right. But for Jan, you've already reached move 30. You have 11 minutes on your clock. You're feeling good.
And as Furyk Sharp said, Jan has, everybody at the top has had games where they blundered away a win or a draw in a position where the results seem to be a bygone conclusion. No, we're not saying that this game is over.
No, it's not. Knight D7. Just trying to figure out where the pieces belong. There's a possibility for the future of G5, some expansion for Black. You mentioned F5, not easy to get away with because E5 will be loose. But Jan, look at those eyes. He is calculating. He is looking at this board, and he is trying to rely on his calculation, not on just, it should be good enough. He cannot afford to let his guard down.
And something that you, I think, have pointed out before, Edward, the one thing you can't afford to do, let your guard down, but you also can't afford to start looking only for bailout options. If you start playing unobjectively and you go for piece trades, that's how Magnus gets a little squeeze. Even if it's an objectively drawn position, Jan has to draw this from a position of strength. And that means he's got to nurture his advantage here. And I think knight d2 is an excellent way to do that, eliminating any possibility of bishop takes d5 and e4.
Also probably understood that Magnus might want to move the bishop from c5 and put a knight on that square, hitting the bishop on d3 and the pawn e4. So bring the knight back to d2, defends the pawn on e4, and I think it's just a great decision.
Jan is just making one excellent move after another. I think he is determined to not give Magnus even an iota, even a scintilla of a chance to complicate the game. Rook a8, knight c7. Ugh.
Wow, that would be a really ugly way to end this match.
Bishop a7 by Magnus, and he's going along with your idea, trying to stick that knight on c5 and undermine the support of the d5 knight.
Makes perfect sense. I think white can play knight c4, just offer some trades.
Yeah, probably is about that time. What if knight c4, I take it, and then go knight c5?
Okay, you're not threatening knight takes e4 because rook b7 kind of stuff.
But yeah, probably not. Although I kind of am.
You kind of are, you kind of not. Yeah, I actually think that's a good move.
No, I am, because at the end of the line, you're going to experience problems with your back rank.
The bishop on h2 is so bad.
That's a terrible piece. If only it was like on g3, then white would have zero issues. Or if the king would be on h1, white would be able to play f3 and bishop g1, but white isn't quite in time. f3 runs into the discovery.
That's right.
Huh. Wait a second. We've seen magic from Magnus now for well over a decade. Does he have a little nasty left in him to complicate this ostensibly unwinnable endgame?
And look at Jan playing knight b3, covering the c5 square. If you're going to play knight c5, it's immediately going to be removed from the board. He goes g5. So Mag at long last expands on the king side, but you see the evaluation bar expanding in white's favor.
Yeah. And I'm not sure exactly what Magnus is aiming for here. I think it's time for Jan to fix the problem once and for all of his h2 bishop. Robert, that is exactly what he does. Moves the king away. And if he gets these two moves in, that's it. That will eliminate any last mini chances, micro chances that Black is hoping to generate with his kingside play.
And the bishop on d3 is so well placed. It defends the rook on b1, covers the e4 pawn as well. Just keeps everything together. And I'm trying to come up with some ideas for Magnus, like where can the knights jump
F5?
to? Where does the rook belong? But yeah, f5 makes e5 so weak.
That is true, and white could meet that probably with f3, although something like knight c7 might be a more ambitious approach. No, this is looking mighty grim. Maybe g4. Open
I
up
love
the
knight
h
c7. After f5, I love that move, knight c7. It's really a clever one.
Yeah, I can show that, I guess, because the bishop drops back, you lose the f5, and the moment you take, you have this gaping hole on e6 that white is going to swing his knight to with a fork. This is looking grim.
Look at that. Bishop d5 and knight b6, trying to win this pawn on d5. And that bishop on h2, still out of play. So if Magnus can snag this d5 pawn, even material once more, and we have some imbalances.
Yeah. No, this is perhaps the last remaining hope for Magnus, but there's another sip of water. Jan seems incredibly relaxed. He's got the situation fully under control and plenty of time on his clock to figure out these last few challenges en route to holding his own and winning the match.
So what can he do here? Knight c5 makes a lot of sense to me. Try to hop right into e6 with a fork.
I'll play king f7.
As bishop on d3 can't find that diagonal, the a2 g8 diagonal.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying, actually. That's a bit annoying. And black is threatening to recapture on d5 at last, if the king shifts away from g7.
Oh, wait, you're not threatening knight d5, actually. So
because of knight b7?
Variation, yes, it's actually really nice. So a5, knight takes d5, knight b7 is really nasty.
Beautiful. This is amazing. If you take, you get forked. And you know what's super cool as well in this position? Oh, I'm counterattacking your bishop. Woo! Bishop c4. And that picks up a7. And that move, king g1, that's such a money decision by Jan because it eliminates all of the back rank problems.
Yep, bringing the king towards the center, making sure that he can escape. And as you're showing here, trading the knights was the point for the 7th rank check. So he played knight a5 instead of knight c5.
So he's heading for c6. Oh, and after knight d5, I think he's got that knight b7 idea.
That's funny.
You called it.
You think knight c6 is coming, and then knight b7 happens. You're like, oh gosh, gotta resign now.
A little misdirection. I guess Magnus has to put his rook on the 7th rank. That might be his only move. And that does finally reinforce the threat of knight takes d5 at last.
He
takes a4.
Isn't knight b7 winning?
B7? It's over after knight b7. And he plays it instantly.
Yes, and Magnus resigned. I think Magnus allowed it just because he couldn't play it for win any other way. Jan Nepomniachtchi is our second finalist. Magnus has had enough of Fischer Random for the day. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, that is your championship Sunday showdown.
And what a showdown it's going to be. Both of these players are in phenomenal form. There is nothing better, Robert, than a match between two players who are just knocking everybody out. This must feel amazing for Jan. Obviously, a little revenge, a little nasty there for Jan Nepomniachtchi as he knocks Magnus Carlsen off, forcing him to play the consolation match. This has been incredible. Honestly, incredible.
Yeah, 3 wins in a row. I mean, the important ones were rounds 2 and 3. It's kind of like 2 wins in a row, and the third one's like a 0.75, right? It's like the game could have been a draw, but Magnus couldn't afford it. But the point is that when his back was against the wall, Jan Nepomniachtchi loses game 1. He strikes back immediately. And not only in one game, in the second one, in the third game as well, you see Vityugov, you see Photochess, Maria Emelianova there as well. It's a jubilation in Jan Nepomniachtchi's camp. He has won 3-1. And he, unless that was a draw offer, right? That could have been a draw offer by Jan after knight b7. Like, okay, you're going to lose, so we might as well make it a draw.
Right, as well.
Either way, Jan makes it through. He is ecstatic, and he has a chance at 2 different world championship titles.
And he is just riding one of the greatest waves, perhaps the greatest wave of success in his entire chess career. And it has been a long chess career, from the candidates to the RCC to the Fischer Random World Championship. It seems like everything Jan is touching turns into gold. And perhaps this streak of success, the only person it's matched by is, of course, Hikaru Nakamura. This is going to be a final for the ages, Robert, tomorrow.
That's right. And we will get confirmation of whether that was a resignation or an agreement by draw. It doesn't matter because Jan Nepomniachtchi still wins the match. We would like to be accurate, but no matter what, it is Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura. They are going to be duking it out for a prize of $150,000. And of course, this Fischer Random World Championship crown. And Wesley So, he'll join, as will all the players. They will have Sunday matches because each prize is different in the field. It's not like 7th and 8th, just share the pot. No. So each prize is different. And we actually have confirmation. There was a resignation from Magnus Carlsen. It is 3-1. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura. Danya, it's going to be so exciting.
Of course, we're going to focus on the Hikaru Nepomniachtchi match. We are definitely going to keep you up to speed on all of the consolation matches, but the stars of the show tomorrow are Nepo and Hikaru Nakamura. In this last year, we've just had so many epic rivalries, so many epic matchups, and I think this format really caters to the kind of entertainment value that chess fans have come to expect from these types of tournaments. I can't wait. These 24 hours less, these 16 hours cannot go by fast enough, Robert. I just cannot wait for the gong to sound tomorrow and for 11 a.m. Eastern to arrive.
Oh, it's going to be super exciting. As we mentioned, $150,000 prize for first, $85,000 to the runner-up. Not bad. And Magnus Carlsen, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and everybody else in the field, they will be playing for prize money. Right? The difference between 3rd and 4th is $15,000. Otherwise, it's $5,000 in the matchups we'll see. Fedoseev will take on Wesley So. Matthias Blubaum will take on Hjorvar Stein Grettersen, the Icelandic local hero, the #1 player from Iceland. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But before we get to tomorrow's action in the Fischer Random World Championship, the women's candidates continues. Anna Muzichuk scored a huge victory in Game 4 of her match.
Wow.
So she leveled the score against Humpi Koneru. It is 2-2. That means we have Armageddon, and the players in this competition, they are trying to make their way all the way through, starting with 8 players in the women's candidates. Only 1 player can ultimately win, and that player will take on Zhu Wenjun for the Women's World Championship. But Anna Muzichuk, Humpi Koneru, tiebreak Sunday. That's going to be a very important and fun match as well. So keep your Sunday wide open, not because it's the NFL, but because there is a ton of chess to watch. This coverage of the Fischer Random World Championship on chess.com is brought to you by Brave. Danya, any final thoughts before we say goodbye to everybody watching?
I can't believe it's been something like 6 hours since we joined the call. This has gone by in a flash. I feel like I always say that. I've said that the last couple of days. And guess what, Robert? I am not shy about admitting this. When Fischer Random first became a thing, when it sort of came to popularity a couple of years ago, my first instinct was, I don't really like this. I don't like the way the pieces are uncoordinated. I don't like the lack of opening theory. I don't like the weird tactics. And as time has gone on, as I've gained experience playing Fischer Random, but most importantly, as I have gotten the privilege to watch these incredibly strong top players duke it out in these unconventional positions, I have gained a great appreciation for the uniqueness, for the richness, just for the amazing qualities that Fischer Random brings out on the board and for the qualities that it forces the players to display as they try to navigate their way through the complexities. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, they have demonstrated these qualities in full force this tournament, and I cannot wait to see which one of them is going to outlast the other come tomorrow.
No, it will be an epic showdown for a world championship title. Whether it be Jan Nepomniachtchi or Hikaru Nakamura remains to be seen. We hope that it's just the start of more Fischer Random events because they are exciting. They are confusing a little bit, but the players, they work through those complications and allow us to marvel at everything that happens. So we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place here on chess.com. This coverage brought to you by Brave. We will see you then.